If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song that turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. You don't know. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. You don't know. You don't know. Shout out to Issa Mikulski, man. A little reverb for you, man. Love you, brother. All right. That's pretty cool. Oh, thank you very much. All right, how about rich guys like rockets, man? Yeah, I heard that rich guys like rockets. What do you think? Rich guys like rockets, so do the babes. So rich guys make it rocket hots. You come up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so do the babes. So rich guys make it rocket hots. Make it think that you go. Say hi, go say hi. Rich guys like rockets, so do the babes. So rich guys make it rocket hots. They come up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so do the ladies. So rich guys make it rocket hots. Just to get laid, high, just to get laid. Just to get laid, rich guys like rockets, so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket lights, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, so do the lames. Rich guys making rocket lights. You gotta pay high, yeah, you gotta pay high. You gotta pay high, yeah. Rich guys like rockets, so brave. So rich guys make it rock. Come up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so brave. So rich guys make it rockets. Just get it. Just to get left behind, yeah, just to get left. Just to get behind. Rich guys like rocket, some of the babes. Some rich guys making a rocket house up in space. Rich guys like rockets, some of the babes. Some rich guys making a rocket house. Once you think they could spend nights in they gonna spend nights in rich guys like rockets, some of the babes. Some rich guys making a rocket up in space. Rich guys like rockets, some of the names. Some rich guys making a rocket house. The people just to get down.
Thank you. Yes, rich guys like the rockets. They like vacation homes, rare cars, big boats. They like airplanes. They like the Big Bang, rockets. They like transhumanism. Yes, they do. They like. Oh no, mess that up, man. Anyway, enough reverb on that. Truth sounds like hate to those who hate truth. That is really well said. Yeah, you can show the individual knowledge, but you can't make them take it all. And yeah, man, you can't take it. I've had some recent people in my life wake up to this Mongo world, man, and I'm like, whoa, man, it's cool. Even a buddy I was camping with this week, man, he turns to me and goes, dude, I can't believe people don't see it, man. And I'm like, yeah, I can't believe people don't see it either, man. That's a problem. It's like, damn, people are falling for all kinds of kooky shit, man. Damn. It's bad. It's bad out there, people. It's bad. Hey, I was going to play another song, man, but I messed it up. Hold on, man. I'm close. Nobody's going to join me, man. I'll just keep playing music, man. Damn. What's wrong with music, man? You got a problem with music? You got a problem with that? There we go.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, I'll give you 2 Cherokees and trade you in for a refraction.
I'll raise you 2 refractions and a direct curvature measurement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got 4 Iroquois Indians here and a refraction, and I need 4 curvatures.
Well, I'll give you 2 radiuses and a distance to the sun and raise you another the speed of light.
You know, you can't measure any of those 3 things you're going to give me. You know that, don't you?
I know.
Radius, distance to the sun, and speed of light. You can't count any of those.
It's true. It's definitely true.
My goodness. Hey, are you going to behave yourself with Matthew tomorrow?
No. Tracy's coming, man. She's going to actually physically slap Matthew, and I'm gonna get it on video.
It's photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Anyway, no, I'm just no physical violence.
Okay, so you have your P900, right?
I got a P900. I got an iPhone 8.
Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
That's right. Thank you, Matthew.
You got Catalina Island 26 miles away.
26 miles across the sea, Catalina's waiting for me.
So
yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
So on your live stream tomorrow, you're gonna prove once and for all the Earth is flat and stationary, right?
The Earth is flat.
Well, here's the problem. Southern California, it gets hazy over the ocean, man. We might not even see the damn thing tomorrow, man. It's that hazy.
I was going to send $20 to your PayPal account if you could prove the Earth was flat tomorrow.
Shit, $20. Make it $100. No. Let's see how the visibility is. I think it's going to be low. I was out there today. If it's going to be like anything like today, man, we ain't going to see shit. So, we could do like maybe 1 or 2 mile observations, pretty easy. But I don't know.
So
where's the water, man?
So
left to right.
So Matthew's going to come back here Monday as Glober as he's always been, huh?
Pretty sure that's going to happen, and I got one experiment I'm going to do with Matthew, and we'll do it together, and we'll calculate. We're going to calculate if I was standing under a street light that's maybe, 25 feet tall, something like that. If I'm standing under it, I'm looking straight up at the street lamp, right? I'm going to see a 90-degree angle straight up, right?
Yep.
Now, from the street lamp, if I walk away 100 yards, it's already at 40.
Internal opening.
It's at 45 degrees, right?
Yeah.
How much farther do we got to go before it's gone?
Before it's gone from sight?
Before out of sight, yeah, baby.
Oh, I have. Maybe I don't.
Well, there's a mathematical equation for that. Matthew can work out depending on the height of the street lamp. How far away do we have to get till we're not gonna? That's gonna be on the horizon, and then what? It's gonna go down to the horizon. It might take a mile, might take 2. I don't know. I don't think it's more than 2 miles. If it's only a 25 foot, 30 foot light, whatever it is, right?
I heard you can stand at your on the beach tomorrow and see Japan if the Earth is flat. That's what I heard.
I've heard this too, man.
Yeah.
Back in 2016, there was a lot of people coming here going, "Well, if the Earth's flat, man, why can't I see London from New York, man? Come on, man. You're just such a stupid retard, man. And everybody knows you could see all the way across the fucking Atlantic Ocean. Come on, man.
You should be able to see Pearl Harbor from where you are tomorrow.
Exactly. I could see Pearl Harbor tomorrow. It's 2,700 miles. I got it. I got this. No problem. Get
that P900 out. You got it.
Yeah, I need my naked eye, man. I don't need a P900. I know we can see it tomorrow. Yep.
Weather forecast good for tomorrow?
I don't know, man. I mean, the weather's fine. It's warm, but it might be hazy and kind of just some thick clouds laying across the ocean there, man. It's just the way it is sometimes. Cool. God Rockin' dropped a balloon footage video, high altitude.
He did. It's in the voice text.
It's in the voice text, baby. Hey, man, the voice text is the greatest place in the world. I don't know if you guys know this. But
Science heads, high altitude balloon. Okay.
I appreciate the someday we might not have this text, you know. It's good though. Might be like Netscape and Google Hangouts. Might be a thing of the past someday, but this is a great place to drop and share links and pictures and videos. And yeah, it's great. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, about halfway through that video I just posted, there's these weird-looking ice balls hanging down all around the balloon, and there's I don't know what they are, but it's awfully cold up there, obviously, because there's these looks like sheets of ice and like ice round balls of ice hanging down off the gear or so. I don't know. It's really strange looking. Yeah, that's why I said very strange.
Very strange.
You decide what it is. I can't really tell other than it looks like some kind of ice collected to some of the gear as it's going around and the camera's catching it. It's pretty strange. It's cool looking.
All right, man. Check it out. Strange ice balls in space, man. Check it out.
God Rockin's pretty good with these word games. Hey, God Rockin, take a piece of reversal and combine it with action. What do you get? That rhymes with action.
Jackson?
starts with what? Starts with reversal and rhymes with action.
It's a reaction.
Or rhymes with action. Come on. What's the Glober's favorite word? Oh, I gave it away.
Refraction action.
I gave it away.
It's a refraction action. I had the funniest refraction laugh this morning, man. It was great. I don't know if any of you guys were here before my refraction joke, but it was a timely thing because they played a video and then my comment after the video was about, I think it was refraction, but
I've been looking for this other balloon launch that's got this the sun really close. It looks fairly close to the sun for some reason, and there's an extremely bright white, hot spot right underneath the sun, and there's a big arrow that's pointing that says, "Where's the sun?" And it's a big arrow and it says, "Right here," just above the clouds. It says, and I swear that's exactly what it looks like. It's just maybe a mile or two above the clouds. That's actually truly what it looks like in that.
I love the
in that. I just can't find that one.
So
I've been looking for about half an hour.
So the Globers, man, they don't like to bring up the hot spot, man. They
I know, because it's a killer for them.
It's a toughie, man. They got all kinds of sparky explanations for that, but in reality,
there's really only one.
It's as close.
Really?
There's only one, man. There is only one, but the ones they come up with, man, are just like, what? On a clear day over the ocean, you see the sun, and there's like one hot spot. You know, it's like, what? That's interesting.
Man, that's called tunneling refraction.
I don't know what it's called, but
it's called the sun is very close to the clouds. That's what it's called.
Go ahead, Orion.
A second ago, when you said a second ago, refraction action, I pictured in my mind like an old 90s commercial on children's television for like action figures. And I was thinking like refraction action. It's like some action figure man and he's like some Glober just like dicking around with the theodolite or something.
Like the Ken dolls playing with his fucking sextant. Refraction action. That's hilarious.
Like Glober man, that's his special power. Refraction action.
Glober Man. We got to have a Glober Man doll.
Yeah.
Come on.
We gotta change somebody's name like Matthew to Glober Man and never call him Matthew again.
Right.
Con
Glober Man.
Glober Man.
with
He's
blue marble balls.
at unbelievable speeds. It's Glober Man. Spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour. It's Glober Man.
And he's got blue marble balls.
It's Glober Man.
We got to come up with that with Matthew. We got to. No more Matthew. No more Matthew. It's Glober Man. And then everyone knows how to sing a part of the song.
Yeah, his secret power is fallacious logic.
Have Sonny write a nice, quick little tune when he plays guitar, and we'll all sing to it. Glober Man.
Oh! You need to put in voice text the lyrics, and then we can sing along to it.
All right, I'll get to work on it.
That would help. Glober Man, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. It's Glober Man. Spinning around the globe 1,000 miles an hour. It's Glober Man.
And you got to make sure you get refraction in there for God rocking, because you got to make him feel at home.
Right. Refraction action. Refraction action. I hope you guys are smiling. Refraction action, man. Everything is looming, guaranteed. Everything's looming. Anyway, never mind. I can't go there. Anyway, it's refraction action evening. Thank you, ladies' night. Damn, that was good. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It went for
world record, wasn't it?
I think so, man. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty much the afternoon and evening. Yeah, it started at 2:00. It's like, yeah.
It's like it's almost 2:00 here.
You're right.
Really?
So,
okay, I got it.
yeah,
Glober Man. When you want some light, call Glober Man. When you want some refraction, call Glober Man. When you want to go 1,000 miles an hour, call Glober Man. When you want to go 66,000 miles an hour, call Glober Man. I don't know, something like that.
that's good, man. It's a good start. I think we're on to something.
Yeah, I think Matthew will no longer be Matthew.
I think it
starting next week.
And his birthday is 666.
There's got to be a new superhero called Glober Man. I mean, that would be such a cool cartoon.
Yeah, I can't wait for the animated series.
Right, it's gonna be great. It's a 12-part series. I don't know. Glober Man, are you kidding me?
And we're his Glober Man, and we're his biggest fan here at 24/7.
Hey,
we are his biggest fan. I mean, we put up with him for.
Hey, I'm a big Matthew. I don't know, defender in a lot of ways because
me too. He's just so easygoing, and he doesn't get upset about really much. I've seen him rage quit maybe a couple times.
He did trig out the other day, man. He goes,
yeah, a little bit.
And
not too bad though.
Talk to him. I say, dude, man. I go, dude, I've been threatened to be kicked out of this server, dude. Don't take it personal, man. Don't take it personal. So yeah, everybody has a different day or bad day, whatever you want to call it, man. But don't trip out, because, dude, I've had people come down on me because I thought they were drinking, and I was like, I'm gonna fuck you all, man. I'm gonna fucking ban you. You look. You're like, whoa, man.
When someone said something to Matthew about banning him, he's like, oh no, don't ban me.
Yeah, he goes, if you're gonna ban me, I'm just leaving. It was like,
calm down, Matthew. Calm down.
Calm the fuck off, man.
If you ban him, he doesn't get his stipend check from NASA every week.
Exactly, man. We want to keep Matthew fucking getting his stipend. Come on.
Yeah.
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 Don't be taking money out of the Matthew's mouth. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, he just bought a telescope. He's probably still paying for it.
Exactly. He works at a Christian school that teaches mathematics, and under the Christian
umbrella.
Well, it's what you get the degree in. What's the degree? A Christian? They have a degree, a PhD in. What's the term? Theology. Theology.
Oh.
Wow, theology, man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was lying, but I stand corrected.
It's. I mean, there's a lot of theology majors in his school, I'm sure.
Well, it's just make believe. Isn't theology just kind of like make believe shit?
Well,
kind of.
Well, that theoryology is that the Orion? Help me out, man. Theoryology, isn't that the same? Is it different? I know he knows.
Are you thinking about philosophy?
Well, theology, philosophy isn't the theology is the religious part of
of philosophy.
Of philosophy, right?
Theosophy.
Well, PhD does mean doctor of philosophy, man. PhD. You guys know that, right? PhD, doctorate of philosophy.
I'm going to tell you, good people, it really pissed me off about Matthew 3 or 4 days ago. It was like, we have the Earth curve calculator, and we were talking about highways and railroads, and he was saying all they have to do is take 8 inches for each mile, and just do that 8 inches a mile, or even 50 yards at a time, 50 yards, and just keep doing that. For example, do it for a mile at a time, and then do it for another mile. Do it for another mile. You never have to go over 8 inches, because you're always doing them in mile increments.
Right.
If you did that over 301 miles, like at the Trans Australian Railroad,
do it for just 10 miles.
You'd be a mile in the fucking ground.
Well, what would happen? What would happen if you did that at the Trans Australian Railroad?
Would turn into a tunnel.
Well, if you did that, I figured this out. If you did that 8 inches for every mile for 301 miles, you'd only have 200 feet worth of curve. And unfortunately, to fit to the Earth, you'd have to have 60,000 feet of curve.
That's what I said. It would be a
Earth
tunnel.
calculator. So he's off by a factor of 301, not 10 or 20, 301. And if he actually did that, what he wanted to do, that stupid railroad tracks would be levitating in the air. It would be up in the air. He just lied to us right to our face, thinking we're stupid. I'm sick and tired of being considered stupid.
Well, you just got to believe the Globers or you're stupid. I mean, it's real simple.
So I'm going to call him out on it one of these days, because I'm a little too mad to call him out on it now. But I'm going to let it rest for a little while, and then I'm going to call him out on it. And then I'm just going to call him. What are we going to call him now? What was that word again? Globerman. Globerman. Thank you. He just says things that I don't know if he actually believes it, or if he's just wanting to keep his stipend coming from NASA. I don't know.
No, he believes it.
The new action refraction figure.
Globerman.
Action
refraction and Globerman are the new
action refraction Glober fiction. Or what are they? Yeah. Those little.
Did you guys
dolls they make out of them for kids to play with? What are they? Action figures.
Yes, that's Action Jackson. Action Refraction. That's why it's funny. And then Glober Man is like, Glober Man, Glober Man. That's funny, man. That's funny stuff. I hope you guys are laughing.
Of course.
All right. Well, there are funny things. Things that make you
wow,
laugh because they're so ridiculously true, and people are trying to sell us this bullshit lies, or we're just like no. You can't just say gravity, man, and have it all figured out. Fuck off. That's just not even going to come close. It's funny, man. I mean, they think, oh yeah, man, with gravity, definitely. Which gravity? I don't know. Which one they say it is. That's the one that's the one I'm buying. Like, oh, you are lost. You're lost. And when you say you just buy whatever they're selling. Just buying their gravity. Gravity for sale over here, man. We got a couple of grams and a couple of pounds. How much do you want, man?
the guy, the meme I just posted is a guy who's going to actually join us next Tuesday or Wednesday from the UK. He slips me memes every once in a while, but there's that Glober Man for you. You like that?
I do.
Pretty cool.
That's Glober Man, dude.
That's Glober Man.
When you need to travel more than 1,000,
you need to put Matthew's fucking
his face on it.
His face on it.
Yeah, you could definitely put Matthew on there, but no.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Oh shit. He'll get embarrassed. Don't embarrass Matthew like that.
No, this is like a special gift from 24/7.
Yeah, you know what? It'd be nice to have Glover Man as our mascot.
Yeah,
it'd be good.
Should he be that muscular, or should we skinny him down a little bit?
You got to skinny him up. Whoa.
Yeah. You need to make him a little frail.
Yeah. Now with refraction action.
Hey, God Rock, we got you in there. Now with refraction action.
You don't know how good this is, man.
New and improved with refraction action.
Our friend from the UK, Jay from the UK, is actually listening in right now on YouTube.
This is ace, dude. This is so funny. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Jay in the UK says, give me a picture of Matthew's face and he'll do it.
All right.
It's right on his icon or his avatar.
It's on his
and then he said, and I'll skinny him up too.
Oh, it's so funny.
You need to put a couple of blue marbles couple of mini blue marbles between his legs.
I love the fallacious arguments, false equivalencies. Is what it should say. False equivalencies.
Okay. Can I research and get a picture of Matthew's face and send it to my friend in the UK and let him do it?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it. Hey, Jay in the UK, you got permission. I'll get you his picture.
Dude, I've seen this chat do more things than any chat in my entire life, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, the memes, the audio, the videos, the pictures. The pictures are great too, man.
Okay,
and
so
plus all the text that everybody types in here and goes, dude, your refraction action is off by whatever. Anyway,
we got Glober Man. Glober Man. Matthew is no longer Matthew. He's Glober Man.
What's that one picture of that ancient god that's got the globe on his shoulder or holding the globe or his shoulder? There's a picture of ancient god or something that's theology god or whatever. That's got a globe, and he's holding it curled up on his arm or something.
All right. Can I play a 3-minute song? You guys are cool with that, right?
Yeah.
All yours. Jay's gonna work on Globerman for us.
Atlas, God rocking.
Are you guys work it out, man? Hey, space.
Outer space is so cool.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black or white. I mean, it's black. There's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is
as fuck.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't make stars. You fly to the moon in a second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is Space is fake
AF. Sing along, everybody. Space.
Space is fake.
Hey, space boy.
Hey, space boy.
Hey, space boy.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the time.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
You have a leak.
Deep up my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Little bitty over.
Space is fake AF.
That's the sing along part.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Shout out to my buddy Chief, man, Chief Crow. That's a great video, man. Here, I'll drop the link, man. Gotta watch the video, man. The video is like half of the song, man. It's a great song and everything. Don't get me wrong. Space is fake AF, but to watch the video, man, he did a great job of putting in the truth, man. Dropping the truth bombs. Like, yeah. Like an ace, like a pro. Thank you, Crow. Chief Crow. Different Crow, man. There's Crow 777, man. Jim, you know about Crow 777? You ever?
I've heard about him, but I've never watched any of his
Jim
stuff.
777. Wait a minute. You never heard of Crow 777?
Oh, he's got some good shit.
I've heard of him, but I've never watched any of his stuff.
All right.
He's got some really good stuff.
Crow's not in the flat Earth community, man.
He's not?
Well, he has said in the past, and if I'm wrong, if I've misheard him, he doesn't join any groups.
Oh.
But he's also said, hey, man, we're living on a stationary plane. He thinks space is water, man. That came out of Crow 777's mouth. Space is water.
I think that's probably right. That's what I think too, believe it or not.
There, he had some pretty good arguments to this effect, but this is going back, 5 years ago, probably at minimum.
He did film the moon wave.
He had the lunar wave. He had the big lunar wave, and other people have caught the lunar wave. I've seen Venus waves, and I've seen Jupiter waves.
If space is water, just think of the monstrosity of like dragons and shit that could be swimming around in that motherfucker.
Well, I don't know what's just swimming around up there, but
I think there is. If there's water, there's got to be life in it. Water is the lifeblood of the world. It's the lifeblood of all things. I think it's like the universal solvent. It's the lifeblood of so many things. Yeah.
Well, I remember talking to some college students back in the 90s. Some really intellectual type people that going through the system, whatever. And I'm like, life does not exist without light, oxygen, or water. You gotta have those fucking water, light, and some kind of oxygen, man. I don't think we're gonna live too long if you don't have those three things, man.
Yep.
Can you prove me wrong, please?
No.
No. And that was just my position, even way back then, man. Being a truther learner at that time, man. I'm like, just common logic, just like, can I just deep into my logical brain, not my baby brain. But
well, you've seen those
globe.
What's that dude, the Mud Fossil University from Mud Fossil University? Mm-hmm. You've seen some of the stuff he posts where he shows like a big dragon that's like in the desert, and he shows the fins and he shows all the body parts to this big dragon, and it's a mountain range. And
is that Mud Fossil University? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had the elephant on the mountain.
No, that's Selenium 7.
That's Selenium. Okay, I get those guys confused, man. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that Roger believes that this entire plane or planet, he thinks it's a planet, like a moron, but he thinks that it was made from living creatures, that these animals became petrified and turned into mountains and whatever else. And he's got this big theory about how the entire planet was created from these creatures. And he shows several of them on the surface. What it looks like, they look. I mean, they kind of look like what he's saying they are, but that doesn't mean he's right. But anyway, he's just got this theory where he says that all of this Earth used to be organic material, and it shows where the dragon bled all out and all the guts and everything, and it's all this different material. He lays it all out and says it's. I don't know. Just watch it. Watch Mud Fossil University, Roger, when he talks about the dragon in the desert. Shows all the parts to it. And then he goes on to say that he thinks that the entire globe was created from organic material and big giant beasts and shit. I mean, it's obviously out there ways, but
we got the Glover, man. There he is.
Hey, it's a work in progress. He's going to skinny him up, give him a globe, and put some other words in there. Oh.
That's pretty great, dude. You can't buy this kind of entertainment. Where's my ball? Where's my Where's my ball?
Where's my ball? Hey, that's what we should put on here. Where's my ball? Where's my globe?
Where's my globe? I want my globe. I've lost
my globe.
Dude, I don't know if you guys have ever raised kids, I don't know, maybe you have.
How do you think Matthew's going to deal with this?
You can't lose the kids' little planky.
Oh.
They get attached to it, and you're like, oh, fuck.
Awesome.
No. I wonder how Matthew's going to deal with this. It's gonna, oh, boy.
He'll be like, you're trolling him. He'll take offense, but offense is taken. Check with Helio on that one. Offense is taken.
Hey, I'm offended just listening to Matthew talk, so that's fine.
That's fine. Yes, offense is taken. It's not given. So remember that, my good friends. Hey, I gotta go.
Glober man. Actually,
Glober man rules the globe.
The earth. He rules the earth.
Yes, Glober man rules the earth.
Hey, Justin. Justin, you there? Sounds like a train's going by.
You look, hey Tap, man, you looking for Justin?
I'm looking for Justin. Yeah, Justin.
He sent you, right? Is that right?
He didn't send me per se.
He invited you, right?
No, I joined from the vanity, but what I was saying, I joined the server about 2.5 years ago. On Tap. Yeah. And I was a sole refi. My account was actually terminated by Discord for joining, I guess, too many truth groups, or I guess, groups that we're just not going to talk about that anymore. But it was just and it's happened a few times as well to me and a few others on the server. But yeah, it's me.
Truth is it's dangerous misinformation.
Right, exactly. Yeah, misinformation. I should say misinformation servers, right? Servers bunch of misinformation about the world. Okay, but yeah, obviously, I mean, like, I'm back now. I guess we're just here,
What are you going to do when they start coming house door to door and start arresting us?
No. I better move to the States soon so I can carry a firearm. Right?
Welcome back, man. We got some audio engineers in the house this evening, dropping a lot of cool, audio.
Hey, Tap, does your tap water have fluoride in it?
Oh no, completely fluoride free. I've got my own. I got my own source. You know what I'm saying?
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, got 5 tubes of toothpaste with an extra fluoride. Because my water don't have it in it either. I'm a little disappointed.
Bubbles. I'm not gonna do a fucking bubble sound. Now it sounds like you're trying to open a pack of chips in a movie theater. Trying to be as quiet as possible.
I did a radio broadcast in school, in high school. I was a writer for the newspaper, and I did some radio broadcasts. And I interviewed Bubbles one day. She was an Olympic fucking medals winner for the United States. And every time we asked her a question, she would answer with the sound like the Bubbles. We asked her questions about her Olympic fucking journey and whatnot. Every time she'd answer, it was like her name was Bubbles. That was a long time ago. Shit. Big
Do all you people in Utah stay up so late?
Yeah. Yep. Mormons, they all have insomnia.
Of course, it's 3 o'clock here, so I guess I shouldn't say anything.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one awake in the neighborhood. I could probably walk outside and there are no cars driving around, no nothing. No lights on, no nothing. I just fucking lied. My neighbor's standing outside watering my fucking flowers in my front yard. He's out there right now. I looked outside when you said that. When I said that, he's standing there. The fucking hose watering my flowers.
Hey, Justin, could you check the chat, please? Oh, awesome. Wait, am I rolled up again? I am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it.
Ring, ring, ring.
It's 10 o'clock p.m. Do you know where your Globers are?
Uh-oh.
Chug it.
Well, thank you anyway, Justin, again for the rolls. I appreciate it. Stay safe, flat earthers. I'll see you guys soon.
Hey, stay flat and stationary, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. I will stay at no axial rotation. I'll stay at no tilt.
Hey,
Tap. There's something you should know. I sometimes say for fun is, say what I say. Oh yeah, the kitchen sink. Wait, the Earth is moving, yet the kitchen sink is stationary. That's kind of a fun thing to say.
I suppose, yeah. If you were to let a tap run, you'd see. Justin, no. We're trying to justify this. Okay, we're trying to make this better. Okay, if you let a tap. Okay, right. If you let a kitchen tap run for, let's say 24 hours, right? You'll see no change in the water, right? You set a live stream up. You'll see no change in the water, and water does not bend. It does not, curve at all. It doesn't go with the earth. So
what?
It's either the tap's moving with the earth, or the earth's not moving at all. Welcome to Flat Earth, you guys. Red pill. Can we get a few air horns in here? A few near. Oh yeah.
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 Yummy.
Honk honk.
Yummy. Yummy.
That was easy.
Oh, poor baby.
Nice. I love it. Huh? How? Look out! Gross. Hey! Dude. Blah. Blah. Bingo.
Bomb chicka wow wow.
What is this, Justin?
Brilliant.
I'm guessing this is what's going on inside of Glober's head.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Justin, I think it's time for bed. Okay. Don't you buzz me. Okay, Justin. It is bedtime. You must catch some Zeds, alright? Catch some Z's.
Down.
No, we're not touching down on anything, Justin. You gotta. Oh, no. All aboard the no sleep train. Okay, whatever that is. Sorry, I think this needs a bit more recognition. Flatty 2.0 in the live stream voice said. Well, he didn't say that exactly, but he said the Earth may be spinning, but the office supplies are still okay. The office supplies are still stationary. I think that's great. I know, that's wonderful. I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna set that as my about me in the server.
Fuck.
Edit server profile. Shit, I can't do the banner thing because I don't have nitro. Fuck. Okay, it's okay.
Knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man was rolling home. Right, Roland?
Mm-hmm. I'm unmuted.
Access denied.
Exciting. Does somebody want to fight with a Glover, or should I just cherish the unmute and come back tomorrow?
What'd you say, Roland?
I think at this point in time, Roland, it'd make more sense for us to just try and say interesting things to each other than to argue about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, okay. All right. And where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
I don't know, where?
To the ICU.
Danger.
That's a good one.
Was that it? No, I didn't get that. It went right over my head. I hate to be that guy.
I see you.
Yeah, I see you. Or I understand that, I see you visually, but how does that relate to anything? I don't know. Maybe it's just 9 a.m. Just not getting it yet, but yeah, maybe it'll come back to me later on. I'll think about it.
Okay, Ryan, it's your turn to say something interesting.
Yeah, today at work, there were these there was this woman in the kitchen. I was working at this Italian restaurant, and she was making these what do you call it, eggplant parmesan things, putting them in batter and sending them through the oven you send pizzas through. And like at the end of it, she had like this batter left over that was like 10 whole eggs and a bunch of garlic and seasonings and cheese and stuff that she'd just be throwing away. And I was like, I'll take some of this, I'll put it in a tray, and I made an omelet in a pizza oven, and it was really good tasting. And I was like, it's just a fascinating thing because it's like this stuff would have just gone in the trash.
Good luck with that.
Was that fucking QE? Is that a QE clip?
Headshot.
Absolutely.
Although that's not really the funny part. The thing is, there was this new employee there, and he was telling me at the end of the shift, like he was like having a hard talk with me about how like, oh, you got to be careful, extra careful, because the stuff could have spilled over the filament and shut down the oven, and that would have lost the whole night's worth of business or whatever and stuff like that. And he was like, all these restaurants, and then like I was like telling him like, yeah, okay, you got a good concern there or whatever, and we were like shaking hands and being friends with each other. And then right as I was walking away from him, I said, oh, by the way, the Earth is flat and stationary. And he said to me, yeah, I've heard of that. And I was like, yeah, all right. I'll tell you about the Discord later. He didn't sound like a Glober.
It's good. Maybe he was on the fence. Maybe he was just, like there, and he needed you in his life to, I guess, sort of, really discover it. Did you invite him to the Discord?
No, but I'll give him a card probably tomorrow. I got a link to it printed on these business cards.
Hell yeah, 100%. Right, tell him even if he's not on Discord, because a lot of people like now are starting to hop on Discord, but some people still aren't. Tell him he can always check out the live stream, at the YouTube if he's ever just looking for information. But it'd be it'd be way better.
And on that topic, there was an employee that earlier on in the shift I was talking to him about the live stream or whatever, and I think he'll be listening to it.
Oh, that's rad. Maybe he's listening to us right now. Wouldn't that be crazy?
That's what I was hoping earlier with the funny ass stuff that Flat Earth Dude was saying earlier. I was hoping he was hearing that.
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe I'll talk to you about it in work tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Although, come to think of it, probably not. I think I did tell him about the other live stream, but it's like he'd probably just be looking at the card for the instructions anyway, and that one's censored at the moment. But I don't know. Maybe he's listening. Hopefully.
Oh, okay, Ryan. I'm pretty tired, but I'm still here for right now. What is the one thing you'd ask a tired Glober that was too tired to properly defend themselves?
Wait, I don't quite understand the question. What do you mean, too tired to defend yourself? What?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so maybe you could catch me in some sort of contradiction or something. What's the one, like,
I do that when you're not tired.
What?
Well, I catch you in contradictions when you're not tired. So
well, that's pretty easy to do too. That's fair, but I'm saying it's a freebie right now. It's like free, so just lay it on me.
I mean, to be fair, the whole, again, this is just my, I guess, point of view on it, and if you guys disagree at all at any point, please cut me off and just tell me, oh, no, you're wrong, Tap. But, I feel the point of debates is, some can be really good fun if, the other person's knowledgeable, you're knowledgeable, and you both understand the topic that you're talking about, and you can go back and forth having meaningful conversations about the topic, right? I don't really feel like it's about catching someone out or saying, "Oh, you said this in the past, therefore you're wrong, therefore I'm right, therefore I win, therefore you lose." I feel it is more of a learning experience for both parties. So you can understand not only the other side point of view to strengthen your argument if you know you are right. You can learn about the other side point of view to strengthen your argument to become more prepared for the next debate. And you can, if you are wrong, if you do discover that you're wrong, well, there you go, right? You understand that you have now learned something rather than saying, "Oh, he's right, I'm wrong. I guess I should just, go back and practice my argument for the next time so I can just fail and fail and fail again, again and again," right? It's good to learn and, to understand that, not only, "Oh, I was wrong," but make sure that the other guy is not talking absolute bullshit, right? So it's more about a learning experience rather than, sort of
Tap.
contradicting or getting caught in a contradiction.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Tap. Let's. How about I challenge you right now, and Orion will moderate. You, me, and Orion moderates.
I mean, sure. Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's do the exact same thing.
Wait. We should ask Orion if he agrees to.
Which Ryan?
For at least a few minutes, like at least the next 20 minutes.
Oh, Orion. Okay, right, yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. You choose the first topic. I don't even care what the rules are. Let's go. You, me, Orion is moderating.
Okay, well, I haven't done this in a few months. I haven't really talked to anybody about Flat Earth in a few months. So, I mean, we can talk about the observation of the Earth and how we observe its flat and stationary plane. What would you have to say to
that? I'm sorry. A little bit of what you said roboted for me. Just say it again one more time.
So the observation of the Earth being a flat and stationary plane. The fact that we can observe the Earth, again, flat and stationary. We observe no movement, no axial rotation, no curvature.
So okay. Personally speaking, I will agree with you that it does seem to be stationary. However, if we're just talking about sort of like if I walk out of my house and what's it feel like, it does not feel flat at all. So I can go with you on the stationary 100%, but the flat part, not so much.
Okay. Now, what would you say that you... sorry, did I cut you off? Or were you going to carry on? Or
no, God Rockin' is hot micing a little bit.
All right, that's okay. I was going to say, well, have you, seeing as you agree with the stationary part, have you ever observed, now you said it doesn't seem or it doesn't feel flat. Have you ever observed any sort of, any sort of thing that would tell you that it is not flat? Have you ever observed any curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so your question kind of asks me to share my personal experience.
Of course.
And it's, not proof. My personal experience is not proof. So I'll spot you. It feels stationary. Like in any context I have ever been, it feels stationary. Okay. But then the flat part where I live now is like hilly and very contoured. And so my day-to-day experience is not flat at all. Where I was born and grew up was on the ocean, and it's mixed. I can see where you would want me to say it's flat, and I get that, but I was also indoctrinated from elementary school onwards. Like I was taught as a globe, and then the ships and the bottom up and the blah blah blah, and just like living next to the ocean. Like my like life experience was that it seemed like a globe. Like I just that's baked in. Growing up next to the ocean.
You were given the picture that it was a globe your whole life, and then you looked at it and thought, yeah, it must be a globe.
No, that's no.
No, I think
those things happened all together. Like I was raised with this. I grew up in a place where I
Would
could
you have
look
ever thought this must be a big giant spinning ball in a vacuum if that wasn't the story that was told to you, though? Would you have just looked at the hills that you live around and been like, yeah, this thing is a ball? Yeah.
No, probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But
There we go.
I wanna like really point out to you, I also would not have thought it was flat.
Well, obviously not. There's topography. From our point of view, yeah, it doesn't really look that flat with hills and stuff like that.
Right.
Depends
So
what
like
scale you want to
asking me
go
if
to.
if you had taught me nothing, if you had just raised me with the wolves and found me and asked me these questions, it doesn't seem flat or globe. I don't know how I would answer.
But you wouldn't have gone to a ball. I mean, maybe it's a
I
plane of some
I
sort.
wouldn't
Like the
have gone
land
to
is
a ball
laid
or a
out.
plane. I wouldn't either of those things.
You wouldn't have thought that the land is just kind of laid out, flat.
I don't think so. It doesn't.
Why would you think that it was curving, though? That's an extra step beyond what you experience. Why would you just think, yeah, it must be wrapping around a ball? Like that is a step beyond already what you say that you can't experience, which is just the level plane.
You're right, but also you overreach. I don't think I would have said if nobody had ever taught me anything. I agree with you. I don't think I would have said that I live on a sphere.
I don't think anyone would have.
Well, I don't know about anyone, but I'm answering your question about me. And my honest answer is I don't think I would have said it's a plane either. It doesn't look like either of those things.
Well, it's okay if you don't want to make positive statements about, the grand scenario here when you can't really necessarily.
How does it not look like a plane,
though?
The pure direct experience is that it isn't a globe or plane. It's neither.
Okay, how is it not a plane, though?
Yeah, and also you're going to globe, though. Like, you're here defending the globe, and then you're saying, well, I don't experience it either way. I mean, well, what's the point of that statement in this context?
Okay. I feel like we're sort of piling him here. Let's stick to, I guess, one sort of conversation, one sort of topic at a time. So as you've respectfully answered, that it, given that you were, a complete blind eye raised with the wolves, you would have not, given no external information from indoctrination or whatever, that, the Earth is a globe, right? If you were given none of that, you wouldn't believe that it is a globe, but you would also say that it is not a flat plane. Now, may I ask, what's the word, deters you? What sort of brings you away from the idea of us living on a flat and stationary plane when everything that exists on a flat surface? Now,
okay, so Tap, you said not to derail it, and then you basically took the conversation right to where I took it to. But thanks.
No, that's not okay. Right, that's not, I guess, sort of what I did. I said let's follow one sort of conversation and we'll carry on through there. A conversation holds many topics, right? So I was going to say, for example, I'm looking at my table right now. Everything's sat on my table. My table is sat on my floor. My floor is sat on the ground, and the ground is relatively flat to where my house was built, right? So if everything exists on a flat and stationary plane, and I can measure the water, and I can see that the water is always level, whether it's in my bottle or in the ocean, right? I can always tell you that it is level, right? Because I've tested that. What gives you, I guess, sort of the reasoning behind you not thinking that the Earth could be flat? If my question makes sense, you'd like me to reword it?
Makes,
shorter?
No, it makes.
You
I
understand?
follow.
You
I
understand?
follow.
Okay. Cool.
Well, I think I follow. Can I re-express your question? And if I'm wrong, then interrupt me.
100%. Go
ahead. So like, just thrust me into a world where I kind of don't know anything, and I've been presented with two models. One is that it's a globe and gravity and spinning and blah blah blah, and one that it's flat and stationary and blah blah blah. So I think you're correct. My like visceral, this moment in time, I don't feel any emotion. The flatness depends if I'm at the beach, I guess. Maybe if I'm in the mountains, maybe not. Like just the visceral, like this moment in time. What do I see? Stationary, definitely. Flat, depends. Then we go beyond, and the globe people say, well, like, we're moving, and that explains these things, and you say we're not moving, and so then I've got to make sense of the stuff that I see: sunrises, sunsets, tides, stars, etc.
That's easy.
There's seasons, sure, whatever. There are competing explanations for these things.
Yeah, but the Globers
then
take
really,
it a step
and
beyond what we all experience every single time. They take it a step beyond what all of us experience universally, and they add a bunch of stuff into it that they can't confirm or verify. We all agree on the base axioms. They go beyond that, and they can't prove any of the stuff that they go beyond with.
I guess I don't dispute that, but it's just not necessary for me. Like, you could say it's going to rain tomorrow, and then are you right or wrong? And like,
I don't know.
You have to prove like your ability to infer what's going to happen in the next hours or whatever weather from.
Yeah,
from
I'm not talking about
now.
fortune telling though. I'm just looking at what's outside your
Is
window.
that
That's all.
Is saying what the weather's going to do over the next 6 hours
Yeah,
fortune
Roland,
telling?
I told you I'm not fortune telling. I'm just looking at what's outside my window. That's all.
Do you think predicting the weather over the next 6 hours is fortune telling?
It's a calculated fortune telling, I guess.
A calculated fortune telling.
Educated. But I'm not talking about making predictions though. I'm talking about looking at what is. What's here, what's already around us. I'm talking about looking out my window. I'm talking about measuring the ground and seeing whether or not it curves off. I'm not talking about asking, will it curve? Maybe someday tomorrow. Will that happen? No, I'm talking about right now. What is this?
I don't think you're being like 100% genuine, because you just said, just now you said, measuring the ground and seeing whether it does blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So you did want to make a prediction. You wanted to predict that the ground would do this or that, measure it, and see which of the predictions the measurement supported.
No, Roland, hold on. It
So
doesn't matter if he did or if he didn't. It doesn't make any damn difference. I'm going to tell you exactly why. Because it's the base axiom. All right, the Earth is flat and stationary. So I observe it as flat. I observe it. I feel it as stationary. Now the question is, what evidence do I have from that point onward to the contrary? Because if I don't have any evidence to the contrary, there's no logical reason for me to believe anything to the contrary.
And that's why I've been saying that Globers add a bunch of extra sauce on top of what we all experience and agree upon as axioms. Like, I mean, I heard you in the middle of his sentence saying, yeah, no, I don't agree that that's the axiom. But you did agree just before that. You said, yeah, I don't really feel motion. I can't really tell that it's a ball. You already agreed to it, even though you wanted to deny it in the end of in the middle of his sentence. So,
A little bit of a tricky position for me, but Tap is raising an objection, which I concur with.
Okay.
Right.
And Orion, I think we designated you the arbitrator of these things.
Absolutely. No, I mean, again, no disrespect, Central. I completely respect you and your point of view and your input. However, sorry, AFK.
Okay, well, he didn't want me to talk, but he's away from his keyboard. Does anybody else agree? Or is it just him saying that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Again, I was going to say, I am back now. But, I do completely respect you, but, this was, again, a one-on-one conversation with Orion.
Oh, it's a one-on-one in the live stream room. Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go to the one-on-one room then?
Well, I mean, we sort of initiated it here.
Yeah, we just didn't make it clear to you, Central. I probably should have.
Apologize.
Let's just call it my foul. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all good. Right. So,
all right.
Roland, just taking it way back. So you did say you observe it. So as you observe it, you said stationary, definitely. Right. We can both agree on that, 100%.
Stationary.
not so much, right? Yeah, feel stationary, 100%. Flat, not so much. And you
Yeah, the
said
flat thing, whether it feels flat or not depends on where I happen to be, what I
exactly
happen
right.
to be looking at.
So where you are, I think the point of misconception where I guess you may be misunderstanding, I guess, the whole ideology of what it is that it being flat and it being the Earth. We talk about how the surface of the Earth is flat instead of the entirety of the Earth being flat. That would be, obscene to say the entirety of the Earth is flat. Okay, because we clearly have topography, right? Mountains, hills. We've got trees. Okay, trees aren't flat. We've got buildings and everything. So we understand that it can be flat, but measured from point A to point B on a level surface, the most level surface being either ice, either really really long ice, or a large lake, a large ocean. Whenever we observe a distance, from point A to point B measured, and we put it through any sort of curvature that the globe curvature measurements. So a distance to a horizon measurement, for example. This is where the black swan may come in. But whenever we measure it with the radius that they give us in the globe model, we see no curvature. We see beyond what we are supposed to see as the alleged horizon from the globe model is supposed to be at one point, but we see way further. Way past that. Situations where we see 10 times further than that. So forcing the main focus on, I guess, the point is that whenever we say flat, we mean the surface measured. Obviously, there are mountains and hills, but from point A to point B over a flat surface of the Earth, we will obviously measure it flat. The flattest surface being one of the, an ocean or a large ice lake, if you want to call it.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like I misspoke a little bit. I do not want to. I am definitely not attacking the flat Earth argument based on like mountains or valleys or hills or whatever. Like topology is topology. People ask me, what's my direct experience? And where I happen to be living right now, if I walk outside, it's hilly and mountainous. And so my direct experience, if I walk outside right now, is absolutely not flat. Like if that's all I take, if I walk outside and look, it's freaking mountains. It doesn't look flat. So I will not yield on that. Like if you ask for my direct experience, that's what it is. I did grow up next to the ocean. I know what that was like. In some ways it does look flat. In some ways to me it doesn't. I don't know. The one thing that I've never debated any flat earther on is stationary. Like, I can balance a salt shaker on its corner. It doesn't feel like there's any motion at all. I agree completely. Now, this bigger question about like what's the shape beyond our direct experience? How do we decide? How could you and I agree? Given our direct experiences and what they are, now we've got to go beyond that. We've got to make some assumptions, conjectures, whatever. How do we do it? How do we come to an agreement about what we're seeing? Any ideas? I mean, I come from the completely opposite world than you. Any ideas how we could meet in the middle?
100%. Now, just to go back over, I don't know whether I was, I guess, daydreaming about you saying this word, but did you mention the word shape of the Earth?
I could have. Shape is a thing. It could be flat. Could be a sphere.
Right. So, flat isn't actually a shape. Believe it or not, it's a descriptor, right, of a shape. So you can have I don't know any good examples of a flat, but flat.
I can give you one. Can I jump in? I don't want to interrupt, but
go ahead.
A geometric plane is a shape for sure. And flat. When I said flat, I kind of meant geometric plane, and when I
Right.
said globe, I sort of meant geometric sphere. So while I agree with you, flat is a descriptor, I was sort of referencing geometry, and when I said globe, I was also referencing geometry.
Okay, awesome. So in terms of dimensions now, because obviously we observe flat, we can see from point A to point B without any curvature. We can observe flat, but in terms of dimensions, well, we can dig down. We understand that there's depth, so it is not just thin as paper. And even paper has depth, but we observe a flat and stationary plane with depth. So that leads us, I guess, you could say an assumption of us being on I don't like to use this word often, but a disc-like or a box-like plane. Okay?
Or you could even just say just a plane. Like, you don't even have to put limits on it, right? Like, it could go forever. Who knows?
Right, yeah, exactly. And we haven't been beyond that point. So we cannot determine a shape, as you or per se, of the Earth, but we can tell you a lot about it, and we can tell you that it is, number one, definitely not curved, and number two, it has, from point A to point B. Again, I always like saying this: no measured curvature, no observed curvature, over a long distance. So that leads me to determine now it's no longer belief at this point in time that the Earth is indeed a flat and stationary plane, geometric plane.
Okay, so if I'm picking up what you're putting down, so to speak, you and I kind of walk two different roads. We both lived the same sort of life experience. We both walk outside. We both see the same sky, same ground, same trees, whatever. I have been told that we're spinning the motion of the shapes in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars. Those are all because the Earth is moving. And you've been told that the Earth is actually stationary. And I feel like a lot of this comes down to, how do you and I decide which of those stories is true, if any?
Well, my easiest answer to that would be, first of all, I would like to say that I believe me and you have had the same education. See, I was raised to believe that it was a spinning ball in outer space, going at these crazy speeds with these crazy things moving around it, with all the gravity and all the curvature and everything, right? And it was beautiful.
When did you think that the speed was crazy?
Oh, well, since it was told to me. I mean,
like first grade, kindergarten, before.
Oh, well, I don't remember exactly when it was told to me, but I mean, I know when I was a lot younger, I guess 14 and below. I guess 14, 15 is when I really started, I guess, testing whether this is true or not, testing whether I am moving, testing whether there is curvature, testing, all sorts of stuff, right? Testing space and all of that.
Okay, so you're saying, in I don't know what country you're from, but it doesn't matter. Like in high school or whatever, post elementary school, post primary school, you you doubted what they were saying, physics, chemistry, astrology, astronomy, like all those things. You felt like they were not telling you the truth.
Absolutely. It was really, I guess, a moment of realization for me, where I had a conversation with with a few people, and I guess they sort of led me on the track. But really and truly, anecdotes is not direct evidence. I think everyone in here can agree on that. I think you can agree on that. Anecdotes is not direct evidence. Your words, the words that come out of your mouth, the words that come out of my mouth, are not direct evidence to a fact, right? I could tell you that I'm 85, right? That's not direct evidence, okay? So it's all about testing for yourself, testing the, physical properties of the Earth, testing the chemical.
If you'll spot me, if I can be a little bit contrary. You saying that you're 85 actually is direct evidence.
Wrong.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you are 85 or convince me, but you saying it is definitely direct evidence of your age.
Okay.
So and that may even be telling. Like, if we ultimately deduce that you are not 85, the fact that you ultimately did claim that initially could tell us a lot more. I don't know. It is evidence doesn't always have to be direct evidence. It's just a piece of data, right? Like, what you make of it is really what's important.
So,
don't you agree?
I'd have to disagree, personally. So, direct evidence, in my eyes, and anyone else can either agree or disagree with this, and it really doesn't matter. But generally speaking, direct evidence is again, yes, you're right, it is a piece of data, but this piece of data needs to be accurate, and when tested, it needs to be valid. So let's go on with the example. I'm 85. I tell you I'm 85. Everyone, Tap is 85 years old. Now this is the piece of data. It's been submitted. Now, upon testing it, well, we can test it in many ways. We can get together. We can meet up. You will see physically. Number one, I'm not 85. I won't look 85. I won't act 85. I don't sound 85. I hope. We can then look, at my parents. If they are still here while I'm 85, which I hope, we'll see that they have birthed me, and they can tell you that I'm not 85.
These are additional pieces of evidence, yes?
These are additional pieces. These are additional pieces. I wouldn't say that they're direct evidence yet. We can then move on to documents.
Well, what would be direct evidence of your age?
I'm getting onto that. So we can say that there are government files or government, pieces of information stating that Tap was born at this date at this time. Hello? Telling you that I'm not 85. Okay, I'm 18 years old. But yeah, that tell you I'm not 85 years old, and I am indeed 18 years old. I guess that's as close as we can get to a birth certificate or an identification.
So government documents are direct evidence?
No, that's not what I said. In this instance, it would be. It would be the closest thing that we can get for this example.
Why does this instance make government documents a reliable direct evidence?
Well, because in this instance, my birth has been documented by the government, or it's been documented by whoever documented it, sent to the government. It is a purely a birth certificate, and it tells you that I was created on this day, or I was born.
But to take up a purely antagonistic position, the moon landing was documented by the government as well.
Sure thing.
So why do I need to believe your birth certificate, but not the moon landing?
Well, because that is purely.
But they're both government. They're both government documents.
You mind if I interject for just a quick second? Does him being born violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics? So there'd be no reason to question that, but there'd be a good reason to question the moon landing and going to the vacuum of space, or the vacuum of space existing to begin with.
I think a person could very well want to fake their birth certificate in order to attain citizenship for a country they aren't actually citizens of, or for many, many, many other reasons. Drinking out of age, getting cigarettes, getting their parents' health care.
Hold on, Roland. Most of those people would want to get to America, right, Roland?
I don't know.
Hold on. Most of those people would want to go to America, right, Roland? Most of those people would want to go to America, right? Correct, Roland?
No. There are.
Which country would they go to, Roland? If they could go to any country in the world, where would those people go to?
There are countries that have more favorable.
America. They go to. The point policies. Is, he obviously has an American accent. Roland, Tap has an American accent, so. So he was probably born here. He has no reason to flee anywhere else until this place collapses.
Wait, what?
Anyway, the point is, you can't equivalate this guy being born. Roland, you can't equivalate this guy being born to the moon landing. All right. Him being born doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. That's a false equivalency right there. Continue, guys.
Okay. Sorry.
So
Go ahead.
I'm debating
Go
two
ahead.
people, and that's okay because it,
No,
it is a flatter server. But the it's not a false equivalency. The question is, can we trust government documents as primary evidence?
That's a lot of damage.
Thank you, Justin. That is a lot.
You
of
can
damage.
consider it, but it's not the end all be all. Like, I don't know how old TAP is, you know?
Exactly, and government documents, would they really persuade? If Yoke Smasher, if we gave you if we gave you TAP's government certified birth certificate, would you believe it without doubt?
I would have to have a reason to not believe it, I guess. But
Interesting. So you feel like some government documents are acceptable and some aren't, based on how you feel about them?
Nope.
Objection.
No.
So yeah, I would have to say no. Number one, Yoke Smasher didn't say that, and number two, it is a false equivalence purely because my birth has been documented since I was born. Whether you'd like to believe, now I put emphasis on the word believe because this is purely a belief because it is a document, a government document. They're not all accurate. They're not all invalid, right? Because I could say, TAP said, let it be on this time at this day and submit it as a government document and it could get approved. And that would be a fact, right? And I would know because I've verified it. However, if it is something that, again, violates natural law, so again, the second law of thermodynamics talks about gas pressure and talks about how space is a violation to said law, right?
Gas pressure being just force over area.
Gas pressure being the force
over area
that a gas exerts on a container, right?
No, you can't pressure. You can't pressure of all kinds. Pressure means force over area.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. Pressure means force over area. Period.
Pressure can only be, physically obtained. You can only measure and test pressure when in a contained system.
No, I can put pressure on you with my open palm. Pressure means force over area.
And that's too...
I'm not entirely sure, but I think Roland might be right about this, but this is still not, saying those words is still not what I would love, which would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity, which you have provided none of. You have not done that. So there's no reason for me to believe that it exists.
And even more so, it would be better to move back to TAP. I have a question. If I give you a birth certificate that is got the government seal on it, and I say the government was present at this birth, this person exists, like I've got the government documents. You take my word for it? That's direct evidence that proves the person I'm claiming exists because I have this piece of paper. You're good to go.
So sorry, I didn't know if Orion was going to answer that.
No, if he does, I'm asking you, Tap. I'm asking you if I've got a birth certificate issued by the government for a person, you believe that person exists without question. Period. That's direct evidence, and it proves it.
No. Well, not necessarily. No.
Yeah, after he's answered that question, I want to add on to that.
Why does your birth certificate prove anything about you?
Well,
surely it does.
So I didn't say it proves directly.
Why is it even good evidence for?
Well, because number one, it is marked the date that I've come to Earth. It is it is official to some sort of level, meaning it hasn't been written by just anyone. It hasn't been you understand that it couldn't be forged.
Why couldn't it be forged?
It could be. Let's just call it record keeping. So it's record keeping that we hope is accurate. It's not evidence. Okay. But Tap, something I want to point out to you about this is that the burden of proof. I had a lot of fun talking with Roland, and before that, I think Matthew learns about this, which is that the burden of proof that Roland has and Matthew learns for the 1969 moon landing. The burden of proof that they have, the standard of proof, not the burden of proof. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say burden of proof. I meant to say the standard of proof that Roland and Matthew Learns have for the 1969 moon landing is exactly the same, not anywhere above or below, but exactly the same at the level of standard of proof that Bigfoot believers have for the existence of Bigfoot, which is two things, basically. It goes down to eyewitness testimony and photographs and videos. There are photographs and videos of Bigfoot. There's a lot of eyewitness testimony for Bigfoot. I don't believe in Bigfoot. I sure as hell do not believe in Bigfoot. But a lot of people do. And I don't believe in the 1969 moon landing. But there's a lot of eyewitness testimony. Well, a lot less, but still eyewitness testimony and photos and videos of the moon landing. I don't believe the moon landing happened. I don't believe in Bigfoot. Roland here believes in the moon landing. Probably doesn't believe in Bigfoot, but the thing is I think Roland's kind of, and I don't mean to be insulting here, but I think you're a little bit crazy for not believing in Bigfoot and still believing in the moon landing at the same time, because your standard of evidence, it fits it. Same thing with Matthew.
Okay.
I don't know why, at this point in time, I'm just wondering myself why you guys don't believe in Bigfoot.
I hear you. And I'm just gonna make a nod towards Tap. You kind of left the moderator role between me and Tap, and have entered the arena.
No, well, I was trying to teach him something, but
that's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna reply. I want to reply with a question first, though. What do you expect a Glober to say is the difference between the moon landing and Bigfoot?
Well, I'm talking about the evidence for it. The evidence.
Yeah. Like how do you think a Glober would react to saying moon landing Bigfoot? What you just said. Like, what do you anticipate?
I don't know. I guess they just simply say what Matthew said, which is that I just simply trust the eyewitnesses for the moon landing. I don't trust the eyewitness for Bigfoot. That's pretty much what his answer was.
I see. That's a little.
So I don't know what I would expect someone to say.
Okay. My answer is that the sources of Bigfoot and the sources of the moon landing aren't equivalent. I don't.
That's the same answer, pretty much.
Hold on. Let me get the full answer out. First, I don't necessarily trust. Like the people that have posted Bigfoot, if I look at other things they have said, it doesn't jive. But the people that have said things about the moon landing, if I look at other things that they have said, it does jive. Then on top of that, and I think this, maybe I should have said it first because it's probably more important, is the quantity, the number of people willing to vouch for Bigfoot is considerably fewer than the number of people willing to vouch for directly having participated in the moon landing.
That's actually completely false, Roland. That's completely 100% false.
The number of people that have directly observed...
I don't even believe in Bigfoot, and I'm just going to tell you that's false. I don't even believe in Bigfoot.
Interesting.
I'm going to tell you that's false. No, there's a lot more people claiming that they've seen Bigfoot than there are people that have claimed to go to the vacuum of space. A lot more people. There's thousands of people. Literally thousands. There's hundreds of people that claim to have gone to the vacuum of space. Hundreds. Not 1,000 or more. There's thousands of people that claim they've seen Bigfoot. So that statement you just said is false.
No, it's not. We just kind of crossed ships in the night. I'm saying people directly involved in the moon landings. And not people directly standing on the moon, but people just involved.
I was just counting the people that claim to have gone to the vacuum of space. Whatever.
Right. That's a much smaller number. Sure.
Well, but that's the way. Hold on. That's what we're equating the claims to. These are two extraordinary claims. So no. Well, no, I am though. So the extraordinary claim, two extraordinary claims is one extraordinary claim. I went to the vacuum of space and I orbited around the Earth, or I went to the moon. And then the other extraordinary claim is I saw Bigfoot. These are both extraordinary claims that require extraordinary evidence. and without extraordinary evidence, they can both be dismissed.
Right. But the thing is, if you, I mean, this is so hypothetical and convoluted. But if you were making the claim that you saw Bigfoot, and you said, I went to Siberia on these dates, and here's the photograph that I took, and if you look at this photograph, clearly you can see Bigfoot. Okay, that's great. But then if you can get the pilot that flew you to Siberia, and you can get the Sherpa that provided your, food, and the people that made the base camp, and the blah, 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 blah. And the more people that you can bring to say that you actually were there and actually did take that picture, it helps. Like it just is different. I don't
right.
Like,
So
I get you. I get you.
It's a more detailed story. So wait,
Bigfoot is a big joke, right? We can all agree Bigfoot doesn't exist, and it's a big ha-ha. And look,
the moon landing's a big joke, Roland.
Exactly. I get you. I get you.
Roland.
I get it. I get the joke. I do get the joke.
I fear that so this conversation started off really well, between me and you and Orion. However, I feel like you're just becoming more and more fallacious as you go. I mean, you said if someone took a picture of Bigfoot,
I'm fielding Bigfoot conversations, dude. How serious am I supposed to take it?
I mean, you're supposed to take it serious enough to back your point up.
If Orion said, I took a picture of Bigfoot, and he had a long list of people willing to vouch that he was there, and they saw him take the picture of Bigfoot, and that Bigfoot really was there, it makes a big difference.
That's another fallacy.
Then you would believe it, Roland? Then you'd believe it?
I don't know.
That's another fallacy. Argument.
I don't know. It didn't happen. I don't know.
You shouldn't,
It does make a difference. It does make a difference. I don't know if I believe it.
Roland, what you just did there was just a fallacy. Argumentum ad populum. That's appeal to the people. Okay, appeal to the popularity.
No, it's not. It isn't.
Of course it is.
I'm saying people that were specifically directly involved and willing to offer up their own testimonies and reputations. That is not appeal to
secondhand information. Tap. What it is secondhand information.
It isn't even
exactly information. So here's the thing.
It's not. It isn't secondhand information.
Let me do this real quick. Okay, let's say I were to go to talk to the owner of the server or one of the admins of the server, and I would tell everyone.
Server? What server? Okay. We're doing a new hypothetical.
Right, a new hypothetical because it follows the same principle of, I guess, it follows your thought process from what I can gather. Now, correct me if I'm wrong in saying this.
Well, hold on.
But this is what
Just
you
slow down. There's a good chance that I'm gonna sound like a jackass Glober because I'm gonna take the what I think is logical answer. So go ahead, but I'm gonna give you my honest answer, even if you lead me into something that has an obvious right answer. I'm gonna give you my honest answer.
Again, it is an unlogical, I guess, approach that you're taking because you're being very fallacious with, I guess, the way you're, coming across things. You're saying, it's just, appealing to a population of people. But let's say I were to go to the owner of the server and tell him that I was 85. Now, I want the owner of the server to tell everyone to understand that I'm 85. Okay, and tell everyone this story that I'm 85. So you'll see Orion saying I'm 85. You'll see Godrockin saying I'm 85. Fladdy saying I'm 85. Does that mean I'm 85? Is that direct evidence of me being 85 years of age?
So am I in the world where you're either 18 or 85?
Well, I'm 18, but I told the owner of the server.
Yeah. But what am I choosing between? Am I choosing between either you're 85 and 84 or 85 and 18? What's the what am I having to evaluate?
There's no choice in between this. This is either whether you understand the fact, remember the fact that I am either 85 or I'm not. Or I'm not. Okay? Or I am not. So would you accept as a fact that I am 85 if I told the server owner to tell everyone to tell you that I'm 85?
There's probably nothing that could happen to convince me that you were 84, 85, 86, 87,
there
18,
we go.
19, 20. There's probably nothing that could convince me of anything of your age from what you're giving me.
Perfect. So, what convinces you that people have been to the moon? Apart from remember, you can't use.
Let me answer. Let me just answer. No more qualifications.
Okay.
I have talked to Helio many times. And like, I think Helio's basically a good guy.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah. If Helio said, I actually met Tap and like we had dinner and Tap is not 85. I would believe that you are not 85. Like Helio seems credible to me, and if Helio offered me evidence, like his verbal testimony, that would weigh really, really strongly because I think Helio is credible.
Okay.
And so then if Central said no, he's really 85, I'd be in a conundrum because I've got like competing testimonies and then I have to decide who's more credible, and that sucks. But that's a realistic situation, right? Like you've got now people who I think are credible saying different things, and I have to decide.
Okay. Well, this again,
and that's the moon landing. The moon landing is people that I think are otherwise credible. Saying they landed on the moon.
Have you watched Astronauts Gone Wild?
I've seen more moon landing debunking stuff than I can stand. So please don't. Please
don't ask questions. Have you seen a movie?
You can ask questions. It's just exhausting. I have.
So you say Bart Sibrel is not credible in the hours of that, and everyone in this room is not credible.
No, I'm saying, what if Helio tells me that Tap is not 85, and Central says he definitely is 85. Central says, yeah, I met with him too. And Helio says, no, you didn't. I met with him. And now, now it comes down to, what do I choose?
Yeah, you got to make your own mind.
I choose to believe the moon landing, dude. You can throw a lot of stuff at me, and I choose what I choose.
Okay, right. So this okay, right. A few things I need to. It's like an itch on my back, okay, and it needs to go. You've been saying,
but I hope you don't feel like I'm being like mean or anti-flat Earth or anything.
You're good. 100%. Because I can totally understand your standpoint, and I can totally understand the fact that I would have been here. I would have been in the same position that you are about 3 years ago, when I really understood that the Earth was indeed flat. Before I understood that the Earth was indeed flat, I was arguing. I was saying, no, but this cannot be because this person told me it was. This person's telling me it wasn't, and this guy's stupid because he believes the flat Earth, and he probably wears a tinfoil hat. This guy.
Please let me interrupt.
Okay. I haven't made my point yet.
Moon landing, and flat Earth are not the same thing. Whether or not we landed on the moon, and whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a flat plane are two separate things. They're not the same. Like if I could say, yeah, we landed on the moon, but it's flat, or like, fuck no, we didn't land on the moon, but it's flat. Like I don't want to. They're separate things, right?
I mean, they are completely separate things because if we did land on the moon, it would mean that we've traveled to space, and if we did travel to space, it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Do you see where I'm going with here? Alternatively, if the Earth was indeed flat, we wouldn't be able to violate.
I've tried, and I honestly have never understood this second law thing.
Well, gas pressure. All you need to know is that high pressure goes to low pressure.
That's true.
Right? And tries to fill its equilibrium. So if we have a high pressure here and a near perfect vacuum there, why is it not rushing from here to there?
Do you know what question you're not asking? What made the pressure?
What made the pressure? The containment.
Why did containing it? Why did it? Doesn't make any sense. Why did that make pressure?
Because properties of pressure require containment.
What properties?
The properties of the gas. I guess the gas moving freely. You'd understand. If you've taken a physics lesson. This actually came up on one of my physics exams not too long ago, where there was what. Did I passed. I'm not sure yet. I didn't get the results. Pretty certain I did.
Summertime. How do you not know if you got the results? That's fucked
I get them in August. So yeah, whatever. It's because I did them recently. Anyway, it was talking about a pressure cooker, and it was telling us that as soon as the seal is lifted, pressure flows straight out. Well, we understand that the pressure inside that pressure cooker is being created because of the containment that's in it. As soon as that containment is breached, as soon as I lift up the little tab thingy on the top of the pressure cooker, it just completely equalizes, right?
Yeah,
they're on the inside.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't completely equalize.
Well, like completely. I don't mean completely. I mean completely. Right. I mean it equalizes to the point where if you were to leave it as an open, it's just like
No, it doesn't. You can't just wave away. You can't just wave away the inconvenient numbers. Like it does not equalize.
I'm not waving away any inconvenient numbers. I'm just saying that it equalizes.
Doesn't it equalize? Why doesn't it equalize?
Why doesn't it
equalize?
equalize?
It does not equalize. Why not?
It does not equalize fully because there's a pressure gradient. See,
Why?
because the denser gases go to the bottom and the less dense gases because of the density layers, because of the density of the object. The density of the object is relative. If you're going to keep on saying why, I'm just going to keep on explaining it. The density of the object is relative.
Tell me the physical law that models it, and I will stop asking why. Give me a mathematical equation that models what you're saying, and I'll stop asking why. And by mathematical equation, I don't just mean math and life and blah 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 blah. I mean, give me something that makes a prediction, and I'll shut.
You're making this really hard for the 18-year-old. Okay, here, specific gravity. There you go. Are you
I'm
happy?
sorry, 18-year-old. You shouldn't come to such a hard place if you don't want hard questions. You think it's easy for me to come here?
Specific gravity. Okay, here.
Specific gravity. What is specific gravity?
The density of an object is relative to the median that it's in.
Okay, why does that matter?
What do you mean, why does that matter? That's the reason of
give me the
density
equation.
layer.
Just give me the equation that predicts where something will be.
I can link you to the equation if you'd like.
Link it away.
Okay.
Give me time to digest.
All good.
Please don't let this be Matthew from Australia. I know it's Mitchell from Australia, but I like to call him Matthew from Australia.
Okay, here you go. I'll actually just put this in the chat. I think this will work. Let me see. I'm getting a bit too old for technology, apparently.
How can that possibly be?
Exactly, right? Alright, give me a sec. There you go. I'm going to put it in the live stream voice text.
I'm watching. I'm looking. My eyes are glued.
So, Artie, specific gravity.
I think Orion, as our moderator, silently abandoned us.
Oh, he's gone? That's okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Well,
we're doing pretty good, though, aren't we?
We are. We're keeping it controlled.
Self-moderators.
Hell yeah, that's it. Right. So relative density.
Relative density, RD, or specific gravity, SG, is a dimensionless quantity, as it is the ratio of either densities or weights. All right. This looks very much like a Wikipedia screenshot.
Indeed, it is. Yep. Taken straight from our reliable wiki.
Yeah, you do realize the Globers have debunked this to the point that they generally vomit it the debunk at you. This is as aggravating to Globers as many things are to flat earthers.
And how so?
Because it doesn't predict anything. Tell me about artillery fire. Tell me about an apple falling from a tree. Tell me about your car stopping at a red light. Make an autonomous driving car work using this. It just doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. None of the things I said can be predicted by what you have posted.
So I'm not a specialist in artillery, and I am, I don't drive.
But what about driving?
I don't drive that often, but I can, I'm not a mechanic, so I'm not 100% certain on how all that works. But I can tell you about an apple falling from a tree.
Okay,
apple
really?
has density.
Okay.
Air.
Whoa. We're not. The question is not does it fall to the ground. The question is how fast. Where is it? Like the moment the stem breaks and the apple starts falling, the question isn't just does it go down. Yeah, I agree. It goes down. How fast?
Okay. Let's say
Use your post to tell me how long it will take the apple to hit the ground. In
absolutely.
milliseconds.
I could do it without my post.
Okay, do it.
And I'll tell you that your question is very circumstantial. First of all,
no, the apple
absolutely
stem. The apple stem broke. And then the apple hit the ground.
Exactly right. Hey, now here.
All I want you to do is tell me how much time elapsed between the stem breaking and the apple hitting the ground.
Okay. Let's say there were 2 apples on this tree, right?
No, just one. Just one apple. Just one apple. The stem broke. The apple hit the ground. How long did it take?
Okay. Well, seeing as your, I guess, example is very circumstantial, and I'll get to that in a moment. I will approximate, depending on.
Okay.
From the ground.
I threw a basketball at the basket. I threw a basketball at the basket.
Okay. Right.
You saw me throw it. You saw it leave my hands.
Yep.
How high did it go? In the arc that it followed on its way to be nothing but net, because that's all I throw. How high did it go?
Okay. How much air was in your basketball?
You tell me. You tell me.
You're the one who threw it.
You specify all those things.
You're the one who threw it.
It's a basketball, dude. I grabbed it off the floor and threw it. You tell me all of those things. I just want to know how high it got on the arc on the way to something like that, or how long the apple took to hit the ground. Tell me like any of these things.
Well, okay, believe it or not, I have 4 arms, and I'm holding 2 basketballs. One of them that's pretty flat.
Right, and you're 18 as well, right?
Absolutely. I'm holding 4 basketballs. 2 basketballs. I've got 4 hands, and I'm holding 2 basketballs. Okay,
let's do it.
Four arms.
You really wanted 2
Let's
apples.
go.
You really want 2 basketballs.
Let's go. Right. So, in my 2 left hands, I've got one very, very tiny mini baby apple. Okay, it's just about just barely classifies as a apple as an adult.
How many grams? How many grams?
Right. Well, I mean that doesn't matter in your eyes, does it? I've got a really
saying
big.
It's a baby apple. Just give me a number. How many grams?
10. Right, let's say 10 grams. Okay, and I've got one in my other left hand. I've got a apple, and it's pretty big. Let's say 500 grams. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
10 grams, 500 grams.
10 grams, 500 grams.
That is a substantial apple.
Right. And now I've got a basketball that is very, very flat. I mean, I'm talking like almost as flat as a pancake. You know how it like turns inside out?
No.
Right?
No. I've never seen such a thing.
Oh, you've never seen? Oh, that's a shame. I think you need to experience that. Okay. Now let me continue with my point. Very, very flat basketball, and a basketball that's pumped to where it's about to pop. If I were to drop all 4 of these things at the same time, release them from my hands, right? Let's say I'm holding them like holding them with my palm facing down and my I'm clawing them.
Whatever. You don't have to be okay.
I hold all of them and I drop them simultaneously, right? Let's make the assumption that I dropped every single one at the exact same time.
I got you, boss.
Every single one of these 4 objects will land at a different time. Would you agree? Yes or no? Given we're in the same medium, every single one of these objects, right, with the 10-gram apple, 500-gram
Which
apple,
is the 10
really
the
flat.
10-gram apple is very small.
Very, very baby, yeah, tiny baby apple, and 500-gram apple, flat basketball, and a really pumped basketball. All of these will land at a different time. Or if I were to throw them,
let's do it. All different times. Let's do it. Go. I'm all in. Different times.
Absolutely. So now,
we don't need no fucking moderator.
Absolutely. So, what would you have to say to that? They all fall at a different time.
All predicted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No problems. I could predict, if you describe them properly to me, I could describe each of their individual times that they might hit the ground.
Okay, well, an assumption or a
You
prediction
can't. You
is
can't
not a
do that.
fact.
You can't do that, but I can. That's the
Well,
difference. That's the difference. The thing you posted from Wikipedia about specific gravity cannot tell me when those things hit the ground.
well, of
But
course,
my worldview can.
if your model
And
claims downwards
honestly, like this is my
acceleration,
biggest proof of like globe Earth as anything. Like
you're cutting me off.
my
Holden.
physics can. Okay, I'll stop.
You're cutting me
I'll stop.
off. I think we need a moderator.
No,
We should
I'm
talk about
moderating.
something that's not boring as fuck.
Right? Okay.
I'm self-moderating. Self-moderating.
So the fact that your model claims a 9.8 meters per second downwards acceleration of objects falling down is absurd, because if I were to drop all four of these objects at the same time, they would not land at the same time. They would not travel at 9.8 meters per second, therefore hitting the ground, because they are dropped from the same level at the very same time. They will not drop and they will not land at the same time.
Don't straw man.
It's not a straw man.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not.
Nobody, no glober that's being honest would say 9.8 meters per second.
Squared? Is that what you want to say?
It's important. It is very, very important.
Apologies. See, I don't keep up to date with bullshit. I mean, your model. So
yeah. So I don't know why you have a problem with it. Acceleration needs, like, I don't know what the problem is here.
The problem
like,
is
that's one number. That's one number in an equation, and if we put all the numbers into the equation, it does exactly what we say it will do. We being globers, like if you put all the numbers in the equation, it's all correct. So I don't know why, like, picking on one number somehow messes things up. Like, everything will work out.
Well, I completely
exactly we say. Like, do it. Do your experiment. Do your experiment and apply actual globe nonsense to it and see what happens.
Well,
do what
I
you
think
just
something.
said. Do the thing you just said.
I think something you need to understand is that
because you could find a 500 gram apple. I'm sure of it.
a 10 gram apple, 500 gram apple.
We can make those things. We can.
You know a guy?
I do. His name is Orion.
All right. Oh shit! No, he's gone, bro. He's gone. We don't have an Orion anymore. Fuck. Okay. All right. Anyways, going back to it, I think something you do need to understand, realistically speaking, is that whenever you do have the claims that the globe Earth makes in the globe Earth model, it makes many different claims. So it can make claims that are true, that are not. It can tell you that the sky is up, and whenever we look up, we see the sky, right? Or we see the ceiling.
Look, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. If you construct a model of anything, the model can be wronged. You're right. You're right. I spot you. That you are correct. Models are not de facto correct. Okay.
Absolutely.
You win.
So,
you win.
Whenever I drop, my let's deal with only two this time. Let's say we have our 10 gram apple, baby apple, and our 500 gram.
What is going to be different?
Apple. The speed that it drops, right? It will drop at a different speed. They will touch the ground at a different speed because they're at a different density.
Sure.
Well, absolutely. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. Do I get a badge?
you get the badge. You get the pass. You get the pass. Yeah, you get your Flat Earther role now. Formerly Globe Earther, now reformed into a.
But I'm not reformed. It's still a globe. You failed.
But it's not a globe. But it is not a globe. We need to. Okay, we need to step back. Okay,
you need a new role. You need a role. Should have been a glober by now. Should have been a flurf by now.
Should have been a flurf by now. I think we've got reality denier. I think that you got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have been a flurf by now. Should have by now seen. Should have by now seen what's up.
Should have by now taken the initiative to test and validate the Earth and validate the 85-year-old tap
You're
at his
not
statements.
85. Helio told me.
Well, Orion told you that I'm not. Who are you gonna believe?
Okay, look.
Yeah.
Between Helio, who's never really done me wrong, and Orion, who abandoned his moderator post without warning. Who do you want me to believe?
Well, I don't think you should believe anything, and I think you should directly test that for yourself, because a belief is nothing but a conviction or an opinion.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. Right? Absolutely.
I said it first.
Well, I said it second, and two's a higher number than one. Okay, right? Don't try me with this shit. Okay. Anyways, and that was a good conversation. I feel like we've done a lot of learning. We didn't you did this, you did that. Well, we did that a few times, but I mean, it was all fun. It was all good and fun. And
it is true. It is proof that if you wait until the very, very, very middle of the night, civil conversations can happen in 24/7.
Absolutely. You don't hear people shouting over each other all the time. Well, we had a bit of that as well at the start. But I mean, it all works out, okay? And everything happens for a reason. So I think you should go outside.
I don't think either of us have really tried to shout over the other. We've both kind of just eased off and let the other person talk. I don't know. This is
Yeah. I mean, that's how some people, I guess, in the server handle it. They always, try to, prove themselves right by just shouting over it, because loud equals right. Am I right? It's like
loud and slow equals right.
Oh yeah, loud and slow equals right.
You got it.
Absolutely.
Because loud and fast is angry wrong.
Shit, you're. Oh wait. Let me try something. The Earth is flat.
Oh my god, right? I think you might be right.
Got it. Boom! Fucking yes! Woo! Another one bites the dust. Let's go. Awesome.
Yeah, dude. The Earth is not as flat as you wish it was.
It's pretty flat, man.
Unfortunately, it isn't as stationary as you wish it was either.
Oh, it's absolutely stationary. I think we agreed on that at the start, right? Or
no,
is this where you pull a reverse card on me?
I want to be, just for the live stream record, it feels stationary.
Wow. Okay, I see what you did there. So you played the long game, right? Fair enough. I tip my tippy hat to you.
Dude, in terms of Globers that I've met, I am as green as they come. I thought that I'd been here a while, because I've been here a few months. And and other Globers, I mean, they've been I've been 6 years, and I've been fucking in the flirts. 6 years?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be here 6 years from now, man.
I mean, to be fair, you are a very I guess sort of easygoing, Glober. You understand you understand your concepts. You understand, the definitions of certain words. Some words not so much.
like flat or level,
like flat or belief. Yeah, but or round. But it's
the important words. The important words.
Just the important words, right? The ones that link directly to the server topic. No,
I mean, you know what a cupcake is. I'll spot you. You know what a cupcake is.
Right, but I mean, honestly, you're really really easygoing. I sent you a friend request as well. But you, I guess, there's a guy. I don't know if he's in the server anymore. I think he might have joined back. He left temporarily, but he's back. Octane Weasel. He's pretty big around here. He's a Globerther, and he's very very chill. So chill that most of the time, I catch him in chill chat and everything like that. We catch up with each other, just talk about games and everything like that. Because he's he's genuinely a nice guy to have a conversation with, and he's not some idiot who will say, oh yeah, we share a lot of common interests, we like the same music, we like the same games, but I'm right and you're wrong because I'm a globe earther and you're a flat earther and flat earthers are stupid, right? He will, he's a very very nice, chill, respectful guy, and you and him have the same, I guess, sort of behavior and sort of mannerisms. Now, and I thank you, and I totally respect you for that. I respect you, quite a lot.
Well, to be fair, you're a pretty easy guy to talk to. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get on your ass, like, if you make a mistake or two. But if if it's something that goes on, again and again and again, I'll correct you on it. I'll point it out that you've done it, like the fallacy thing, or definitions of certain words. But
I feel like I could, I honestly, like, I feel like I could handle some criticism from an 85-year-old. Like, you've been around the block. I could take it.
Absolutely right. I've been around. Yeah, no, for sure.
So
I have a question.
So you and Octane, do you have a favorite game that you like?
Honestly, Apex, I guess, is like one of the games that we have in common. Apex Legends, right? And his name is Octane Weasel, right? And Octane's one of the characters in Apex, for those who don't know. But
What's the earliest game? What's the earliest game you feel a connection with?
Earliest game I personally feel a connection with?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to say Minecraft. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am 85 after all, right?
I mean, sure. Why not go way back?
Well, we can say
go ahead and say Mario Kart.
We can say Pong. Okay.
A Pong. Oh, really?
Pac-Man. Right.
Right.
Absolutely. Right. But yeah, no. No, honestly, Minecraft really, I guess, hits a soft spot for me, because I just remember, being really young. Again, I am actually 18, being really young, and just spending my time in
Okay.
the original Xbox.
You are still really young.
I am really young, but like I'm not as young as I was. You know what I mean? When I was like really, really young, I mean, like toddler Tap, or like Tap that could like walk but not run. You know what I mean? Without falling on my face.
Right. Yeah. When I was in diapers, I liked Minecraft, but
Hell
I've
yeah.
moved on to Call of Duty.
Hell yeah, I've gone on to killing people, like Siege, right? But no, honestly, like it's just like it really brings me back every time I play the game, because it's like I remember the first time I ever played it, first time I really enjoyed it. It's just it's a really, really long time ago. And
okay, so here's my tip to you. If you wanna cut through the cuff and know how old somebody is, just ask them what game they connect with, and they'll tell you how old they are.
Fair enough.
They'll tell you accidentally.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Because if they go like, I don't know, like game I connect with. Well, okay, yeah, boomer.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot. Right.
So I don't know. Just saying, like, what game do you connect with? People will tell you how old they are like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I was right. Yeah, at the start I was like, it's about learning, and I guess we've both learned something. I know how to identify anyone's age at any time if I feel like it, and that I am 85 years old.
I know that you did not say, actually, like you threw out Pong later.
Absolutely. So it just took me a second, right? Because I'm 85, right?
But I'm not gonna lie, like no boomer is gonna go Pong.
Listen, it's one of the first things that came to my head. Okay, only 18 years young.
If I wanted to like pretend like I was a boomer, what would I say? Pong. I'd say Pong. Snake.
Oh,
I played
sorry.
Snake.
You want me to say Tetris instead? Right? Tetris, fucking. Oh, dude. Ugh.
I did not get it. I don't even. I have my parents don't let me play games.
Really?
So yeah, I'm still, dude. I'm in preschool.
Oh my god! Wow. I mean, I knew that, right? You're a globe believer, so of course. Full offense. I mean that with 100% offense.
All right, man. Well, regardless, I got to bounce, but this was fantastic. So I hope we do it again.
You said you got to bounce?
I've got to go. My parents put me to bed.
So let's say I had 4 arms, right? And in one of the arms, I had a really flat basketball.
Isn't there a Hindu god that has like?
There is. I think it's Lord Shiva. I think he has 6. I think he has 6 arms. 6 arms. Yeah.
Okay, so supposing that you were sheep.
Right. Let's say I had 2 basketballs. How would you, I guess, 6 basketballs, right? In each hand. How would you, I guess, estimate using your 9.8 meters per second squared? How would you calculate how far you would bounce using that formula? With the left being the flattest and the right being the most full.
Oh, that doesn't actually. Oh, I see.
That doesn't work, right? Welcome to Flat
Dude.
Also, no, 100%.
You and me are gonna go to math class. I swear to fucking God.
Absolutely, dude. We're gonna be in the same like physics class one day, and we're like, oh shit.
And I'm gonna make you pass.
You're gonna make me pass.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you pass.
Absolutely not. I will tell you all about the second law of thermodynamics, right? You said you don't really understand
you're
it
not
yet.
gonna tell me about it. You don't know anything about this.
Absolutely, I definitely do. Okay, maybe about a year ago I did.
Okay. Go ahead and copy pasta what QE thinks he knows about. Go ahead, give it to me.
QE is a very knowledgeable guy. But I mean,
he's a super knowledgeable guy. He's. I don't know anything that he. I've never heard him say something he doesn't know.
Right? I mean, he might revise every now, which is always great, right? He might revise what he's going to say, which is always a characteristic of someone who is
Except for the Bible. Except for the Bible. Don't revise the Bible.
Hey, Tap.
Hey. What's up?
Ask Roland about triangulation and trilateration.
I don't think so.
What do you? I gotta bounce. But what do you want to know about trilingues? What are those words? They're
Roland,
so tricky. You're trying to trip me up.
I think what Flatty was trying to say is your favorite instrument the triangle?
No, what he's trying to ask me is what is the difference between locating yourself using directions, or what is the difference between locating yourself using distances? That's what he wants you to ask me about.
Well, I mean, the way triangulation works is it takes, like a triangle, 3 different points.
No, it doesn't take a triangle. Dude, stop.
Not necessarily.
Just pause.
Okay,
just pause.
Roland knows about this subject. We've talked about it before together.
Yeah. Pause to tap. Pause. Go look those 2 words up on your Wikipedia and come back tomorrow. And don't make an ass out of yourself tonight.
You're telling me a triangle doesn't have 3 points? Is that what
I'm telling you that what you think triangulation and what you think trilateration mean are probably wrong.
Oh, trilateration! I don't know a damn thing about trilateration.
Exactly. So just stop.
Triangulation on the other.
If you don't know trilateration, you don't know triangulation either.
Well, I mean, I understand it to a certain point. Like, seriously,
it has the word triangle in it?
No. Not just because it has the word triangulation in it. I think I've got a few files, actually.
Flatty, help him. He doesn't believe me. Help him.
Yeah, Roland knows about this. We had a bit of a long conversation about trilateration, triangulation, and finding yourself using points.
Who won, Flatty?
Nobody won. I don't.
Yeah, it wasn't. We just talked about it. It wasn't there.
Who won?
I
just want to know who won. Who?
No, see, I'm actually testing you, Roland, because obviously I'm a very wise guy. I'm a very 85-year-old guy.
85.
I'm very 85, right? You have some people who are just 85. I'm very 85, so
I'm so 85 I could buy booze if I wanted.
I can buy the alcohol. Anyways, obviously I was testing you and seeing if you knew that there is no actual point of winning. It is all about learning, which is something I said right at the start.
Did I pass the test or
fail
the test?
No, you failed because you mentioned 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyways,
I had a quiz that I was. Pin again. I had a quiz I was asking people for a while. It was a lot of fun. You would have enjoyed it.
Okay. Well, do you still have it, or so
I don't have the paper anymore? But I sent it to some people. Maybe I can find it for you.
My Discord. If you ever come across it, just drop me.
I wrote it. I mean, I wrote it, so I mostly remember it.
Cool. I mean, if you want to run it by now, I mean, you did say to bounce, but you could run it by now if you'd like to.
Oh, from memory right now? No, not a chance.
That's all good. Right. Just drop me in my DMs or drop it in the chat. Mention me, something like that.
Oh no, I would do it in the live stream so that you felt embarrassed.
Oh, okay, right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's not a way to talk to your elders. Okay, Roland.
That's
you
true.
you did say you were in elementary, right? You gotta respect your
Yeah.
elders. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I've yet to learn these lessons.
I hope you bounce like a very pressurized basketball. Okay. Have a lovely time. Okay.
Pressurized basketball? Not a flat one.
No, not a flat one. Because I have very high hopes for you. Okay.
Well, good sir, I hope you bounce like a flat basketball.
Oh, I don't bounce. I just tap out.
I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Absolutely.
Face planted right in a telephone pole. That's bad.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, okay, you win. You know what? You win the night. That just.
Hey, it's not about winning. It's about learning.
Yeah, you learned tonight.
Yeah,
you schooled me.
I learned tonight.
Okay. Where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
I see you.
Jackass. You heard that before.
You said it earlier on.
I did. Just late. I gotta go to bed, man. My parents are on my shit.
Good night, bud. Take care.
All right, man.
Oh Lord. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the what is that? Saturday morning crossover of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. I think you guys are. I found out what we can't see forever. Humidity. I think that you guys, should have a lovely night, lovely rest of your night. If anybody's listening to this, if everyone's listening on the live stream, I hope you guys take care. And yeah, just stay safe. Love one another, unless you hate them, in which case it's completely your opinion. But it's always a good thing to. I don't want to say it. Love thy neighbor, right? I think you guys should just respect one another and take care. Why am I stalling, bro? Is this like an intermission or something? This is like an ad? No. Right. Take care, you guys. I'm gonna tap out. See you guys. Peace out. Bye.
Is that sponsored by the Alphabet Organization?
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sixth. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to brevity. You don't have no gravities. Your head's just a cavity. That's just a simile. Science cannot see. It's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, help and humanity. You gave your sanity. Freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity. Lies fear scrutiny. Objective reality. A global fatality. Public pageantry. Lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call the university a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The stolen your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free. Don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me. No knowledge is free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see. It's just a 43. What's in bacon, take a knee. Stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points. 3 undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality with genial generality. A hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into your socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
It is Photoshop because it has to be. Who knows the altitude of where gravity starts enacting with helium? Because it damn sure ain't on the surface, but they say it's holding it in the atmosphere. So I'm just trying to figure out what's that altitude.
So the problem with this whole thing, if you ask me, is that you would think that they could mention other reasons that people are flat earthers. Like the fact that NASA has been lying about going to the moon for 50 years. The fact that they took more photos on the moon than is even possible. Even when you multiply it out by the amount of people on the moon, the amount of time they were on the moon, you take all the images, take in the time that they were on video that we know of, and they would have been taking photos at a rate of like 1 every 10 seconds the rest of the time they're on the moon. Completely and totally impossible. Or that water always finds its level. Or the fact that surveyors don't take perspective into account, even though we know 100% that things appear to get smaller with distance. Or that we can see Canigoo from 1,000 feet high when it's 175 miles away. I mean, we can either admit what we see, or we can trust men who tell us that we actually don't see the mountain chain, that you see the sun and the moon cause mountains to rise a few thousand feet, displaying themselves perfectly for you at the horizon line. Or they don't mention the Chicago skyline, where the globe calls for the buildings to be hidden completely. But we can look at the Skunk Bay footage, the time-lapse footage, and see how weather affects our views of distant shores and how atmospheric effects can account for everything that we see and everything that we can't. Or how they explain our observations without assuming the Earth is a giant ball in space, just like density and buoyancy can completely explain gravity. And the only thing they can't explain, of course, is how the Earth became a sphere. No, gravity, this unseen force, must exist because everything must pull to the center. It's required by the model that has been built on for hundreds of years. How about ignore asteroids and meteors, or who chooses which gravity? Einsteinian, where it's isn't a pull force but a push force because mass bends the fabric of space-time? Or is it Newtonian gravity? Which one are we actually looking at? Don't mention that NASA trains in a pool, as if this training was anything like space, with somebody swimming behind you carrying all your cords and handing you all your tools. If that doesn't happen in space, why the hell would we practice like that? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. How about the idiotic design of the ISS, that no engineer would ever put every operating cable and control and cord and multiplexer, demultiplexer, all of it they put on the outside of the craft? It makes no sense. It's actually embarrassing to think that any engineer would come up with that design. The impossibility of it, or that it's maintained and cleaned by a 3-person crew. I mean, that is ridiculous. The amount of cleaning and dusting and everything else that would need to be done on that, and the seal protection, and it's just not there. If they get a leak because they're little O-rings, well, you got a leak. Then you do a spacewalk, I guess. Don't mention the $53 million a day. That might be a little too much for people to grasp. Like, what do you mean? Who gets $53 million a day? NASA does. What do they do with it? I don't know. Launch rockets about once a month into the sky. They go pretty. And then they do a sonic boom from the sky, and people like Red's Rhetoric have an orgasm. Oh, that's the only thing I really noticed. Let's see. We don't mention that there's no cameras on the moon looking back at Earth, because if we can get to the moon so easily, we can put all these robots there, and we can put the LRO to go around and take pictures. We can do all that. What a godsend it would be to sit a camera on the moon, face the Earth. There would be no more questions about eclipses. We could show it in all the schools, but they don't have it. Wonder why. How about the fact that there's no 24/7 video feed of the Earth from the craft that's in orbit of the Earth? Nope, it's on the dark side sometimes, so we gotta shut off the cameras. Otherwise, we'd have to beam them off satellites back to Earth. Whew, that'd be way too hard. Don't mention that there's boats over the horizon. Big mistake there, but that wasn't mentioned by IFL Science. Yeah, the fact that, hey, when boats go away, they disappear behind what looks like the horizon to your eye. Pull out your camera, zoom in, and there's the boat again. Yeah, imagine that. It didn't actually go over any curve, did it? They don't mention that. Yeah, leave out the idea of plane flights that make no sense on the globe, ones that travel from southern South America up north to, say, Frankfurt, and then down to Dubai, or down to Johannesburg. Don't mention any of that. That might make people look into it. How about the lack of undersea cables from Australia or New Zealand to South America, or the lack of cruises between the same two places? They don't mention that at all. Don't mention the Earth.NullSchool site removed the AE map once people started to catch on to the fact that everything made sense on the AE map. They didn't mention that, did they? They didn't mention that the jet streams on a flat Earth make sense versus the supposed 300 mile per hour easterly jet stream in the south that is spinning 300 mile per hour faster than the Earth in the direction that the Earth spins. That's still a big one, and people can't grasp it. Take a basketball, spin it on your finger, and then realize if that was the Earth, that there has to be a wind going in the same direction as the Earth, 300 miles per hour faster than it. Does that make sense to anybody? Sure, shouldn't. How about the problem with the east-west on a globe, as I showed last week? Or trying to think of these off the top of my head. I don't know. Coriolis. We have a problem with Coriolis. It does not exist on a spinning planet with an attached spinning atmosphere. Wouldn't make any sense. Or that we have no evidence of a gas atmosphere without a container. Or no proof of a 93 million mile distant sun. Look at my video called Scaling Indifference, telling us that we can adjust the sizes and distances and the observation remains the same from Earth because it remains the same angular size. Or the idiots like Brian Cox, who actually said, and I quote, "Nobody in human history, as far as I know, has thought that the world was flat." Let me say that again. This is a quote from Brian Cox, cosmologist or physicist or theoretical jackass, whatever one he is, said, and I quote, "Nobody in human history, as far as I know, has thought that the world was flat." So I guess Brian Cox in his college education may have missed when they talked about the Babylonians. Did he miss when they talked about the Egyptians? Oh. How about names like, I know these are rare, you may have never heard of the Mayans. I don't know if you've heard of them. How about the Hebrews? How about the Incas? How about the Navajo? How about the Norse? How about the Hindu? Nobody in the history of human history has, as I know, has ever thought the world was flat. That is a jackass statement if there ever was one. But or they tell you that you can easily see the 240,000 mile distant moon, which is a joke in and of itself. Even though the inverse square law tells us that the light on the moon would be about at 1,000 miles from the moon, the light of the moon should be 65,000 times as bright as it is from Earth. Give me a break. It's impossible. Go watch the moon landing films and tell me those guys are standing on something that is 65,000 times as bright as we see it from Earth. No freaking way. It's a lie. It's all a joke. So, you can get into, there's so many more. They didn't bring up the Foucault pendulum, which of course is their proof of the Earth spinning when it wouldn't even possibly work if the atmosphere moved along with Earth. Think, people. Use your heads and think, if there's an atmosphere sitting on a spinning Earth and the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then there is nothing that would be affected on the Foucault pendulum. Please use your head. Please don't just trust people who try and tell you that they know what they're talking about, because guess what? They don't. So I just wanted to go over that video real quick. I want to check out some of my SAO COM 1A mission footage that I just filmed of this rocket launch from SpaceX down at Vandenberg. Other than that, thank you all for joining me, trying to keep it quick and to the point. Get those out there just so you can realize that those 7 things are just meant to keep you from looking further into it, which is up to you. Again, you can believe the lie if you want. You can be done. You can say, I live on a ball spinning in space with endless planets and endless stars and the endless universe and endless galaxies. And you can believe all that. Go to bed. Have a good night. That's all you have to do to believe a lie. Or you might have to look into it a little bit. You might have to start digging to see that we've been lied to on a mass level. So I appreciate everybody so much for watching. Thank you so much. If you want to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/Jaronism. That'd be awesome. Join the crew over there. Appreciate all my patrons so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all that you do for me. Thank you a ton. Also, if you want to help me out in an easy and cheap way to support this channel, you can go to Jaron. Sorry, that's wrong. You can go to j.mp/JaronAMZ. All you have to do is type that in before you shop at Amazon, then do your normal shopping. You pay your regular price, and I get a percentage to help me make more videos. So if that's good for you, you can do that. If you hate me and rather I didn't make any videos, I've got a suggestion for you. Go to my channel name, click on it, go to About, click on it, and then block my channel. You'll never have to watch another one of my videos again. How happy are you? You live on a ball, nobody's questioning it, you can continue in Fantasyland for as long as you want, and you can buddy up and be best buds with I Frickin' Loathe Science, the coolest website ever for idiots, basically, who love science. And they love it so much because it means they can just be lazy asses and don't have to ever look into anything, because science already knows. They've already proved it. Men, a long time ago. They did it. So, other than that, I appreciate you guys watching and remind you always to do your own research, because if you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Other than that, nothing else. We'll see you next time. This has been Jaronism, and until next time, peace!
Hey, it's your boy J-Rock from Sunnyvale Trailer Park, you know what I'm saying?
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
What's cracking, y'all? Let me be the first to officially welcome y'all motherfuckers to my brand new joint.
According to the globe model, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity. Based on the alleged globe circumference of about 25,000 miles, the Earth must curve away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. The formula is simple and accurate over all visible distances and has been proven by engineering software. At just 10 miles, there should be a measurable curvature drop of 67 feet. 20 miles, 267 feet. 60 miles, 2,400 feet. To calculate what amount should be hidden behind the alleged globe bulge, you can use an online calculator like this one. We can prove that this curvature does not exist. For example, in this video I filmed the opposite shore 21.03 miles away. You can see both the laser source and its reflection on the water. That laser in the opposite shore should have been between 218 to 223 feet below the globe horizon. No curvature is present. At a different lake in freezing conditions, the source of this distant laser should have been 168 feet below the curvature. No curvature is present.
Minutes, need an hour. What are we gonna do with the other 55 minutes? You know what I'm saying? That's how fucking hard the rock pile is.
If the Earth were a globe with a curvature drop roughly equal to 8 inches per mile squared, and the surface of the Earth and its atmosphere allegedly rotated at approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, as claimed by the globe model, you'd assume those claims would be vital to NASA and the military for modeling and building aircraft. Instead, you'll see through declassified documents that government agencies and their contractors repeatedly assumed a flat and stationary Earth. For example, this NASA document assumes a flat, non-rotating Earth. Georgia Institute of Technology, on behalf of NASA, the model used is a flat, non-rotating Earth. Technical memo from the NASA Langley Research Center, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Memorandum, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA publication on the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model, flat, non-rotating Earth, and flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA contractor, flat, non-rotating Earth, and flat Earth assumptions. NASA Ames Research Center, non-rotating flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, a flat Earth approximation provides the best estimate. NASA Technical Paper, stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Memo, a non-rotating Earth. MIT Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics, flat Earth, flat Earth. NASA Memo, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Contractor Report, assumption based on the Earth is flat and non-rotating. NASA Technical Memo, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Paper, stationary atmosphere and flat, non-rotating Earth assumptions. NASA Technical Note, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Langley Research Center, flat, non-rotating Earth. Army Research Laboratory, these equations assume a flat Earth. Even the Soviets made their assumptions based on a flat Earth. If the Earth were a ball and rotated at 1,000 miles per hour, you obviously would not see the repeated engineering assumptions that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Two things motherfuckers gotta know about Jada the ROC, straight up, you know what I'm saying? First of all, I spin more rhymes than a lazy Susan, and I'm innocent until my guilt is proven. Peace. Represent Sunnyvale, straight the fuck up.
According to the globe model, there is a point on the globe where the alleged curvature of the Earth begins to obstruct distant objects. Under the globe, this point is referred to as the horizon and is marked by an X on the diagram. One can determine the distance to the alleged globe horizon in miles by taking the square root of the observer's height in feet and multiplying by 1.225, or you can simply use an online calculator like this one or this one. We can prove there is no globe geometric horizon and therefore no globe. In this test, infamously referred to as the Black Swan, with a camera height of only 1 foot, the globe horizon would have to be closer than a mere 1.2 miles. 1.2 miles would be the maximum distance to the horizon under the globe. But the closest platform on the right was 6.2 miles away, and the platform on the left was 9.4 miles away. As you can see, the horizon is miles beyond, 9.4 miles, belying the globe model. In this video, with an observation height of 105 feet, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 12.6 miles. But the horizon is well beyond the third platform, that's 26.4 miles away. Again, there is no bulge and no geometric horizon. The globe fails. For this test, filmed by an engineer, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 8.2 miles. Instead, the apparent horizon is well beyond 14.6 miles. The globe fails. For this test, filmed by a PhD, the horizon would have to be closer than 2.3 miles. Instead, the apparent horizon is many miles beyond 11.2 miles. You can even see a boat further away and perspectively higher than the base of the wind turbines, proving there is no curvature whatsoever, not even an inch. The globe fails. In this video, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 1.9 miles. As you can see, the horizon is beyond the bird rack that was 11.2 miles away, proving the globe faults. Again and again, the globe geometric horizon is proven to not exist. Therefore, the globe cannot exist.
And this girl over here, you know what I'm saying? We used to be real tight. Now we're alright, but we still roll together, you know what I'm saying? You could roll with shorties like this too, you know what I'm saying? If you buy J-Rock's Trailer Park Girls Gone Wild.
As I have proven, and will continue to prove, when visibility is high without miraging, we see way too far in total contradiction to the globe model. Because of these repeatable observations that anyone can perform, the only counterclaim the globe propagandist has is refraction. As though refraction has this fairy tale property that inexplicably removes all evidence of giant bulges of Earth curvature. The globe faults. As shown here and in countless examples, refraction is real. It compresses, it stretches, it distorts, it obscures and mirages. You can see it with your own eyes. But the globe propagandists have hijacked the term refraction and took this observable reality and deceptively changed refraction into an imaginary Earth curvature removing device. In my last video, I shared this footage proving the Earth is flat. The globe horizon was supposed to be closer than 2.3 miles, but the horizon is many miles beyond 11.2 miles. The globe bulge was supposed to be blocking 25 feet of the first turbine and blocking 53 feet of the furthest turbine. Instead, you can see the base of the turbines getting perspectively higher instead of sinking below the supposed Earth bulge as the ball would require. The globe propagandist's only counterclaim is that refraction caused the Earth bulge to disappear without a trace and then reappear miles beyond 11.2 miles, all without affecting the 6 turbines in between. I hope you already see that the refraction claim is without merit. I filmed this footage as my wife walked from the top of the beach all the way to the water's edge where she placed a 4-foot mirror into the water 6.3 miles away. I filmed her the entire way, but the globe curvature was supposed to be hiding 12 feet. But look at this still from the video. There is absolutely no distortion of the distant shore. But this 12 feet here should be behind the curvature of the Earth, like this. Did that 12 feet hop the curvature without causing a cascade of distortion? If 12 feet jumped the curvature, wouldn't it then overlap the 12 feet above it, causing manifest distortion? Are we to believe that every inch up to at least 100 feet uniformly arced perfectly over the curvature to present this flat, non-distorted distant shore? Ridiculous. In this example I shared in my Flat Earth Fact Video 1, the distant shore was 21.03 miles away. You can see the non-distorted distant shore. 223 feet should have been hidden behind the Earth curvature, but none of it is. If 223 feet hopped over the curvature, where is the manifest distortion, as that 223 feet would then overlap the 223 feet above it? There is zero evidence of this refraction distortion, and the mountain behind evinces the same. At the same spot, I then filmed my friend's laser that should have been 218 feet below the horizon. Not only did I film the bright laser source, but I also filmed the reflection of the laser source on the water, which would have appeared somewhere around here on a ball. Think about that reflection on the water. Bear in mind that the reflection would have been angled away from my point of view, but the giant bulge supposedly just disappeared, and everything in the distance wrapped around the Earth curvature perfectly to keep the image intact. Furthermore, if that nonsensical refraction event happened, why didn't the bulge itself jump up and still continue to block the laser? How did refraction affect everything but the closer giant bulge, but instead made the bulge disappear? To the honest and reasonable thinking person, the refraction argument of the globe propagandist is utter nonsense and should be shunned as such.
You got degrees of black, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of different motherfuckers are different kind of black, you know what I'm saying? T's right here, you know what I'm saying? And like Lionel Richie's right here because he ain't that black, you know what I'm saying? Especially after the Commodores, he's practically not black at all, you know what I'm saying? You got Michael Jackson, who's like a white black, which, you know, can be shortened to wax.
According to NASA, there were no pictures of the Earth from space from 1972 until 2015. 43 years without a photograph of the Earth from space. Quoting Robert Simon, who is NASA's lead visualizer, NASA's website reads, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of a globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. We'll talk about the fake Apollo moon missions later, but 43 years is still shocking to most people. This is the 2002 Blue Marble that hangs in many classrooms and was even the wallpaper on your iPhone. It certainly looks real, and most people would think it is, but it's admittedly a fake image created by NASA. According to NASA, then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface clouds and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous Blue Marble. So, this phony globe was designed to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. Yet, it looks as real as anything produced by NASA. In fact, faking space seems to be an admitted NASA standard. According to Wired magazine, in this article titled, How NASA Visualizes Stunning Worlds Without Really Seeing Them, Making Space Seem Real. Images sure don't come straight out of Space Telescope looking press release ready. Each visualization is the result of artists and planetary scientists collaborating to convert blips on a data readout into something that looks like a planet, all while remaining scientifically plausible. Making space seem real. Matching people's expectations. Scientifically plausible. I don't care how you whitewash it. This isn't science at all. This is propaganda designed to make you believe in outer space. After the admitted 2002 Blue Marble fakery, NASA claims that they took an actual photograph of the Earth from space in July 2015. That's the first alleged photograph in 43 years. Here it is. Of course, this alleged 2015 photo doesn't look much different than the admitted fake globe image of 2002. NASA artists can admittedly create fake images of the Earth that look real, and so why would anyone believe this one is real? If flat maps can be wrapped around a ball to create a fake globe, then why couldn't they even wrap weather radar data onto a globe in real time? That's exactly what they do. But let's take this first supposed photograph in 43 years, rotate it, and zoom in. The word sex is spelled in the clouds. What's even more strange is the fact that it closely resembles a Greek 666. You know, the mark of the beast from Revelation. Again, this isn't cherry-picking one of thousands of images. This is the first supposed photograph of the Earth from space in 43 years, and it just so happens to have either a sex or a Greek 666 spelled in the clouds. Regardless, NASA's admitted standard of fakery to making space seem real is enough for any sensible person to reasonably doubt anything produced by NASA and its subsidiaries.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking the face of the earth trying to judge a J-Rock. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right?
You're saying, know what I'm saying, too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
Take a gas, vacuum of equal volume, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume.
Is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
When you suggest that you have space, therefore second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply, it's a begging the question fallacy. So often I will ask fundamentalist religious zealots, beyond your fundamentalist religious zealot belief that the sky is a vacuum, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because the natural instinct of a fundamentalist globe-believing fundy, it's a bit redundant, is to beg the question of the sky vacuum and then tell us that obviously the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply because the gas isn't filling my presupposition that the sky is a vacuum. Well, that's a begging the question fallacy, to assume that you've got a sky vacuum and therefore not require a justification for its violation of that particular law. That would be an entropy increase, or standard gas law. The volume that you would calculate it with would be the volume of space the gas has to fill. And if the sky was a vacuum, that would be an availability of volume for the gas we breathe to fill. And fill it must. That's what gas does. It expands in all directions. So the gas we're breathing, which is at pressure, would fill the sky vacuum. Now their response is often to say, well, we have a gas pressure gradient, which is merely a delta of the original question and assertion when you've got a sky vacuum belief. How can you have gas pressure in the first instance without a container? And they would say, well, a delta of gas pressure gradient is something we experience. It's like, well, how did you achieve the gas pressure in the first place without containment? And the answer is you can't. It stands directly in violation of several natural laws. Without the container, there can be no pressure. Therefore, if the sky was a vacuum, as asserted in the heliocentric rhetoric, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. Outer space, claimed to be a vacuum, is fake. Therefore, any claims from that claim to be sky vacuum are automatically fake, including but not limited to pictures of Earth from space. The region is fake, second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, the pictures claimed to have come from the fake region are also fake. Orbits in a sky vacuum, which is also a begging the question fallacy, which I won't detail now, is claimed to take place in a fake place called space. Therefore, automatically fake. Same goes for satellites. All debunked by the second law of thermodynamics and several other laws of nature, descriptions of how things occur always. Standard gas law, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law. These are all violated by the assertion that we have a sky vacuum. We don't. And any stage performance that comes from that region is also fake, including the ISS, taking place on a stage on Earth, on high wire, not in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. You can't have orbital mechanics without an assumption of the R value, and we've debunked it with the black swan. But orbits is always going to be a begging the question fallacy to begin with. Nice that we can debunk it with one breath. We debunked R. Bye-bye orbital mechanics. Bye-bye globe Earth.
Nathan Oakley, 1980. Follow his, he does flat earth debates every day. Nathan Oakley is my favorite right now. I love Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, me too.
He demolishes people.
Absolutely.
J-Rock, do the, you know what I'm saying, fly.
I'm saying, I'm saying, no, I'm saying, no, I'm saying, I'm saying, no, I'm saying, no, I'm saying, saying, no, I'm saying, I'm saying, I'm saying, I'm saying.
I love that.
Fuck this, I'm out. Gnomes. Hey, you wanna see my new one, boy?
Yeah.
The motorbike, know what I'm saying?
Those are awesome, J-Rock.
Pretty tight, ain't they?
On May 27th, 1931, Auguste Piccard became the first man to reach the stratosphere at an altitude of 51,775 feet. That's much higher than the maximum cruising altitude of all existing commercial flights. In this Popular Science article, Piccard described the Earth as follows. It seemed a flat disk with upturned edge. Then in 1933, Russian aeronauts reached an altitude of 62,304 feet. That's higher than the maximum cruising altitude of the Concorde jet and higher than the alleged commercial flights of the MiG-29. This is how Popular Science described the aeronauts' experience. Looking down, they tried in vain to detect any curvature of the Earth's horizon. Of course, Piccard and the Russians should have seen the curvature of the Earth at those altitudes, but they didn't, even though they wanted to. Kudos to them for their honesty. Although I will be sharing high-altitude balloon footage at much higher elevations proving there is no curvature and no axial rotation, these testimonies from these unbiased aeronauts in the 1930s evince that no one you know has ever seen the curvature of the Earth belying the claims of the globe propagandists.
You know what I'm saying? So I know you ain't really acting hard with me, right? Because you don't want me to step to you, you know what I'm saying? And take you down, dog. Because I'm about to pop! And this here room is what I call liquors of the world, dog. You know what I'm saying? Look at all the shit the motherfuckers bring back. It's your passport to getting drunk. Blood, blood.
Loran was a naval navigation system that was originally developed during World War II and was allegedly used until the 1990s. In short, it worked by two radio towers on the coast that would transmit radio waves across the ocean. Using the Loran system, a boat then could use the difference in the timing of the radio signals to calculate the vessel's location. These two Loran stations, Ciscasset and Bodie Island, for example, were 482 miles apart and could be over 1,000 miles away from the vessel. Using the distance between the Sisconset and Bodie Island stations as an example, the Sisconset station was 625 feet tall, with an added elevation of approximately 10 feet. At that height and distance, according to the dimensions of the alleged globe, that would make a target hidden height of 135,000 feet or 25.4 miles. That means that the Bodie Island Tower would have to be 14,000 feet higher than this weather balloon to have a line of sight with the Sisconset station. But the Bodie Island station was only maybe 150 feet tall, and these signals reached vessels over 1,000 miles away. Furthermore, look at the angle of the tower. The radio waves would be pointed towards space under the globe. There was no Earth curvature shadow blocking any signal from the Loran system. The official explanation is that the radio waves, traveling at the speed of light, mysteriously hugged the surface of the Earth and wrapped around the curvature, inexplicably jumping bulges of water and earth dozens of miles tall. Defying logic and reason, globe claims always include some extraordinary, unproven tell why the Earth curvature simply disappears without a trace. Simply stated, the Loran system is another indication that the Earth is indeed flat.
Is that it's not always easy to freestyle, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers can relate to that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, we're told the Earth rotates at 15 degrees per hour, one rotation per day. If a plane were taking off from the North Pole at a distance of 1 mile from the geographic North Pole or literal axis of rotation of Earth, that would be a 6.28 mile circumference. That circumference would cover 6.28 miles in one day, or just about a quarter of a mile per hour. If a plane takes off from that runway and heads south towards the equator, it must, by mathematical fact, by physics fact, somehow accelerate its angular momentum that as it was taking off from the North Pole was only just about a quarter of a mile per hour, must somehow, when it's going to land at the equator, have accelerated over 1,037 miles per hour of angular momentum. It has never been proven physically that planes do this. There has never been an instrumentation, reading, or measurement provided to prove that this is what airplanes do when flying from north to south towards the equator. And vice versa. A plane taking off from the equator is carrying 1,037 miles per hour angular lateral momentum and must somehow lose over 1,000 miles per hour of that angular momentum in order for it to land safely at the North Pole, that is again only moving at a quarter of a mile per hour. This proves the Earth is stationary, and as many NASA and other government documents proclaim, when doing flight tests, they assume a flat, stationary plane. Globe proponents will tell you this is just because it's an easier way to test things without making it complicated, and so the pilots don't have to do all the difficult math. I would submit to you, because there has never again been any physical proof of their mathematical claims of rotation and conservation of momentum, much less acceleration or deceleration of angular momentum that these planes carry, that it is more likely that the Earth is just flat and stationary, and that's why these government documents state this. Until someone can provide mechanical measurement of airplanes either gaining 1,000 miles per hour of angular momentum or losing it going from the equator to the North Pole 1,000 miles an hour of angular momentum. This is proof the Earth is a stationary, level plane, just as the government's own documents state. Thank you for your time. The Earth is flat and stationary.
So if I'm writing about crime, you know what I'm saying, I gotta do crimes, you know what I'm saying, to get in that headspace, you know what I'm saying? So I was writing some rhymes of like a sexual nature, right?
On October 14th, 2012, Felix Baumgartner officially reached an altitude of over 128,000 feet. His ascension took approximately 2.5 hours. His launch site was here, and his landing site was here. He landed 44 miles east of his launch site. According to the globe model, at the equator, the ground is allegedly rotating at 1,037 miles per hour. At the 33rd latitude, where Felix was located, the Earth is supposedly rotating at 867 miles per hour. So, if the ground was rotating at 867 miles per hour, then Felix should have landed roughly 2,000 miles to the west in the Pacific Ocean. Obviously, he didn't land in the Pacific Ocean. He actually landed 44 miles east of his launch site. That's the same direction as the Earth's supposed rotation, and absolutely the wrong direction. The alleged rotation of the Earth did not affect Felix's 2.5-hour ascent to that extreme altitude one iota. The globe propagandists want you to believe that the rotation of the ground somehow transferred all of its motion to the air above it, as though air constitutes a solid block stuck to the ground. They also must claim even the thinner upper layers of the atmosphere miraculously speed up to keep up with the ground below, as though the air can be connected to the ground like spokes on a bicycle wheel. The globe claim is patently absurd. In reality, the ground cannot effectively transfer its motion to air. Moreover, the layer of air close to the surface cannot then transfer its motion to the air above it, and so forth. If the Earth did spin as claimed by the globe model, this would result in a 1,000 mile per hour westerly wind, making life impossible. According to Dr. Carl Schofer, but we know of no body the parts of which have much less connection with each other than is the case with the air. The air layer next to the Earth, really dragged along by the communicated motion, would not be able to communicate its motion to the layers above it, for the simple reason that it stands in no connection with them. These upper layers must therefore remain in their place, or, which would signify the same thing, would apparently flow westward with the same rapidity with which the Earth is said to rotate to the east. Now, since the point on the equator, if the Earth rotates on its axis in a day, must move eastward at the rate of 1,250 feet a second, the air would similarly move 1,250 feet westward in a second, which would more than 10 times surpass the velocity of the most fearful hurricane. We cannot perceive the rotation of the Earth in any way. We cannot demonstrate it. There are no air currents which we can justly regard as, or even supposed to be, consequences of this rotation. These facts ought to be proof enough against the existence of the rotation of the Earth. Must it not appear almost absurd in us, preoccupied by what they have taught us in school, to accept a theory of the rotation of the Earth which neither is nor can be proven? Must we not wonder at the readiness of the learned of nearly the entire world, from the time of Copernicus and Kepler, to accept the conception of the rotation of the Earth, and then search afterwards, now for nearly 3.5 centuries, for arguments to maintain it, but of course without being able to find them? Without reasonable question, the Earth is stationary, and Felix Baumgartner proved the same.
It's just been pimp tight, I'm saying, pimp tight, I'm saying, see what I'm saying?
Before the start of World War II, German scientists developed a blind landing navigation system for aircraft. Essentially, aircraft tuned in to a certain frequency would know the location of the center of the runway by using a radio beacon as a guide. After World War II broke out, German military scientists soon realized that the same technology could enable German bombers to locate specific targets in England even in the darkest of nights. This secret system was called Knickebein. In short, the radio beam from a single transmitter would guide the German bombers on a line towards the target, but one beam could not tell the bomber when they were over the target. A second transmitter was set up so its beam crossed over the target, indicating when the airplanes should drop the bombs. British intelligence, led by R.V. Jones, slowly became aware that such bombing beams may have existed, and presented the information to Frederick Lindemann, Winston Churchill's leading science advisor. But Lindemann and others said such a targeting system would be impossible, because the supposed curvature of the Earth would block the high-frequency beams, because VHF waves do not even allegedly bend around the curvature of the Earth.
Dr. Jones took the message to Professor Lindemann, his old tutor and now scientific advisor to Winston Churchill, and tried to persuade him of the serious threat posed by the Knickerbein beams. But Lindemann was not convinced, pointing out that at the high frequencies necessary for an accurate beam, the curvature of the Earth would prevent its being directed against targets in Britain.
Lindemann was conceptually and mathematically right. VHF beams would require a direct line of sight with the German bombers, and England was simply too far away. The first of these Knickerbein transmitters was set up on Stolberg Hill near Denmark. Another transmitter was set up at Kleve in western Germany. Stolberg Hill was located 443 miles away from Derby, England. The hill was only 142 feet high, and the transmitter was 152 feet high for a combined height of 294 feet. Based on the globe math, the Earth's curvature would hide 118,425 feet. The other transmitter was in Kleve. It only has an elevation of 39 feet combined with a 100-foot tower. 139-foot height with a distance of 331 miles means that the curvature of the Earth would hide 66,722 feet. In other words, under the globe, a German bomber would need to be higher than 118,425 feet to be within the line of sight of the Knickerbein system. But the maximum cruising altitude of a German bomber was only 19,200 feet. Without question, it was impossible under the globe for those German bombers to be within line of sight of the Knickerbein towers. But Knickerbein did work, and English lives were lost as Churchill's scientific advisors couldn't believe in the VHF Knickerbein system when the Earth's curvature should have made it impossible. Very high frequency requires a direct line of sight. Wikipedia confirms the same as it reads, as the transmitters were more or less in line of sight to high-altitude bombers. This article here confirms it as well. But as I just showed, Wikipedia lied, as German bombers would have been nearly 100,000 feet below the globe's geometric horizon and certainly not within line of sight of the towers. There you have it. Only under the Flat Earth model could the Knickerbein system work, and the globe propagandists have no counter-argument but to lie and claim that the bombers were somehow in line of sight of the Knickerbein towers when that would have been mathematically impossible. German bombing beams proved there is no Earth curvature.
My new record's called Get My DJ Out of Jail. And that ain't exploiting that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Because he is in jail right now, you know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of my truths.
In the middle part of the 19th century, a man named Christian Doppler noticed that objects that emitted sound would produce either a rising or falling pitch to an observer, depending on the movement of the object relative to the observer. For example, an object which was producing a sound when moving toward an observer, such as a train, would produce a higher pitched sound as the object approached an observer. Likewise, a lower pitched sound would occur when the sounding object moved away from an observer. We know this today as the Doppler effect. Late in the 20th century, we merged radar technology with the Doppler effect, and we came up with Doppler radar, which is currently on your screen. Moisture shows up on Doppler radar much like it does on traditional radar, with one large exception, which makes Doppler radar superior. The Doppler radar unit detects the direction in which the moisture is moving relative to the Doppler unit itself. For example, moisture heading toward the Doppler radar may appear green, while moisture or precipitation heading away from the Doppler unit may appear red. The different colors tell meteorologists much more information than traditional radar can produce. In fact, it is the only tool that can be used outside of direct human observation to detect a funnel cloud or tornado. That is the Hooke image you see highlighted in this Doppler radar image. It is important to note that Doppler radar has no computation or compensation built in for the direction in which the signal is returned. In other words, an object moving toward the radar unit will shift the image towards green if the precipitation is moving toward the unit itself. It doesn't matter if the returned image is to the north or to the south or to the east or west. The Doppler radar unit is stationary and treats all returning signals alike, regardless of the directional source of the returned signal. And thus, with the spinning ball Earth that we are told exists, we've got a big problem. You see, if the Earth is rotating at somewhere between 750 to 1,000 miles per hour to the east, depending on the latitude of the radar unit, the Doppler effect would be totally negated by the Earth's rotation. Any echoes from the west would necessarily be moving away from the Doppler unit at 750 to 1,000 miles per hour, plus or minus the actual speed of the moisture that's moving itself, while echoes to the east would be rushing toward the radar unit at the same speed. All the other angles in between would create an almost infinite and nightmarish computation for the radar unit to sift through in order to make sense of the echoes received. The bottom line is, there is no computation or correction for any Earth movement whatsoever. The radar unit interprets all echoes the same, regardless of the compass direction. Doppler radar would be a total impossibility on a moving Earth. It simply would not exist. It would not and could not work if the Earth is a spinning ball.
Can't do it tonight, I'm saying.
See what he's saying? See what we're saying?
Julian, what the hell are these guys saying? I don't know. What are you guys saying?
All we're saying is, you know what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Can they do it or not?
I don't know.
understand.
I don't know. What are you guys trying to tell me here? You can't do it.
No, I'm saying? You're hearing the no and no I'm saying. But that's not a no. That's a no I'm saying. Saying?
I just want to know if you can have a fucking party for me. Do you know what I'm saying?
All we saying is, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yes or no?
Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? All we're saying is, you know what I'm saying. We and I am saying I'm saying.
We don't fucking understand you.
We're just saying, you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Hey, hang on 1 second. You know what I'm saying?
On December 12th, 1901, Guglielmo Marconi received a transatlantic radio transmission at a distance of 2,135 miles. With the transmission tower height and elevation added in, at that distance, nearly 640 miles should have been hidden behind the Earth's curvature. 640 miles is enough to hide the United Kingdom if it were standing straight up. That is a very tall shadow. In my previous Flat Earth Fact number 11 video, I described how the World War II German Knickerbein bombing radio guidance system was not initially investigated because English scientists, including Churchill's scientific advisor, stated the curvature of the Earth would block the VHF beams, and so the targeting system could not exist. The advisors were mathematically right, but English lives were lost because the Knickerbein system in fact existed, proving there was no Earth curvature. Likewise, naysayers told Marconi that it would be impossible to send a radio transmission over 200 miles, let alone 2,000 miles, because the curvature of the Earth should have blocked the transmission. Again, the naysayers were mathematically correct, but Marconi accomplished the feat and has been repeated many times at much further distances. Because of Marconi, the ionosphere theory was then fabricated, claiming that the radio waves bounced off of the ionosphere. For Loran, the explanation is that the radio waves hugged the surface of the water. For Knickerbein, since the beams were VHF, the issue has been avoided entirely, as Wikipedia and others have simply lied about the math and said that the Earth's supposed curvature wouldn't have been an issue at those distances. Do you see the pattern here? Repeatable scientific evidence proves the Earth is demonstrably flat. In response, new pseudoscience nonsense is discovered, somehow justifying why the Earth's curvature somehow always evades detection and disappears without a trace. Marconi's 2,000-mile transmission is another proof of the flat Earth.
You know what I'm saying, camera boy? I ain't shook of nobody walking around the face of this Earth, judging the J to the ROC. You know what I'm saying? This here piece that we're doing today, right? It's a short dramatic works. called From Russia with the Love Bone, right? I wrote it because everybody knows that Russian women, they down with North American men, and same vice versa, right? North American men, they down with Russian women and all that. So we shooting a short piece, you know what I'm saying? And it's going to be good, you know what I'm saying? I directed it, you know what I'm saying? And it's going to be all good, you know what I'm saying?
J-Rock, man. It's cool to say know what I'm saying once or twice, but 8 or 9 times? You know what I'm saying? That's too many times. I don't even...
What, are you taking the Noam census? You from the Department of Noam Sayings? You count my Noam Sayings? I got some quoted I got to fit?
I don't even
you know
what you're saying. I don't even understand what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, motherfucker. We're just having a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Geez,
Make a film.
One too many. One too many.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm directing this, and I wrote it. It's called From Russia with the Love Bone. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
J-Rock, it's cool to say know what I'm saying once or twice, but 8 or 9 times? It's too crazy, you know what I'm saying?
You better step off, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't, what, you know, taking the Noam census?
You're taking it too far.
You
One
from
too
the
many know what I'm saying.
Government Department
you know
of Noam Sayings?
I don't even know what you're saying.
I'm just saying a couple Noam Sayings, having a good time, a couple drinks with my friends, you know what I'm saying?
One too many know what I'm saying?
But you see what I'm saying? I'm just having a good time, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
In my last video, I discussed Marconi's 2,135-mile radio transmission that was supposed to be impossible under the globe model. Based on the globe math, that radio signal should have been approximately 640 miles over Marconi's head, but it wasn't. We talked about Knickerbein and how English lives were foolishly lost because English scientists erroneously believed in the Earth's curvature that was supposed to be blocking German VHF bombing beams. According to the globe math, those German VHF beams should have been 100,000 feet above the German bombers, but they weren't. We have also talked about Loran and how Loran was used as a navigation system that could pinpoint the location of a boat 1,000 miles away from the station, again demonstrating there is indeed no Earth curvature. In addition to these examples, sonar also unequivocally proves there is no Earth curvature. In addition to finding enemy submarines, sonar can be used for mapping the ocean floor. Ridges, hills, trenches, and sunken vessels are all easily mapped with sonar. Despite the detail of modern sonar mapping, no one has ever mapped or detected the Earth's curvature using sonar. When a Navy ship actively sends out a sonar ping, it will generate an acoustic shadow, where the sound waves are blocked by underwater obstructions, like boats, rocks, hills, and ridges. You can see the acoustic shadow produced by these sonar images. These shadows are sometimes used by submarines to hide from detection. However, as confirmed by former Navy sonar technicians, which has not been challenged by anyone, sonar has never produced a globe curvature acoustic shadow. If the globe were real, modern submarines, operating at a depth of 1,600 feet, could remain hidden from surface ships at 80 miles by hiding in the curvature shadow. Depending on the varying depths, a submarine could remain undetected from another submarine at a mere 25 miles by just hiding in the Earth's curvature shadow.
Hello, I have a question.
However, no submarine has ever hid behind the Earth's curvature to evade detection, proving there is no curvature. That brings us to another U.S. government proof of the flat Earth.
Oh, Kui, I remember you. Welcome, man.
Yes,
you haven't.
What's up?
Yeah, you haven't slept.
I slept, yeah.
Yeah, me too. I just woke up, had the shower.
Cool, nice. Yeah, it's a new day.
Yeah, you know. Before I went to sleep, yeah, I was thinking if you go on a straight line, where will you end up?
Yeah.
I was wondering about this question. So I don't know.
You can wonder for the whole rest of your life.
I will. Of course I will.
Or you can do something about it for yourself if you want to. Or try at least, I would say. But I told you about the implications. You know, it's risky.
Go work with them, you mean?
Yeah, that's one way. Without getting, risking your own life.
The Earth is flat.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
We know that. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, man. It's pretty near impossible to do that on your own, legally or illegally. just by
What do you what do you imagine?
I can't imagine anything that I have never seen. Simple as that. I only know what I know.
You can. Yeah, but you must have some things that you are suspecting would happen.
You think you would be able to go straight?
I don't know, man. There's plenty of stories being told, people going up there in the past, present.
Yeah, but he's saying, what would happen if I just go straight, you know? And I would just answer by, I would just answer by, you know, do you think you would be able to go straight? Either you end up at a big lake or ocean, or you end up by a huge hill, or let's say at the least you end up by a huge ice wall that you can't climb. So what's even the matter of going just straight? Like what is the?
It matters, yeah, clay under seal.
Yeah, but you can't do it.
You mean the Antarctic Treaty? You can't do it, or what? Why can't you do it?
No, I'm saying you can't go straight.
Why not?
You can't even fly straight with certain planes because you're gonna end up somewhere where you cannot pass. You know, there's certain mountain ranges that you cannot fly over because of certain winds. There's so many factors of why just going straight would be a stupid idea. And I mean, at the very least, you will end up at a huge ice wall, you know. But because you can look at the ice that is surrounding the highest elevated continent, or what they claim to be a continent. Very, very big ships look very tiny next to the ice walls of Antarctica. But it's very actually, you know, that's just assuming and hypothetical, and it's not really that important. What is more important is to know that it measures flat, you know.
I know it's flat,
and that the globe is impossible.
Yeah, water cannot bend, but still.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most honest thing you can come to realization as a human being, that water cannot bend.
Yeah, large bodies of water cannot stick to shapes, cannot stick to a wall, cannot stick to a ball. This is we know, I know, but still, every day when I go to sleep, the first thing I ask myself, if I'm walking or sailing or flying or whatever, driving in a straight line, what would happen? Where would I end up be? Is there further land? Is there the sky joins the earth and then they touch?
Would be on the other side.
There's multiple theories about this subject, but I think they saying, oh, storm Area 51. No, I say we all as humans, we go in a straight line and explore what would happen, you know? We just all go and see for ourselves, so we know.
The only answer to the question is try it out, but I can only really tell you that it's not going to be easy or even possible. Everything besides that is just assumptions. The same thing that I just assumed. What would happen? So if it's just by walking a straight line, it's impossible. I don't even need to assume that. Just by walking, you cannot just go a straight line. Because first of all, try to keep a straight line for 2 kilometers. You will have a big struggle to do that. Because probably, let's say you're in an area where there's a lot of population. Let's say after 10 kilometers of really purely going straight, if that's even possible, you will at some point maybe end up at a house that is in your way, or a tree or something. So the straight line possibility or whatnot is just actually boring.
Why is it boring? Why is it boring?
because we have trees, hills, valleys, lakes, seas. I don't
So
know how
what?
many.
You fly in a straight line in an airplane.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have
Now
to touch the trees in the mountains.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Now we're in an airplane. I thought you said going a straight line in a way of using your feet. But even in an airplane, you will have restrictions, restricted airspaces, mountains that you cannot fly over due to their height and weather phenomena, and then you're gonna have limitations regarding your fuel. Then you have other traffic, which would.
I'm not talking about the Antarctic Treaty. I'm talking about if we are the people that put the Antarctic Treaty, what do they see? Like they have the vehicles, they have a military
You're not
base. What do they
listening.
see?
You're not listening. I didn't talk about Antarctic Treaty. I'm talking about the general problems that you will face using an aircraft to go in a straight line. It's not about Antarctic Treaty. You will. Do you know how many restricted fly zones there are in Germany, let alone?
How many?
A few, so to say. You know, you have military restricted fly zones. You have protection of nature, no fly zones, or however you're gonna call it. You have no fly zones because of what is it called? Sound protection.
And how does a no-fly zone affect the fact that a plane always planes through the air? To plane means to remain on a level. When a plane is planing through the air, it is flying level and horizontal towards its destination. It's only when the pilot chooses to make deviation that it's going to impact it all. A no-fly zone is just an area that we are required not to enter or exit. But effectively, you can fly in a straight line to either destination that you're wanting to go to.
I understand, but I'm trying to point out the obvious problems that you will face if you would do it today. I know that it's in principle possible.
No. I am talking about theoretically. What are the possibilities? Like, I know some people say there are further land. Some people say you just hit the firmament. And some people say you cannot land because it's all cloudy. There is no land.
Even in theory, you would need to have an air. If you want to really fly just a straight line, you would need to have an aircraft that is capable of flying like unlimitedly without fuel. Because if you would try to refuel, you would go off your straight line. Like I said, there's mountains that you cannot pass with certain type of aircrafts.
So they are so high. They must be too high.
Yes, there are mountains that you cannot pass with an aircraft. Or at least you should not pass them. I don't know if you.
What mountain you cannot cross with an aircraft? Which mountain?
Give me a second, please. Not a running lexicon.
You might mean that they can't travel there with helicopters because helicopters are governed by air pressure. But an aeroplane flies at 40,000 or 45,000 feet well above the surface of the earth. There's no mountain at 45,000 feet. Due to the nature of the jet engine and how it compresses the air, it's less important as to what the barometric or air pressure is going into the motor. It'll still function. They claim that they can't fly over cold zones, but once you're up at 45,000 feet, you're already at negative temperatures. So it's a bit ludicrous that they assert that. But I remember reading about Richard E. Byrd's journey to the south, and that back then, I think it was in the late 40s or early 50s. So
yes, we all heard about Richard Byrd, Admiral Byrd.
But their aircrafts back in the 50s were naturally aspirated. So they needed air coming straight into the motor. It wasn't jet turbines that we're using today.
For example,
You mean there is?
Tibet.
You mean there is
Can-
land beyond Antarctica? Yeah.
Okay. Can I tell you why? So Tibet, for example, is the roof of the world, what they say, and it's considered to be it is a no-fly zone because of the heights of the mountains. They cannot fly over it. Any plane. You can look it up if you want to. I'm not lying.
Is that not that they recommend not to fly there because in a cloudy environment you may not have the clearance that you think you have? Or is it that the aeroplane is incapable of flying over that peak?
It says it's impossible for airplanes to fly over.
Why is it impossible?
That's a good question. I would suggest. I would say it's because of the. I would say that's not completely impossible personally, but I think in the limitations of how they test airplanes and so forth, and for safety issues, they wouldn't do it. I guess that makes sense. But I need to look further into it. Give me a sec. So it says the leading reasons for aircraft avoiding the region is the high average height of the terrain. This is over 14,000 feet. Aircraft, of course, cruise much higher than this, but the procedure in the event of an emergency, such as a cabin depressurization, is to descend to 10,000 feet before the vertical airport. Okay, you can fly over it, but like I said, because of safety reasons, they can't do it. So yeah, and let's say in theory it would be possible with an airliner, but in real life they don't do it because of safety reasons. Yeah, anyways, again, you can try it out, man.
It's a good point, but I think they've given us a lot of bullshit about safety reasons, where they say that they don't fly over the oceans because what if they needed to crash land? Then where would they land if they're traveling over the southern oceans? But then when they travel over the northern ocean, if we were to crash land, we must be flying with land underneath us. So there's certain times where that safety requirement is upheld or enforced.
Yep.
And then there's certain times where it's not. So it's just ambiguous, I'd say. They still, you can almost guarantee they're talking bullshit.
But I can do understand why, because 14,000 feet can be very thin air. And we see. That's actually something I can do understand.
So what about the thin air at 35,000 feet where they normally fly? Why would 14,000 feet thin air be worth considering when 35,000 thin air is not?
Because the cabin is being pressurized at 40,000 feet or over 10,000 feet.
No. Because globe earthers, they say, oh, you are gonna end up at the same place you fly from. So if you fly from America in a straight line, you end up in America. So it's spherical. Okay. But no, that's not what happens. But no one knows the answer to this question ever. Not globe earthers, not flat earthers. They don't know what happens when you fly in a straight line. I think as a humanity, we all have to explore this earth and see where is the edge. I think we are kept here like animals. And there are things way, way, way wonderful beyond if we just walk, if we just explore it, you know? So this is my thesis. This is everything I wanted to say, because if you know Beyond the Imaginary Curve, there is someone on YouTube called Del, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. So what's beyond? Okay, now we know it's flat. So what's beyond the edge? What's beyond? We need to explore this earth. Seriously. It's our earth and we must explore it. Full extent. We see all the corners of earth. We must. There is no fly zone, no nothing. This is our earth. In the end, we all belong to this place.
Maybe you don't want to know what's besides the ice wall. Maybe it's a very bad place to be.
But it's plausible because the sun is actually rotating around the center of the earth. And the edges, it gets cloudy and icy.
Maybe there's nothing. Maybe the end of the world is just the end of the world and that's it.
Maybe it's infinite. Yeah, I know.
No, I suggest maybe there's nothing. Maybe the end of the world is the end of the world.
What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, everything has an ending, right?
Okay.
Even your life, my life, has an ending. So does the place you live in has an ending. I mean, even though I looked into Terraria and all these great theories of history, I personally don't think that there is more land because it's not scriptural. I think that there's maybe land within the containment that we're in that is being hid from us, like things that have been vanished from the map, through these no-fly zones and whatnot. But I don't think that beyond the ice wall you get huge parts of the world that are missing or something like that. I personally wouldn't see the logic behind why a certain type of crew would keep a certain huge amount of land for themselves, what would be the
motive?
The motive. I mean, if they want to play like Westworld or something, I can understand that, but that would be more like the place that we're living in right now, where they would play Westworld in, if you have ever seen this series. Yeah, anyways,
I agree with that. I agree with that, but also on a physics basis that all life is linked to the sun. And the further that you are away from the sun or chemical energies to be able to convert starches or convert sugars into starches and actually create life, that we're linked to this light source. And if we went to the south and we got further and further away from this light source, what possibly could be there that's still self-sustaining? The amount of quality of light that you receive in the south is, especially on those distances, like in the South Pole, they're not setting up massive solar farms to produce their own power because the light that's reaching there is still weak. It's not as concentrated as what we receive in the continents. So,
exactly.
So I think that we are limited, and I think it's also more of an organic limitation or an organic boundary, whereby as we go higher and higher, the stuff above us becomes less and less dense to the point where we're more dense. So we can't move into the less dense anymore. We've now reached a boundary. Same with going into the oceans. As we get deeper and deeper in the oceans, we find brine layers or very salty layers. And then our submarines cannot penetrate into those more dense layers than what our submarine is from a density perspective. So potentially at the boundaries, there is just, again, another limitation that's almost organic, that even if we wanted to get there, we still couldn't. And that it's light source related. The further we get away from the light source, the less life there will be.
All right.
You mean the sun as a light source?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So if you go in a straight line with the sun,
Was that a question? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
no, I agree. I agree with what you say because the sun has properties for animals and plants, of course. But yeah, as you go further and further from the sun, you are gonna lack the light, which is nutrients for the foods that fuel you. Okay, but maybe there are another sun and another earth if you go far enough. How do you know?
I personally know, and I believe that that's a belief. I need to make that very clear. I believe, according to what is written in the scriptures, that this is the only place that was created and is created. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand what Satan, or why would this place be his final, control point, or why they would create all these things that they're creating. Like, I mean, if there's so much infinite of a plane, why just not leave and go somewhere else or whatnot? But all the stuff that is always going on with deception and whatnot is always a fight against, the book that was written. If you look at
What was the name of the movie? The Showman, The Truman Show.
the Truman
Have you
Show,
seen
yeah.
it? Have you
Yeah.
seen it?
Yeah.
I 100% assure you that we are living in an aquarium.
Yeah.
And there are entities watching us right now and
But
listening.
but who did the true man find at the end when he was really free of his captation? Who did he find, or who talked to him?
What do you mean?
Yeah, who talked to him? The creator of the realm that he lived in, right? At the end of the movie. And then he opened the door. What does the Bible describe when you let the Holy Spirit, when you let the truth in, or who knocks at the door, right? And you can open the door.
Okay.
Yeah, they always use, like, you can watch so many movies, and if you know a little bit of the Bible, you will see how many times these Hollywood producers use biblical stories and whatnot. It's just about finding. It's all about you keeping you, the true man, is being kept away from understanding who your true creator is, because they know once you have found that creator, your creator, the creator of everything, you're truly free of the matrix which was artificially constructed in this realm by the adversary, by the one who fell down, or was thrown out. Because it's his kingdom. That's what what we need to understand. So how do you leave a kingdom which is not the kingdom of your creator to be with him in his kingdom forever and ever? You can only leave it when you find the creator, right? And when you
Are you
open the
talking
door.
about leaving the matrix or flying in a straight line? What kind of leaving?
I'm talking about that the biggest prison that you will face is not the physical realm that you live in. The biggest prison is the mind that you have been given, that has been corrupted, by the physical realm that you live in. I mean, it's at least my interpretation of Truman Show. It's not like just because you find more land, it will not make you free, if that makes sense, right?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can have all the islands of the world just for you privately, and you will not be free. Doesn't matter how much land you have or find. But, you know, maybe it's just me. But don't get me wrong, I think it's a great theory to think that they're hiding land, but I don't see any huge
What
logic behind it. That they're hiding land.
Oh, they are hiding. What do you believe? Sorry.
I think it's a great theory that they are hiding land.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but I don't. Do you believe in models or like I don't know what's the image? It's not clicking, you know. I don't know.
What?
Okay. So you think it's good?
What?
I say you think it's good to keep people like cattle and then forbid them from trying to travel.
No, but people tend to make themselves kept as cattle
Mm.
within not the physical realm, but the spiritual, cognitive abilities. They just think because the physical realm and people around them have told them so that they're not capable of reaching out their hand to the one that created them. They have accepted the influence and the deception which was laid upon their cognitive abilities through school education systems and so forth. They have bought into the lie. You know? No, I personally think Flat Earth is a great thing, but it's not the final final point of saying, you know, this is a truth that I can build up upon a house of a strong foundation. No, that's nothing to do with physical stuff, you know. Flat Earth is a physical understanding of things. But the foundation of a spiritual health is something very much different. That's where most people cannot break out of the cage because they're like cattle that created themselves a safe zone, a hiding zone from the very father that made them. That's the problem. That's the real hiding land of not trying to break out of that, not even trying to ask how to exit it. But that's, you know, that's just what I experience most of the time with people. Or
I
a
think
choice.
in 2023,
Mm-hmm.
I think they should make one final journey. They should call it the final journey, the final sail goodbye. So they bring they take us to Antarctica and then they fly us south forever, and then we just want to see what happens, you know.
I'll be honest with you, man. If someone would have gave me equipment to go to Antarctica, I would do it. But I don't. I think it's not a pleasant stay, man. For a long time.
Why not?
Dude, it's a dead place. It's just ice, freezing cold. But
You have internet, you have food, you have everything you want.
and even then, like I said, even then, I just don't want to be there for a long time. Can you imagine how awful it would be to make expeditions? Even if you have all this stuff, you know, machinery and whatnot, you will always face the cold and the.
I'm very curious. I want to see the edge. I want to witness it. I want to see it with my own eyes, you know. This is why I like to explore. I have to, really.
Yes, me too. But I'm just trying to be realistic here. There's going to be a point where you're just going to say, "Man, I want to go back into the sun and like back to where it's warm." You know what I mean? Because you're not a creature that is made to be in a place like Antarctica.
What's your understanding of Antarctica, like a ring or like a continent?
I
Or
think
like
it's
this place where penguins live?
I think it's a great ice ring because when you look at the numbers that NASA has calculated for the amount of ice as a radius, it would perfectly fit around the contained space that we live in.
So if you go north, you end up in Antarctica.
No, when you go south.
Only south, but you said it's a ring that surrounds all the continents.
Yeah, I think it's a great ice wall. Circle,
it's
you know, it's the
surrounding all the
Antarctic
continents-
circle.
If it's a circle surrounding all the continents, then it's everywhere. If you go west, east, north, south, you will end up in Antarctica. Because it surrounds you.
Is it possible to be square?
Could be as well, yeah.
But let's leave it circle. Is it possible to be triangle?
Could be, yeah.
Is it possible to be hex or whatever? I don't know to say word.
I'm not talking about shapes. I'm talking about straight lines. Just
No,
walk in straight lines.
no. It's all right. I'm saying because of Antarctica. Is it circle around or square? It could be everything.
I don't know.
Or we are sure because we have map that is circle.
What do you mean?
How we do know that it's circle around?
There's a difference between circle and round.
Circle and round. How we know that is round or circle, whatever, both.
You can't.
No, because we never was there. And nobody.
We need to storm Antarctica, really. We need to go in a straight line. We need to escape this prison they are planning. But
Yeah, but in which,
they're not aware of this. They
in
are
which
still
direction?
talking about
In which,
shapes. Which
yeah,
is funny.
but in which direction straight line?
Huh?
In which direction we will go straight line? South, north, east, or west?
All directions, all humanity. I wanna see the end game.
Man, I understand you, but now listen to you. Now, in which, what degrees on all of these directions?
Sorry?
Take one point north,
Okay.
and go in straight line. Now you're going to straight line and you go to Antarctica and you will cross Antarctica, whatever, because you don't know what you will reach. Okay. Now come back. Now come back to your original point. And now you go 10 degrees right, or 1 degree right, and you need to go all that. if it's round, you need to go 60 degrees straight line to find out what is in another straight direction. Do you understand me? You don't know. It north, it could be something, and south, it could be something totally different.
I don't know what you are trying to say.
Okay, let's say that you are in Argentina, and you want to go to the Argentina.
Okay, I am in Argentina. I open up the map.
Okay, and you go to Antarctica.
Okay, it's at the bottom.
Yeah, and now you're assuming, because people was there and there is ice wall and everything, and you will go there because there is some bases, and you will start from there, and they will go further. We will start to explore. Now I'm asking you, if
Called
you're you,
Southern Ocean. Can I share my
yeah,
screen?
yeah,
Funny.
I hope.
How can I share my screen? Because the
I,
map is
I
funny. I always look at the map and it's always changing stuff. It's weird.
no, listen, I didn't finish the second. The second one is very important. Now you are in UK from Norway, you know,
Okay.
and you go north now, and you need to reach Antarctica now.
From Norway to UK.
Yeah, you will reach Antarctica or not? In your beliefs?
I don't know.
If it's circle, man, you said in the, I'm not saying that you are saying that, but it's a circle all around the Earth. That means that Antarctica is up, down, left, right. Is that right or not?
Yeah, it's consuming us from all directions. If I go
Yeah,
Russia, Russia is in the north, right?
yeah.
Okay,
And
so after
if you go,
Russia, beyond it, there is Antarctica.
yeah, let's go there.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are surrounded by ice.
I know, but let's go there. You know.
Ah. But the sun is pointing
No,
this
no, man,
place.
you don't have information about that part of Antarctica. You have only information about Antarctica where is in Argentina, and nothing
What do you
else
mean
about
Argentina?
Antarctica. The people, when they want to go to Antarctica, they're mostly going to Argentina and they went to Antarctica. They're not going to Australia, then go to Antarctica. Is that true or not?
Why?
I don't know. I'm telling you that it's the way. If you want to go to Antarctica, it's only one or two ways. It's not you go now from USA or Japan and say let's go east now. You know, nobody did it that, and you don't know what will happen. Is it the same? Is it their land like 100 miles or 3,000 miles? How that ring, what he's assuming it's going, is it that perfect ring, or it's going like tiny and then it's going large or whatever? You understand me now?
Mm.
We don't know. Oh, it would be nice that all people united decided and to have equipment and to try. Okay, let's go there and let's go there and let's go there and let's try here. And yeah, that would be great. But for now, what
The
we
world
don't
is a
know.
crazy place.
But for now, what we don't know, I don't think so that anybody will take a ship and say, okay, let's go there and in this direction because we will explore something. Even if you go from Russia and let's say that you find the ice wall in the north, and then what?
Cross it. See what's beyond it. Honestly.
Okay, you will. I will take dogs and you will take scooters. Who will take sandwiches?
Okay, deal.
how, you don't know, man. You can be dead in maybe in 1 day or maybe in 7 days.
No death because we are going to sleep there.
Yeah,
we are gonna
but you don't.
stay there.
But you don't know. You don't know how it's there. You know.
You mean you're gonna fall?
No, I mean maybe there is -80, and what we will do then? What we will eat and drink on -80?
We have technology.
I know, man. That means that somehow we cannot go out. We need to be always inside of some vehicle or something like that.
Yeah, we have technology. We can have food. We can have hot chocolate.
Yeah, but we cannot go out.
So what?
We have technology. Look, we send it rover on Mars. You know.
We can go out. What's the degree?
Listen, if we send the rover on the Mars, forget it that you're a flat earther.
No, they didn't. They sent it to a desert.
They did. They. Okay, that's your belief, but mainstream people know that they did it. If you believe they did it, man, they send it to rover to the Mars.
Okay.
Doesn't matter because you don't believe. You understand me? And that means that they have some kind of rover that can go to the really, really difficult, how to say, environment and whatever. Because Mars, it's not like a, like a, I don't know. They have even information. I think the Mars is very, very cold. And for example, we can ask that they send that rover on Antarctica to explore. But that will not work. We cannot make exploration like that. For example, we need to know more about this place. Yeah, of course, Antarctica, but we need to know more about that. All, how to say, all borders around that. We know that okay, for sure, 100%, it is a circle, and it's going in the circle, and it's ice wall for sure. There is no exit. There is no any river. There is no any.
Have you seen it with your own eyes? The ice wall.
But how we do know that it's not open in like a 300 or 12 places? That ring open. You have some kind of big river or whatever, big how to say, water again.
Then you sail. You don't go by plane. You go by boat.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, we don't know what is there. That means we need to know more. Yeah, let's explore. But who? You cannot do that. That must be like to get. That must be something like people doing like science. Like NASA is doing now. Like going everywhere. Yeah, we should to do that with move that money and to go into Antarctica. Only maybe like that. Yeah.
Every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day. Every single day. I wake up. I think, where is the edge? Where is the edge? Where is the edge? I want to go. I want to go. I want to go.
I'm not thinking about edge. What is there for me? It's a question. Not is there edge? Why? That's because that was presented the same way like was presented. I don't know. Globe the edge was presented. Do you understand that?
Space edge. You mean infinite space?
No, edge. What's edge? Why we need to have edge?
No, I get it. I get it. I'm not. I don't mean edge as in like
No, I'm not.
a fall down.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's
I
say
want to
that you
see.
want to. Okay, let's say that you want to see the end, the beginning of the container. Let's say like that.
Yes.
Okay.
You believe if you go if you go in a straight line, you believe the sky touches the ground.
But yeah, but
yeah,
where?
you do.
Let's say I believe in container. No, but let's go to find the how to say the beginning point of container. Let's say that we assume like that. Okay. Now your brain need to think. Oh, that must be at least that it's for sure because sun is going like this. It must be like not more than I don't know 1,000 miles from the coast of the Antarctica, and that is deep, and that's it. There it must be there. Is it like that? Or is it? What if it's 100,000 miles away from that point? Or 50,000 miles or 20,000 miles from that point. And it's all that temperature, all that 20,000 miles, even worse, till that point. There is like minus 10, 100, minus 150 degrees Celsius. What then?
Sasha,
Mm?
You think when you go in a straight line, you end up in a degree 105, minus 105?
I'm telling you about temperature.
Okay. Where is minus 110?
Celsius, not the temperature.
In
If
Antarctica, you mean?
I'm assuming, man, I'm telling you that in your brain, maybe it's like, I want to go there. And if I go straight line, and if from that beach, from the coast of Antarctica, if I go one more or 2,000 miles or 3,000 miles, I will reach the point where is starting container. But I'm telling you now, even if it's true, even if it's there, what if it's that point 50,000 miles from that? And the conditions are so bad and bad and bad, even you, because I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm telling you, what if is 50,000 miles from that point? We need to go 50,000 miles through something
No,
what
if
we
the
don't know.
conditions are bad and the technology is, we don't have the technology, we can just say, yeah, we got to the edge. We don't know what's beyond. We don't know what's there because we don't have the technology to go there. Because the climate is raining, the sun is no more. Like we cannot go further. It's all ice, ice, ice. But maybe after that ice, there is another sun and another people and another group of human beings.
Yeah,
We don't know.
you're right. It could be everything of that. If is everything reachable for us, but if it's not reachable, what we can do then? If it look like a that map, if you have that, if you saw that with a lot of ice, and then you have some kind of circle points where are other lands or blah 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 with the domes or blah blah blah.
They are sending many bombs in Antarctica. They want to explore. They want to check what's beyond.
Well, I don't think so, because we are stopped. I think that somebody knows what is there from the beginning.
Someone knows. Of course, someone knows. Of course.
Not everything, but I think that, of course, yeah, because they didn't get, how to say, we don't have disagreement. We have disagreement because of that, because somebody knows, and yeah, it is one big question. Why they did that, and why? Because it's not for any scientific or whatever, that we will make some troubles if we go there, for the air. Like they are protecting Antarctica because of ecological things or something like that. But the best story, what you proposing would be, yeah, you go there and then you go, I don't know, maybe 500 miles, and there is a wall. No wall, there is a container, and then it's, or whatever, or some other exit or blah blah blah. But that is story, you can only.
And then it's Hollow Earth.
Yeah, but the point is this: if Earth is not a globe, that means this sort of story need to be released, and also history and everything. When you get one big part of the truth, maybe then we will start to realize what is the real truth. That is flat Earth for me, and if people can because people can open their eyes, because it's outside. It's not something that somebody said. It's not about politics. It's not about anything. You can check for yourself. That's the problem. And you can be like this. Okay, I'm checking these observations and everything, but still, my God, there's so many people, so many scientists, so many clever people, and these flat earthers together with me. Why we are thinking like that? What we want to accomplish? What does we want to change the world? Because of, and we are only saying, why is this? There is only explanations, stupid explanations, even more explanations to explanations. It's only missing that somebody find out. No, we will see more. That will be in the future. We will see more and more and more. That's the point. We will see more in 10 years. We will see more than what we see now because of technology. Only because of that.
Well, I have a hypothesis, and I dubbed it the circumference of light over a flat plane. If you'd like to hear it, I can explain it.
Yeah. Why not?
So, this is the thing. When Globers put the sun in a less denser medium, right, you get an incident of light, and it's called Rayleigh scattering. When light hits the molecules in the air, that's why it's blue in the sky. That's what they claim. It's a hostile witness, so just keep up. It will scatter light into a maximum visible distance over Earth. Now, they will say that light bends towards the more denser medium. Well, at mean sea level, it's 14 psi at 30,000 feet. 40,000 feet, it's about 4 psi. Higher you go, we see in a 360. Even higher you go than that, we see in a circle of vision and the circumference of light over Earth. It will appear as a sphere due to the way our eyes work in light bending. And I have evidence to back that up.
Don, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you fly in a straight line, where do you end up?
In Antarctica.
Antarctica, okay. Have you been to Antarctica?
No.
No. So it's just a belief you have.
Antarctica belief?
Yes.
About what? That if I fly straight, I'll end in Antarctica? Ryan, I'm trying to understand what you mean by belief. Belief as in like flying straight, you'll end up in Antarctica, or Antarctica is a belief that it exists?
No, you've never been to Antarctica. How do you know you will end up in Antarctica if you fly in a straight line? How do you know that?
Well, every point, like if you go west, east, or north, if you just fly straight continually, you're going to end up in Antarctica.
So it's a container containing us.
Well, to have gas pressure, you need containment.
So what's after Antarctica?
I don't know. That's not. I've never been there.
Whoa. This is. Do you know Beyond the Imaginary Curve? Del.
Yeah, I have heard of this. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the name because it's the main point of Flat Earth. Because, okay, so if the Earth is flat, where is the edge? Beyond the imaginary curve. So if it's not curving, where are things going? They are not going. They are further. Just keep exploring. So I want to explore. I want to see how big is the Earth. And I think it's too big. I think Earth is too big. It's huge. But I think people, they don't know this. And they say, oh, what is it? The PSYOP? global warming or whatever, overgrowth or whatever. Earth is huge, huge, very huge. I don't think
agree.
it's 5,000 miles in circumference. I don't think that. I think it's way bigger. I think there are many Earths, even. Not just our Earth.
That's plausible. I'm not hand waving it.
But people, they like to point at the sky.
Sure, but you can get some information from it, but not all.
Yeah, but we need to explore, you know?
Well, the difficult part to be able to explore is, right, isn't it off limits? I heard that it's like a $10,000 fine and up in if you go on your own. It's actually
No, just
illegal.
be part of them.
Huh? Come again?
No, be part of them.
Ah.
Like, really, there is nothing that can feed my curiosity. I want to know, because I know it's impossible to be a ball, so I must fly in a straight line. I want to see what happens. I want to test this sandbox game, because life is a game.
Sure.
But man, if you go straight line, if you decide to go with aeroplane, you will be dead. You know that.
Nobody did it.
Yeah, you cannot do that on your own to take it aeroplane, whatever. You need to have expedition. You need to have all. But I'm not saying in this world, because they will not give you. And in this world, you will finish in Argentina. I mean, even if you give, I have to say, let's say that they give you aeroplane and everything, but you will go to Argentina, and that's it. You will explore only that part, even if you are there. I don't know what you will see, but even if you, let's say that you are now in the base, one of the bases there, what you will do?
What?
Let's say that you are one of bases of Antarctica with other scientists. What you will do?
I'm gonna watch it, experience it. What do you mean?
Yeah,
What I'm gonna do?
Yeah,
I'm on the edge.
Yeah, but people was there. They have the stories. The guy was there and saying, even protecting the globe. He was in Jaran show. The guy who was in Antarctica. But they was there. You could. He was saying the stories, and you could see some few pictures, and that's it. If you want to go somewhere, you cannot go even there. I heard you cannot use you cannot use any equipment. You cannot use even dogs without permission.
I'm not talking about, dude. I'm not talking
I
about
know.
that.
I know what are you saying. You want that everything is good on this world, and that you go there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see.
But you
I
have.
think.
Why we
I
have
think
all fucking control in the last 1,000, 2,000
like I
years?
think this life is like a matrix. The further we go and we try to build the earth, like Earth, you know, the sun and Earth. Okay, if you try to build the earth and then, but the problem is the sun is not giving enough energy to the other parts because they are very far away. It's not giving them energy because they are not in the city. Weird.
I think that somebody need to give you answers for something here first, and then maybe if they want to give you the all answers, then maybe we can start from that point. That all answers what bothers you. That answers like why is not why you telling all the time it's a globe and it's not a globe? Why this story all the time?
It's not a globe.
Yeah, but why is it not?
No, it's not.
It is, man. On the end, it is. Whatever you and me saying, it is a globe. Is it
The Earth is a
terrorist?
globe.
Does listen this? Does terrorists destroy the two towers, or it was inside job?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you a question. Does terrorists destroy two towers in New York, or it was inside job?
Oh, the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Why you put me on the spotlight in live
Because,
stream?
I will say it's inside job. People will say it's inside job, and we know that it's because it has more proof than flat Earth, you know. But it is not. On the end, it's terrorist attack, and it will be written in all books about the terrorist attack for the history.
What do you believe?
I don't believe I know that
You
was
know what?
inside job. This was inside job.
Akui.
How we can know that?
Because
I can
because we are on a live stream. I don't wanna say names.
Okay, but this is not problem. I think 9/11 is not problem. It's more other thing problem. The new thing is a problem. I will not speak about it. No, I'm telling you that some things what happened are we how to say, are they investigated properly, that thing, or something it's like. And you can ask all people here what they think about 9/11. They will tell you the same thing what I'm saying. But the book will not say that thing. The history book will say that was terrorist attack. That's the problem. You
It
have the
was
globe.
terrorists that was there.
Anyway.
The same thing is with the globe. If you have a globe all the time, you will never ever research anything.
So let me ask you this question: if you fly in a straight line, where do you end up?
I don't know. According to all that maps and what I saw with my eyes, with let's say flat Earth imagination, I would be on Antarctica. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe because of James Cook, I believe that. I don't know.
James Cook?
Yeah.
I don't know him.
But at least they are saying that he was the only one who was going around who was only one who was around the world, around Antarctica.
James
or
Cook.
Let's say, yeah.
The incredible true story of world's great navigator and cartographer. The amazing life and death, strange crash course, world history. What is this? Who's James Cook? What did he do?
I don't know who he was. Some British, I think, navigator in the time 80s, 70s, 1000. He went to go around Antarctica and he traveled, I don't know, 3 years, or I'm now spiraling the numbers. I don't know the real story. And I think that he traveled something like 60,000 miles, something like that.
I have $1 billion, guys. If you want it, you want $1 billion? If you go in a straight line, where do you end up? Answer this question. This is the $1 million question.
You're entertaining an idea. It's kind of getting redundant at this point. Keep repeating.
No,
the
it's
same
not
thing over.
redundant. It's not, because this
You
is
are. You're
the
repeating the
most
same question to
important
everyone.
question.
It's really fucking boring right now.
No.
It's not even a fruitful topic anymore.
You want to talk about
Who's
food?
going to have the answer here? Why are you asking everybody here? If you're curious, you get the money, go and do it. And then you can tell us if you live to tell the tale.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay? So stop the
risk it
bullshit right now.
for the biscuit.
Yeah. Not getting anywhere with this topic. You even sound worse like a Glober, man, when you keep doing that shit over and over.
No, because seriously, I think about it all the time.
Yes, you told us. How many times you've told us the same thing over and over? So
I know.
if you got nothing new to tell, then change the subject. It's getting boring. I want to hear it.
Do you think about it? Like,
I told you, change subject. You're not making yourself a favor, and you're not making us any kind of favor by doing this crap over and over. If you find new information, anything of value we can share, by all means do it. But repeating the same thing leads to nowhere, man. What if? What if? There's a big if. There's a lot of ifs. What's the point of that?
What if there was a Glober in the chat? Calling out all Globers in the chat. Oh, you're hiding. Cowards. Can't we all just get a bong? Cut this shit. Word. Globers put their water on the outside of the bong. Did you know that?
which is called SOSUS, the Sound Surveillance System. SOSUS was a once classified passive sonar submarine location system used by the United States to locate Soviet submarines. Essentially, underwater listening devices called hydrophones were anchored to the ocean floor at key locations. These hydrophones could detect low-frequency sound waves emitted by submarines thousands of miles away. Once the sound waves of the submarines were detected by multiple hydrophones, the location of the submarine could then even be triangulated. Think about it. Could a submarine's very distant location be triangulated on a ball where there are supposed bulges of ground 100 miles tall between it and the hydrophones? At a curvature drop rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, the Earth's curvature should be easy to measure and detect in many ways. However, above water or below water, radio signals, sound waves, and VHF waves, high-altitude balloons, or just simple long-distance photography and lasers, the alleged Earth's curvature always seems to disappear without a trace, and that should cause any independent, thinking, reasonable person to realize there's a major problem with the globe. Regardless, the sonar flat Earth proof is pretty simple. Because there is no Earth curvature acoustic shadow, there is no Earth curvature, and that's a fact.
Daisy talking about, hey, listen, 2 turntables, you know what I'm saying? That kitty's hard as fuck, like the rock pile since 99, you know what I'm saying? Peace, we the fuck out. Peace.
In my Flat Earth Fact number 10 video, I discussed Felix Baumgartner's proof that the Earth is stationary. To reiterate, according to the globe model, at the location of Felix's ascension, the Earth supposedly spins at the ridiculous speed of 867 miles per hour. Felix's balloon ascent lasted 2.5 hours, which would mean that Felix should have landed over 2,000 miles to the west in the Pacific Ocean if the Earth was spinning. Instead, Felix landed 44 miles to the east, which is the wrong direction, clearly indicating the supposed spin of the Earth had no impact whatsoever on Felix's 2.5-hour ascension in a balloon, despite the fact that the air gets much thinner the higher you go. As Felix's balloon ascended, it should have quickly fallen behind the ground that was spinning at 867 miles per hour, much like what you see here. Belying common sense, the globe faithful claim that the air above the ground impossibly stays uniformly attached to the ground like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Moreover, like the outer edge of the spokes on a bicycle wheel, which would have more distance to travel than the inner part of the wheel, Felix's capsule would have had to inexplicably speed up in the very thin air to keep up with the alleged spinning ground below it. The truth is the alleged spinning ground cannot effectively communicate its motion to the air above it, and that air cannot then communicate its motion to the air above it, and so forth, as there is no such connection. The Earth is most certainly not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. But Felix also unwittingly proved the Earth is flat. First, from the inside of Felix's capsule at 128,000 feet, you can see the flat Earth horizon in the distance. Of course, when discussing the Red Bull jump, the media repeatedly showed pictures like this one. No, Felix did not jump over Planet New Mexico. This ridiculous curvature was only created by the camera's wide-angle lens, which is common with GoPro cameras. My own sister even used this image as her one and only proof of the globe. But you don't have to take my word for it. Official storyteller Neil deGrasse Tyson stated the same.
Not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Let's assume that Tyson is correct that it would be impossible to see the curvature of the Earth at 128,000 feet on a globe, which contradicts nearly every other globe propagandist out there. Regardless, Felix's indisputable evidence of the flat Earth is the fact that the horizon did not drop 1 iota from ground level all the way up to 128,000 feet. The globe model states that the horizon, marked by an X, constitutes a physical barrier where the ground begins to obstruct distant objects. So once you ascend under the globe, that physical, tangible barrier should begin to drop. However, flat earthers believe that the horizon is a matter of perspective. So even though the horizon can be obstructed by haze, clouds, atmospheric conditions, miraging, lighting conditions, location of the sun, etc., the horizon would generally remain at eye level like you see in this example. Notice the perceived horizon remained in the same spot. This is Felix's capsule, approximately 10 feet off of the ground. Here's another angle of the dangling capsule. This is the point where Felix entered the capsule. Here it is again. I've marked where the perceived horizon is located in the distance. In this clip, Baumgartner is over 128,000 feet. Incomplete contradiction to the globe model, the horizon line didn't drop 1 iota, proving the horizon indeed rises to eye level. As another example, the model on the left illustrates what horizon drop should have occurred on the globe if it were real. The model on the right shows what would happen on a flat Earth as the horizon rises to eye level. If the globe was real, the horizon drop should have been obvious and unmistakable, but there was no horizon drop. Obviously, Felix's jump matches the flat Earth perfectly, proving the globe faults. Yes, flat Earth is our reality.
That stuff is flat.
Hollow glass, baby. Come on.
That stuff is flat.
Hello guys, how are you today? So let's go ahead and talk about this topic. David Weiss has been talking a lot about this in his presentations. So we decided to go ahead and make a video about it. This is the reason why flights north to north never cross south of the equator. So you will never see a flight, for example, from the US to Europe, from Dallas, for example, to Paris, crossing the equator south, stopping in one, having a stopover in the south of the equator, and then flying back north. You will never see, this is just an example, from Dallas going to Europe, anywhere in Europe, with a stopover south of the equator. You will never see a flight like this. You will never see a flight, for example, from the Philippines going to Hawaii, stopover south of the equator, anywhere. New Guinea or anywhere north of Australia. You will never see any flights going south of the equator and then going back north, crossing the equator 2 times. You will never see. And another example here. Let's say a flight from Europe, anywhere in Europe, in this case Madrid, going to India with a stopover south of the equator in Africa, for example, Zambia or anywhere. You will never see, and that's because Earth is not a ball. This is the true shape of the Earth. We live on a flat plane with the continents close together in the middle and the oceans and the Antarctic Circle holding up the water. And what is beyond that, we don't know. We don't have any access. But this is how the Earth is. And that's why flights from south to south do have to go across the equator, but flights north to north never go south of the equator. Let's look at this example here. A flight from Wellington, New Zealand, going to Johannesburg in South Africa, has to cross the equator 2 times because this is the layout of the continents. Look at these flights. Both of them have a stopover, in one in Hong Kong, another one in Dubai, towards Johannesburg in South Africa. 2 times they have to cross the equator because that's the layout of the continents. If Earth was a ball, it would be a simple flight from south to south. So here we have a Mercator's projection of the flight path. So you see there's a lot of traffic there, Europe in green and Asia in red. You see a lot of traffic in this. So I converted to a projection, you can see now why those flights from south to south rarely go south to south without stopping in the north. Here's another view from the top. All flights from north to north don't have to cross the equator, so they don't really cross the equator when going north to north, because that's the layout of the continents. And here you have a quick view of the jet winds going around the face of the flat Earth. Airplanes take advantage of the 250 miles or maybe more. They fly with the wind, they don't fly against it, so they gain speed as they fly with the wind. That enables them to have some flights from south to south. But the majority of them, 90%, they have to cross to the equator, north of the equator, and then go back down south, as we're going to see some examples here. Here are some examples of flights that have to cross the equator 2 times. For example, flying from Sydney to Lima, Peru, they have to go to Los Angeles first and then go south to Peru, even though the distance between Sydney and Lima would be almost the same as the distance from Sydney to Los Angeles. But since the Earth is flat, you can observe on the flat Earth map on the side, they have to cross the equator 2 times because the layout of the continents is different since we don't live on a ball. And here is another example, a flight from Auckland to Lima, Peru. Even though the distance is only 6,692 miles, they have to fly to Los Angeles first and then go down to Lima. If you look at the flat Earth map, they have to cross the equator 2 times. Reason why they have to cross it twice, it's because the layout of the continents is on a flat Earth. So they have to cross it twice. There's no other way. Another example here, another flight from Wellington to Lima. Same thing, you have to fly to Los Angeles and then to Lima. You can never really fly straight unless it's a special aircraft with extended range. And otherwise, you have to cross the equator 2 times because we live on a plane, not on a ball. Another example here, flight from Buenos Aires to Johannesburg with a stopover in Amsterdam, Holland, in Europe, because the Earth is flat, it's an extended plane. So you see on the flat Earth map the reason why they have to cross the equator 2 times. Now, on a ball doesn't make any sense. The last one, a flight from Santiago to Johannesburg with a stopover in Senegal, in Africa. And again, they have to cross the equator 2 times. When you look at the flat Earth map, you can understand why this flight has to cross the equator 2 times. It's because the Earth is flat. There's no way for these flights to fly all the way, with exception if it's a specially adapted aircraft with extra fuel tanks. Otherwise, they have to make a stop in Senegal, Africa, and then go over to Johannesburg. Now, there is a legend going on that there was a flight, Qantas flight QF14, but we can't find a single video online made by passengers, even though over 100 people who took that flight. It was a historic flight. It was supposed to be a historic flight from Argentina to Darwin, going over the Antarctic continent, and we can't find a single video online made by passengers, not a single photo take inside the aircraft showing the TV screen in front of the backseat screen, demonstrating that flight going that route. Nobody, no one. No passengers posts on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. You only have a 15 seconds video released by Qantas, allegedly taken by the pilot. We don't know. So far, it's been a legend only. No confirmation, except if you go to a website, they can easily create a website and manipulate and insert data. But, we have seen this before. Companies lie all the time. Companies do lie all the time. Governments do lie all the time. And we have plenty of examples of that. If you don't think they are lying to you, perhaps this will help you see that they can lie about anything. If you believe this was a real footage of a lunar module taken off from the moon. And there is nothing else that we can say to you. But the fact is, flights north to north never crosses south of the equator because the layout of the continent is different. We live on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and that's why you will never see flights from north to north with a stopover south of the equator. Thanks for watching. Take care. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, John the Morgile here, checking in for a new static planar Earth video for you. I hope you do enjoy it. If you are a globe Earth believer and have yet to reconsider your paradigm, I implore you today to do yourself a favor and apply some healthy skepticism towards the popular belief system involving a spinning ball Earth. The ball Earth deception indeed falls apart under rational, skeptical, healthy scrutiny. It is a lie which must be foisted upon youngsters during our very formative years so that we're unable to rationally defend ourselves against its absurd tenets. From the lack of geological curvature and absence of axial rotation, to the insidious antics used to foment the ubiquitous belief in a spinning ball Earth, during the past few years, we truthers have exposed the great deception which has fooled the entire world, even the very elect, for a very long time. But not anymore. Now we live in the age of revelation, wherein the Holy Spirit of discernment has been rekindled after generations of dormancy to reclaim its authority over the world, seeing all manner of deceptions crumbling under the light of truth and the Holy Spirit of rational discernment and reliance upon our God-given logic as the metric for our subscriptions to reality and actuality. The globe Earth is, sadly, a lie. The fact that we're taught to believe certain elements of observable reality, say circumnavigation for example, as being exclusive to a ball Earth is very telling. They tell us and convince us, really beat us over the head with the notion that circumnavigation exclusively proves the world as a globe, as if no possible scenario allows for this but a spherical Earth. Well, central north on a planar Earth easily allows for circumnavigation, simply crushing the notion of circumnavigation and a planar Earth being somehow mutually exclusive. Why would they do that? Why would they ingrain into the standard curriculum of the world's youth a lie about only the globe Earth exclusively allowing for circumnavigation and nothing else? For those with ears, let them hear. Similarly, we're led to believe that the concept of a flat Earth is silly, and that before people were graced with the knowledge of a sphere, they thought they would fall off of the flat Earth if they sailed too far. This is yet another lie, as the physical plane extends far beyond the reaches of our measly civilization. There is probably no edge to the Earth, as the physical plane could potentially continue infinitely, and the realm within which we dwell is merely a geothermal magnetic pocket, not a disk in space, or a sphere in space, of course. For those with eyes, let them see. The northern hemisphere is very similar on flat Earth and sphere Earth, comparatively, and historically, modern civilization finds its roots in the northern hemisphere. The ancient Greeks, the ancient Chinese, Middle Eastern, and Indian cultures rich in astronomy and other science arts historically were well established in the north, and in the southern hemisphere was mostly out of reach, astronomically speaking, to modern civilization's roots. Certainly the South American pyramid builders were astronomical aces. However, our modern culture doesn't borrow much from their ancient civilization's astronomical work, quite the contrary indeed. The Romans, Spanish, and other European conquests found themselves all but destroying the language and cultures of the Maya and other such South American civilizations. Although the Southern Hemisphere is where the two models must necessarily depart any similarity, how many of us out there have explored the vast seas of the far south and compared the distance entailed within a degree of longitude at different latitudes to similar degrees in the north? I, for one, have not. However, there have been exactly such endeavors executed and documented by mariners in the past, which was picked up by flat earthers and published in the late 1800s and early 1900s. While there are many dedicated flat earthers who feel the azimuthal equidistant projection is not a satisfactory representation of the entire Earth, it must be admitted that it must be at least fairly close to correct, and for a few reasons. Our modern culture indeed has a firm grasp on the general layout of the continents and where they lie in relation to one another. We know, for example, that North America is north of South America, Africa is south and west of Europe, while Australia is south and east of China. We know that if you head west from Europe, you'll arrive in America, and if you head south and west from America, you'll end up in Australia eventually. With that being said, the far southern latitudes hold the key to fleshing out an exact model of the Earth. While in the northern hemisphere there is practically no difference between the sizes and distances between the continents when comparing the globe with the AE projection, once you get to the southern hemisphere, there's a huge discrepancy between the distances from southern latitude continents like Australia, South America, and South Africa when comparing the globe with the AE projection. They simply cannot both be correct in terms of the globe and the flat Earth. One of the models must be wrong. Since we do know the Earth isn't a globe, then there has to be an arrangement of continents that adequately shows the overall layout of all the continents as they truly are in actuality. Now, of course, the globe demands that the southern areas must be relatively close together, with the South Pole being a necessary shortcut from far south continent to far south continent. On the AE projection, however, the southern hemisphere is an extremely vast area, many times larger than the northern central area. For example, southern Argentina and, say, the southern tip of Australia are extremely distant. Well, really, the furthest possible distance between two places on the map. If the flat Earth hypothesis is correct, you would expect to have shorter duration flights whenever your departure point and destination are in the northern hemisphere compared to flights when the two locations are in the southern hemisphere. And forgive the vernacular, because hemisphere does imply a globe. You could say central semiplane and outer semiplane, but we'll use the vernacular of hemisphere for ease of understanding. At any rate, actuality clearly and obviously lends itself to a flat Earth within an AE projection layout very well. Go ahead and compare flight durations when choosing flights from some random locations in different countries in the northern hemisphere, and you'll find extremely short flights, even from two northern points on opposite sides of the quote-unquote globe. On the other hand, the flight durations for southern hemisphere points are extremely long in duration as a rule, obviating the fact that the north is central and the vast south is exterior to that. Compare flights from, say, Argentina to Australia, or South Africa to Argentina, or South Africa to Australia. These are all extremely long duration flights, which consistently have durations expressed in 1 to 2 days instead of hours when looking at northern flights. There's a great deal of what I now finally conclude, after many years of struggling with this, is undue angst against flat earthers who use an AE projection to demonstrate a possible layout of the flat earth. I'm going to go on the record now and state unequivocally that the AE projection, while not perfect, is the best representation we have at this point until in-depth geodetic surveying is done in the far south, which is made very difficult by things like the Antarctic Treaty. Again, historically, the Northern Hemisphere was intricately mapped from France to Japan, from Greece to India, and so forth. But not so much in terms of Australia to Southern Africa to South America. In fact, it's claimed in Zetetic Astronomy, penned in 1865, that astronomical mapping of the Northern Hemisphere was merely clone-stamped for the corresponding latitudes in the south, so that the number of miles comprising a degree of longitude at a given northern latitude was precisely measured in the northern area and merely copied and pasted for the south in terms of number of miles comprising a degree of longitude at a given latitude. There is a great deal of historical evidence to support this claim, as mariners imbued with the belief in a globe Earth often found themselves at odds with their reckoning when in the southern latitudes. We know that circumnavigation is possible, and the northern stars rotate around Polaris, which is visible from all points in the northern hemisphere, which means the globe and the AE projection both work very well in the northern hemisphere, very similar to one another. And yet, some genuine, well-meaning flat earthers have gone so far as to completely abandon the AE projection and disown any flat earther who dares point to an AE projection for really any reason. To distance themselves from the AE projection, some have gone so far as to adopt and champion the Pac-Man-esque diamond-shaped model, where circumnavigation and solar cycles are possible by literally warping from the west side of the map to the east side of the map in order to stay as far away as possible from the AE projection because of some uncomfortable issues that arise in the far south. The fact of the matter is, in the south, there is no central star comparable to Polaris one can point to in support of the globe Earth theory. If you study the footage of southern stars and compare to the northern stars, you'll find huge obvious differences quite easily. The stars appear to rotate around a central point for a time in the far south, but that central point essentially sweeps along with the direction of the stars near it, nothing like Polaris in the familiar northern stars. Counter-rotation of southern stars is quite simply a myth, and the astronomical symmetry demanded by the globe model of the polar stars simply doesn't exist as it does in the north. Those who have eyes, let them see. So why is it that the belief in a globe Earth is predicated upon tricking children with false absolutes and exclusives of the globe while simultaneously lying about the flat Earth, inventing bogus straw-man arguments designed to make the concept seem stupid? These concepts are not actually associated with any arguments or models of the static plane Earth. The globe Earth is a lie, and the Earth is actually flat and stationary. Our culture would deem me mad and uneducated for making such a statement, but that is unfortunately untrue as well, for I am neither mad nor am I uneducated. Objects rise and fall according to their relative density or buoyancy, and there is no need for the theory of gravity to explain why objects remain held fast to the surface of the flat Earth, as it is necessary to hold such objects fast to the spinning ball in theory. Any child can tell you things fall down and helium balloons fly. Boats float on the water, but they don't float on the air. Density and buoyancy determine an object's level of equilibrium. Gravity is only theoretically necessary if you first assume the Earth to be a spinning ball in space, in which case the observation, "what goes up must come down," requires grandiose and complex theorem in order to seem theoretically plausible. Quite simply, the flat and stationary Earth supports the concept of what goes up must come down perfectly without the need for any theories to explain it. Only upon the absurd and ridiculous spinning ball Earth must we jump through theoretical hoops and engage in mental gymnastics in order to explain how relative density and buoyancy work. As for the flights which occur too fast, say from Santiago to Sydney in about 15 hours, I must say that this appears to be completely doable even on the AE projection. I've never been to the southern hemisphere, however, cited in Zetetic Astronomy, written by Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, are mariners who sailed the southern seas and, with the belief, again, that the Earth was a globe, consistently found themselves experiencing southern seas which did not agree with the doctrine of rotundity for far southern latitudes. According to this source, the distance from the southern tip of South America to southern Australia was about 8,000 miles. Australia to the tip of Africa, 6,000 miles, and from the southern tip of Africa back to South America, another 6,000 miles. This isn't my claim, but documented mariners who sailed the southern seas and logged their journeys in ink is their claim. If this source is accurate, again the source being the book Zetetic Astronomy, then the flight from South America to Australia is somewhere around 8,000 miles long, which means the plane would need to average 530 miles per hour to complete it in about 15 hours. Totally doable. In reality, however, flights from South America to Australia often book out at about 58 hours up to 80 hours with multiple stops along the way. And this is exactly what we'd expect upon the flat Earth with an azimuthal equidistant projection layout, and not upon a globe. On a globe, you'd expect to see the far south as the shortest distance between two far southern continents, as we do in the north. However, this simply isn't the case in actuality. Instead, we see, as on this typical flight routes map, the north is like a central hub, with the central north being the shortest path between distant continents, and the south being avoided as much as possible, for the vast southern hemisphere, or outer semiplane, entails the longest way round between two distant southern continents. This is simply not what we should expect to see upon a globe, and yet it is indeed the case in reality. The fact that circumnavigation is absolutely not exclusive to a globe, yet it is preached as being just that, plus the Earth displaying traits that are more in line with a flat Earth azimuthal equidistant layout and not a globe, should give any globbers out there reason to pause. Couple that with things like the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents free enterprise and governments of the world from exploiting the resources of Antarctica, thus keeping any real possibility of paving civilization in the Antarctic, we have a situation where the globe, yet again, falls apart, and however is protected by institutions. Remember, back in the early 1900s, the governments of the world were all extremely interested in Antarctica for its practically unlimited resources, which have been completely untapped and pristine for all of human history. Enduring multiple energy and oil crises, defying the narrative of overpopulation and pollution, let's not forget the oil spills and pipeline bursts in our proverbial backyards, and instead of subsidizing said valuable resources in the Antarctic for domestic use, the world governments agreed on making Antarctica essentially off-limits and illegal. In a world such as ours, where corporations are king, can you think of another continent that is off-limits for harvesting abundant natural resources, where laws prevent corporations from tapping into the wealth of the land? This was not to preserve the penguins' habitats either, but instead to ensure that the globe Earth remains plausible, for the keys to understanding the flat Earth more completely remain in the Antarctic, hidden from us, cordoned off in the central north. The simple truth is, the maps have been manipulated using many tricks, including things like magnetic declination and other sleights of hand, the AE projection notwithstanding, methinks. While the AE projection is probably very close to an accurate overall depiction of the realm's landmasses, it seems that the Antarctic and the far south hold the key to fully understanding the flat Earth and making a model that will stand up to all scrutiny, which is why it is so important for us to nix the Antarctic Treaty and begin to explore the true frontier. Circumnavigation is only possible from east to west in reality, and transpolar navigation is only possible in the north. This is why northern circumnavigation is so common and southern circumnavigation never happens in terms of transpolar. The only evidence for far southern circumnavigation are flimsy nothing burgers like the Antarctica Cup Challenge, which entails a circuit which adheres to the 50 degrees south max and do not even approach the Antarctic Circle, and of course are oriented in an east and west fashion. Again, the Antarctic Cup Challenge is mere east to west circumnavigation, and in fact the duration of the race lends itself to the AE projection layout upon a flat Earth due to the sheer duration of the race. So what is the motivation for them to lie about the shape of the Earth? This seems like such a ridiculous thing to trick children about and a waste of one hell of an intricate hoax. The truth is, the entire modern paradigm is built upon the belief in infinite space, wherein the Earth is a mere speck of dust which formed incidentally by chance and chaos. The human race and our entire history is merely a freak accident of nature caused by chemical reactions long ago in the primordial ooze. There is no intelligent design, no creator, no Most High, and no sacred spirit within us connected to the Creator. Cold, random chaos and chance are the god of the atheist society, which has been chipping away at our natural relationship with the divine Creator of all things, has its sights on murdering our faith and sapping our spiritual power by convincing us that we are somehow separate and organic as opposed to connected spiritual beings. In truth, the motive for the great deception, which deceived the entire world for a very long time, is extremely insidious and equally simple. The physical plane was created by an intelligent designer whose consciousness is everywhere around us, within us, and while we exist within the Creator, the essence of the Creator exists within us. The celestial lights are his signature. The mysteries of the sun and moon prove the Creator's vast superiority, immortality, and timelessness. The earth is an extremely special realm which exists between the heavenly, ethereal planes of non-physical consciousness and the super-dense planes of the deep beneath us. Human beings operate both within the physical and within the realm of consciousness. The globe Earth deception has tricked us into a state of disharmony with the Creator and vastly underestimating our potential. The new religion of scientism would have us believe that our world is unremarkable and insignificant in the grand scheme of things, and we find ourselves a mere chemical incident evolved. If the world were to cease to exist this very instant, it would make no real difference in the grand scheme of things according to the standard narrative. In truth, the world is the physical plane of reality where the spiritual consciousness, intelligence, mystery, and love mingles with the physical elements through our life experience. We are the embodiment of the Creator of all things, experiencing the creation firsthand, and thus we have an extremely special and unique role to play in this life. Wicked spiritual forces have turned our existence into a sort of rat race wherein we compete for resources, real and imagined, and see ourselves as separate from the world and separate from one another. And when I say things like imagined resources, fiat currency would be top of the list. At the end of the day, I pray that this video will incentivize or motivate some of you still clinging to the belief in a globe Earth to revisit that belief and apply some healthy, skeptical scrutiny towards that belief. I can assure you it is not a waste of time, And the essence of science is to question everything. Try to debunk standing theories, and you will only find yourself closer and closer to the truth. So, thanks so much for watching, you guys. I hope you enjoyed. If you'd like to help me continue this channel, please consider becoming a channel supporter. Links in the description box below. I also have some The Morgile Flat Earth merchandise wear. You can find links to that below this player window on YouTube. So with that, God bless you guys. Love you all out there. And as always, spread the word, spread the world, and peace out, everybody.
Hello, truth seekers all over the world. This is Matthew Beavers with Back to the Covenant. Hope you're having an amazing day wherever you're at in the world, whenever you're watching this. So in this video, I want to look at 3 things that mainstream science claims and or teaches, and let's test them to see if they are true and they happen in real life. So let's jump right into it. Number 1, mainstream science teaches that the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. So let's examine this claim, shall we? So I'm going to show 2 clips that I took using my Nikon P900 Super Zoom camera. The first clip was on St. George Island in Florida at sunrise. And the second clip was in Ellijay, Georgia in the mountains at sunset. After looking at those 2 clips of me zooming way in to see a close-up of the sun, does it really make sense to think and believe that the sun is 93 million miles away? Number 2, mainstream science teaches that the moon is 238,000 miles from Earth. So let's explore this long-held claim. The next clip I'm going to show will be me zooming in to see a close-up of the moon where I live in North Georgia. After seeing a nice close-up of the moon, does it make sense to hold on to the belief that the moon is 238,000 miles away like mainstream science teaches? We have to remember that NASA told us during their so-called moon missions that it took the astronauts 3 days in their spacecraft to get to the moon. Is it really possible to zoom in on the moon like I did when it took Buzz and Neil 3 days to travel there? Number 3, mainstream science teaches that the Earth has gases in its atmosphere and it's next to a vacuum without containment. This is one of the biggest problems for the heliocentric model that can be easily debunked and disproved. You need containment for the gas pressure in the Earth's atmosphere. So I could mention the second law of thermodynamics here, but I'm going to keep it simple and in layman's terms. So if you're not familiar with second law of thermodynamics, check it out. So I'm just trying to keep this video super short, and so just research some of the things I'm mentioning in passing in the video. So I want to share a quick story. But I think it was three summers ago. I was in Colorado and I was mountain biking with my uncle and my cousin, and it's called the Rocky Mountains for a reason. So one day I had 3 flat tires on the same day. It was an epic day, but it came with challenges. So I was cruising along and I hear dunk. I hit one of those rocks. Then I got a flat tire. So what happened? That air pressure lost its container or containment. But once I got a new tire on, we put a new tire on, we put pressure in there, and I was ready to go, but that air pressure lost its containment once one of those rocks poked a hole in it. But I have a solution for this containment problem when it comes to the heliocentric model. It could be summed up in 2 words: the firmament. The firmament alone destroys the heliocentric model. The firmament gives Earth containment for the gases in its atmosphere and destroys any claims that NASA has made about traveling to the moon, putting a rover on Mars, or anywhere else in what they call space. So I want to read a small snippet out of a book I would highly recommend called Confusion in the Cosmos about the firmament. And it's on the bottom of page 65 going into the top of page 66. A young channel by the name Richard Lopez came across something very interesting regarding the heavens while going through a set of 1958 Encyclopedia Britannicas. He read and videoed the text under Antarctica and found this. Quote, 4 United States planes flew from New Zealand to McMurdo Sound on December 20th, 1955, and made exploratory flights over unknown parts of the continent, Antarctica, until January 18th, 1956, when they returned to New Zealand. These flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character. Here's the key. With a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east, end quotes. He went on to explain after the Antarctic Treaty was signed into international law in December of 1959, these references to the firmament were forever removed from all future editions written after 1959. End quote from the book. And when I was reading this book, I was able to confirm that to be true. I looked in like 3 or 4 different dictionaries. I looked in Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia Britannica, a couple of those, and I was not able to find anything about this supposed dome in any of these older editions. So all the major countries of the world are teaming up with this Antarctic Treaty, and they're trying to hide y'all's creation, the firmament, using the Antarctic Treaty to do so. There you have it. 3 problems with the heliocentric model. But there are tons more that I could have mentioned, like the lack of curvature, we can see too far, sunsets, and many, many more. So I hope this video was a blessing to you. If it was, do me a favor and subscribe to the channel, like it, and please share it. Get these truths out to as many people as we can.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Oh, oh.
Broader, going on this adventure, searching for the reasons why. All I see is this. sun as it shines on the sea, local lightning. But they say it's so far away. Sometimes it just seems like they're not even trying. There'll come a day when people say there's a curve on the earth, and to me it's surprising. We all know Earth is not a globe. NASA and other space agencies always lying. But after all, Earth is not a
You and me, brother. In his hands he's got a you and me, sister. In his hands he's got a you and me, brother. In his hands he's got the whole world in his hands.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. The upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane, because if a part of the surface were higher than the rest, those parts of the fluid which were under it would exert a greater pressure upon the surrounding parts than they receive from them, so that motion would take place amongst the particles and continue until there were none at a higher level than the rest. That is, until the upper surface of the whole mass of fluid became a horizontal plane. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. Moreover, if the Earth is spherical, then it follows that the surface of all Earth's water, including the massive oceans, must maintain a certain degree of convexity. But this is contrary to the fundamental physical nature of water to always be and remain level.
According to the globe model, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity. Based on the alleged globe circumference of about 25,000 miles, the Earth must curve away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. The formula is simple and accurate over all visible distances and has been proven by engineering software. At just 10 miles, there should be a measurable curvature drop of 67 feet, 20 miles, 267 feet, 60 miles, 2,400 feet. To calculate what amount should be hidden behind the alleged globe bulge, you can use an online calculator like this one.
Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane.
Without reasonable question, this is indisputable evidence that the actual observable apparent horizon is a geometric impossibility under the globe model. At an observation height of only 1 foot, under the globe model, the visible edge of the globe, which the globe supporters refer to as the horizon, would have to be closer than 1.2 miles. This is their math. Again, the globe supporters believe the horizon is the observable, tangible, physical edge of the globe that marks the point at which objects begin to supposedly disappear behind the curvature. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here's a mainstream globe supporter describing what the horizon is under the globe.
Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me.
You heard it, and the globe supporters can't spin out of this one. Globalists believe, without any supporting evidence, that the horizon is the tangible, physical, observable edge of the globe, and the claim is utter nonsense. But remember, our globe supporter said at 8 inches or 0.67 feet that the horizon would be 1 mile away. Well, at least his math is correct according to this distance to the horizon calculator. He also stated that at 5.5 feet that the horizon would be 3 miles away. Again, and to his credit, his math is roughly accurate. But both statements are actually incorrect under the globe model, as the 1 mile and 5.5 mile references would be the maximum distances to the globe horizon, because the calculator is based on a presupposed and unrealistic perfect glass-like conditions with no miraging, atmospheric distortion, opacity, compression, haze, waves, swell, mist, etc., which would only reduce that supposed distance to the horizon. Looking back at BMLSB 69's footage and using the same official globe math, at an observation height of 1 foot, the maximum distance to the alleged physical horizon under the globe would have to be closer than 1.2 miles. You don't have to be a math genius to recognize the problem with the globe here. The visible horizon that was filmed on video extends further than 9.4 miles. Yes, this one single video destroys the globe, and all of the higher propagandists out there can't save it. But I do respectfully take issue with Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, Mitchell from Australia, and the Ballbusters for referring to this globe-damning evidence as a black swan. Because this is not a black swan. This is not an aberration. This is not a rarity. This is your every damn day swan. So long as there is no mirage, visibility is high, and the water is calm, the globe fails each and every time. So let's begin. For this first horizon test of mine, I was at the Great Salt Lake in Utah. I brought my camera down to just 0.4 feet off of the ground. The distant peninsula here was 1.34 miles away from the camera. Under the globe, the physical horizon would have to be closer than 0.8 miles. Instead, the horizon extends much further than 1.34 miles, thus disproving the globe model. Some of the globe supporters claim that I falsified the height of the camera with the last test, and so a few days later, I went back again to the same location to do it again, and I conducted the test from both sides with the same results. Don't you find it interesting that all of the famous globe supporters never tell you to go out and measure the alleged size of the Earth yourself? I wonder why. But for this next test, I brought the camera down to just a few inches above the water, and this was dangerous. I took my cell phone out and filmed the Nikon P900 as I filmed the peninsula at just inches above the water. Under the globe model, at just a few inches above the water, the horizon could not be further than a mere 0.7 miles away. That's the maximum horizon distance under the globe model. You can clearly see the horizon extending many miles further than possible under the globe model. Do you see how the globe fails miserably here? In addition to the platform's video earlier at 1 foot, BMLSB 69 also brought us other observations that can be used to prove that the true horizon is geometrically impossible under the globe. For this video, he's at an elevation of 105 feet. There are 3 oil platforms he's filming. The closest one is 10.9 miles, the second is at 21.9 miles, the third is at 26.4 miles. From that elevation, the horizon line could not be further than 12.6 miles under the globe. In other words, under the globe model, the horizon should appear before the second platform, and 59 feet of the second platform should be hidden by the alleged physical ball's edge. As you can see with your own eyes, the horizon is not only beyond the second platform, the horizon is beyond the third platform, further than 26.44 miles. According to the globe dimensions, 130 feet of the third platform should have been hidden below the horizon, but none of the platform is obstructed, and we know this since the horizon is beyond the third platform. We've seen footage from the Great Salt Lake and California. How about we examine some footage from Finland from YouTuber Velo42? In this case, the distant boat was 14.5 miles away from the observer, which was obtained by using marinetraffic.com. The observer's height was at only 2.5 feet above the water. Let's check out our globe calculator. That means the horizon would have to be closer than only 1.9 miles. You can see that horizon is further than the boat that was 14.5 miles away. How can you tell that the horizon is further than the boat? Because there's another large boat behind it, right here, that is very far away. Do you see it? Notice that this large distant boat is prospectively higher than the boat in front of it, which is another impossibility under the globe, as distant objects are supposed to get visibly lower from your angle, not higher. Is the globe busted? You bet it is. What about Florida? Does the globe horizon hold up in Florida? Wide Awake has probably a dozen videos proving the impossibility of the globe horizon. This is my favorite, as he brought down his camera to just 2.5 feet above the water. Remember, at 2.5 feet, that globe physical edge must be closer than 1.9 miles. And you can see that the horizon is further than 11.6 miles, and he repeated this a few times. How about in Nova Scotia? Thankfully, James Mann showed us the globe fails the horizon test in Canada as well. In this case, this horizon was supposed to be closer than 11.2 miles, but the horizon is further than 27.3 miles. Again and again, the globe physical horizon fails. Without that globe physical horizon, there is no globe, as it's a mathematical impossibility. How about that dropping horizon mentioned earlier by the globe supporter? Fortunately, Felix Baumgartner busted that nonsense. Here's the horizon at approximately 10 feet when Felix entered the capsule. Here's the horizon line at 128,000 feet. The horizon did not drop one bit. The horizon impossibly rose with the camera, again disproving the globe model. Now do you understand why I think referring to this video by BMLSB69 as a black swan is not accurate? This flat earth proof is just an every damn day swan. So long as visibility is high, without a mirage, and the waters are calm, you will see that the globe physical horizon edge simply does not exist, and thus the ball Earth does not exist. That is a fact. How much more evidence do you need? I don't know how to make this more understandable. The globe is a mathematical impossibility. It's that simple. I mean, you could choose to believe in magical refraction fairies that somehow impossibly remove very tall bulges of water and then cause those tall bulges of water to reappear many miles further away at even a higher perspective, while somehow leaving the physical objects in the middle unaffected by the fairy dust. Sure, you can believe in the globe fairies who have no other purpose than to trick you into believing in a flat earth by hiding the globe edge. But stay the hell away from me. I'm not interested in joining your messed up cult. But for the rational, intelligent, independently minded person, do you really believe that the horizon is the leading edge of the ball Earth with a circumference of 24,901 miles and zooming around in the vacuum of space? Or will you allow yourself to question your indoctrination? I don't want you to believe me. Do the math yourself. Check out the calculators, which are based on the globe math. Go out with a pair of binoculars or a telescope and test it for yourself. And if you get a chance, take a picture of that non-existent globe edge and send it to me. My email is tabooconspiracy@gmail.com. Love to everyone.
A light is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a limits on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, because you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature because we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is vacant. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature because we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
I'd forgotten all about this clip. Thank you, Jane, for reminding me, putting this in the comments. Much appreciated. Essentially, this is old school propaganda to get you to believe in the absurdity that is the ISS, i.e. this space station hurtling round a cannonball that's flying through a vacuum. So let's have a look and let's break this tosh down.
Hi there. I've had a lot of people ask me how I wash my hair in space, and I thought I'd show you how I do it. Let's see.
Just before we begin, my dear, I'm going to highlight the absurdity of your hair straight off the bat. If you were allowed to have your hair long, that would be the same for the guys. Why haven't we had any long-haired rockers up there? Hip and happening. I'll tell you why. Because a bloke's hair would look absolutely absurd and make it look obvious. The only reason the women are allowed long hair is to paint the picture of the space station going around a cannonball Earth. and part of the illusion. If I was in charge of this, sorry girls, it's all about simplifying things here, procedures, and I'm afraid that involves you having shorter hair. Easier to maintain. And let's be fair, there were some sharp, short haircuts the ladies had in the 80s. So certainly better than this tosh. This is just simply a show. This is all this girl's hair is about, is a show to get you to believe in this absurdity. Anyway, I'm waffling. Let's have a look.
To get started, these are the things I need. A bag of warm water, a little no-rinse shampoo, towel, and my comb. What I like to do is start by just putting some hot water, squirting it onto my scalp. And I have a mirror here so I can kind of watch what I'm doing. Sometimes the water gets away from you.
Now, this is how absurd this is. You're in a space station that produces a hell of a lot of power, electricity, and you're supposedly throwing water all over the place. Why? Because you got long hair. That ridiculous health and safety risk could be eliminated immediately by you having short hair. But no, we have a lie, a picture to paint here, a delusion to sell. So I'll keep my hair long and then we'll squirt loads of water around a space station that's 100% electrical. It's so ridiculous, love.
And you try and catch as much as you can.
Water flying everywhere. There's more cuts in this than there is in the whole Lone Wolf and Cub film series. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. And of course, there's no cuts that last more than 25 seconds. This is an obvious zero-G panto fest.
Then I just work the water up through to the ends of my hair.
Absolutely ridiculous. How much easier would your life be on the space station with short hair? Do you know what I mean? Who do you think you'll fall in love throwing water all around your electrical space station? When you wouldn't need to do that if you had short hair. It's all a show, my dear. We'll continue though.
Then I take my no-rinse shampoo.
I should add the little funky beats there in the background. Just to get you to bop and again lower your guard. She's in space. Nah. Some funky tune. She must be in space. Nah. This is clearly ridiculous for any of you space fans. Come on. This is ridiculous. Why have long hair and endanger the whole crew and people here on Earth squirting water about just so you can wash your long hair? It's clearly ridiculous.
And squirt it also on the scalp, just a little bit, and rub it in. Again, kind of working it out to the ends. And sometimes I'll actually take my comb to help work it all the way to the ends. And I like to take my towel while I have the shampoo.
I mean, and this is how bad it is for the globe. This kind of tosh is very often cited as evidence. In this instance, it wasn't. Jane, thank you. But very often, tosh like this is cited as proof that reality is wrong. I mean, how deluded do these people? I mean, how deluded are these people? Fucking insane.
In there and just kind of work it. Because without standing under running water, you kind of need to use the towel a little bit to help get some of the...
Here's the thought. Just have short hair. You save so much time, effort. Health and safety in your space station goes through the roof. It improves. Dramatically goes up 100%. You're not squirting water all over the place willy-nilly. You've got more time to do experiments and recreation or meditation or do pretend training. But no, you're quite happy to spend loads of time here squirting water all around the space station in your hair. Look how ridiculous your hair looks. Look at it.
dirt out. I like to follow that by a little more water. It's called
squirt some more water about. Yay!
no rinse shampoo, but I think it's best if you use a little water with it. It actually feels kind of squeaky clean right now. Now I'll take the dry part of my towel. We use towels for quite a while here, since we have limited supplies. We use them wisely. There, I think that's pretty good. And now as my hair dries, as the water evaporates from my hair, it will become humidity in the air, and then our air conditioning system will collect that into condensate, and it won't be long, and our water processing system will turn that into drinking water.
How about just saving the energy and having shorter air? Saving the health and safety and just having shorter air? How about cutting out all this silly space pantomime, just have short air? Save all the time by just having short air, gives you the opportunity to do real science, which I thought that was the reason you were up there. But no, we'll spend hours and hours squirting water all around an electrical space station, keeping unnecessarily long hair. The blokes, the fact they don't have long hair debunks this charade anyway. We know it's scientifically impossible because the globe's scientifically impossible. And then we look at footage like this, it's quite clearly some of the most ludicrous, ridiculous, pathetic bits of propaganda going. Again, if you can't see it, whatever, go play with your Star Wars toys. I won't hold it against you. You're free to believe whatever you want, but just don't expect people like myself to accept this nonsense as somehow proof that reality has got it all wrong.
At the end, I just do one final comb through to make sure there are no snarls and snags. And while it dries, I like to let it stay free. I don't put it back in a ponytail while it's drying. And that is how I wash my hair in space on the International Space Station.
Hey, just unnecessarily endanger everyone, people on Earth as well. Absolute charade. Again, old school space pantomime. I've told you, it's all a pantomime. Politics, a pantomime. TV and stardom, a pantomime. Space, clearly a pantomime. Celebrity status, a deluded pantomime. All put there by culture, education system, TV, news. Just delusions. Put there, paid to you, sold to you via fucking silly pantomimes. Wake up, please, if you are entertaining any of this idiocy. Clearly, it's ridiculous.
An isolated mountaintop, remote from the petty affairs of this earth, where men spend their lives studying the mysteries of stellar space. The Solar Observatory, with its 150-foot tower telescope, is used exclusively for photographing the sun, and important solar research has been carried on here. Let us see what sunspots look like, those curious phenomena about which we hear and read so much. The round object illustrates the comparative size of the Earth. This is a spectroscopic photograph of a solar prominence, which is an immense flame-like protuberance which frequently dashes out of the surface above the sunspots to a height of 150,000 miles. They might be likened to cyclones of flame. Here we see the giant 100-inch Hooker reflector, the world's largest telescope. A delicate clockwork keeps the huge 100-ton telescope in perfect time with the Earth's movement. To overcome the tremendous friction due to the great weight of the instrument, the main bearings are hollow steel cylinders floating in tanks of mercury. Let us look through this amazing telescope at Saturn. Here is a photograph of the constellation of Auriga, of which Capella is the leading star. Note as the exposure has been lengthened how stars of 15th, 18th, and even 20th magnitude become visible. Stars of the 20th magnitude are invisible to the eye even through the largest telescope, but the more sensitive photographic plate records them after several hours' exposure. This is a spiral nebula in Canis Venatici. Canis Venatici would appear much as this. And here we see our nearest neighbor, the moon, as it appears through the great telescope. Popular belief to the contrary, it is highly improbable that man will ever be able to bodily explore stellar space. But by the aid of this amazing telescope and greater ones to follow, it is reasonable to believe that we are on the verge of great visual voyages of discovery to the very ends of the universe.
I found this right on the NASA website. They published this article just like a week ago. And you see the windows on that jet, that's cool. They're right on the top. That's how you would always want it, right? Here's the history of astronomy at NASA. This is how they really get pictures of the stars. They don't get them from satellites, folks. And NASA isn't really that well known for their telescopes, right? I mean, other than the ones supposedly in space, but we know space is fake. So here you go. There they are. It's one of these things like, if space is fake, then how this, how that? Well, here, this is one of the hows. And they don't even try to hide it anymore. Ostensibly, this is just support to what they can get from Hubble and what they plan to get from the James Webb Space Telescope. But don't you get it? Those things aren't real. This is what is real. And they don't really see anything much more than what you and I can see. And I'm beginning to think that even the folks at NASA, they don't even know what's up there. They really don't. I'm sure some of them probably know more than we do, but my gosh, you know, if they're flying airplanes with telescopes, the thing is, you go up to high altitude, you can't even see the stars that well. I mean, because the light has to hit something. So when it's not hit, you know, the atmosphere gets so thin, there's not much for the light to hit, and you just don't really see much of anything. So, yeah, they spend all the money and they fly around. They've probably seen the dome, and we know that they see whatever's in Antarctica. They don't let us see, but my gosh.
Not only had they mapped vast areas hitherto unseen by man, they had more clearly defined the coastline of Antarctica, discovered a new peak, Mount X-Ray, located a great new range of mountains 150 miles from the South Pole, discovered Land O'Lakes, a fantastic snow-free oasis in the ice desert.
So one of the places they look at the stars really closely is in Antarctica. And I thought the names of these Antarctic locations are pretty interesting. Dome A. If you saw the wind reaches an average speed of a whopping 6 miles per hour, yet the temperatures range between negative 25 and negative 80 degrees C, or even colder in these places. They have stations there, but they just set them up and then they just kind of forget about them. They run automatically for decades, right? Some of them, they say they are occupied, but the altitudes are astounding. 10,000 feet at the surface elevation, and it's supposed to be so flat you can't even tell you're on a mountain, right? Yeah, but we don't see anything from these places. They put out some stuff, but it's not very convincing at all. They're named after Greek gods. There's Dome A, there's Dome C, there's Dome F. Where's Dome B? I don't know. I don't know if there's a Dome D. I think there might be a Dome E. And then there are other things called, you know, suspiciously similar names to, like, something to do with, like, dome and firmament and things like that. Yeah, there's the wind speed, and it's an extremely good astronomical observation site. And this is weird. The sun, they say, you know, they can't see the stars, very many stars. That's the problem with it. It's because you're on the edge of the stars, you know. They can only see the extreme southern stars where, you know, if you've noticed, you know, the majority of the stars are kind of over, like, the equatorial regions. And that there are fewer stars, and you get to the south, extreme south, and there are fewer stars in real life. And then they say, oh, well, the station that operates by itself communicates via iridium phone. But you look in your iridium phones, they're just regular cell phones, people. They have to have a SIM card, and you have to pay money for the global roaming. It just has a more powerful antenna and better or more extreme data compression. Very few people have actually ever used them. And then what about in certain areas where you can't use them? Well, they say, oh, it's because they're embargoed countries, or they're unpopular regions, or they can't let geographically bounded planes, I think they meant planes, to use communication outside of the designated area, so they block it. Yeah, right. It's not, oh, the satellite's there. You could communicate it, we block you. Well, why do you block me? Well, we block everybody. Oh, okay. It's not because your balloon satellite doesn't go over those areas. Sure. This Iridium satellite phone is communicating that this robot, or this, I don't know, I guess some robot at the station is using the phone to communicate the data from this very real and very important Antarctic station that happens to be named Dome.
We got ours used, and our used one was about £1,200. We got it on eBay. You then have to buy something called an antenna tuner, which is another bit which allows the radio to the aerial, the antenna, to tune itself. Another couple of £100. Then for antennae, at the antenna you can use an insulated backstay, which is we did, and that was another £500. We'll put this in US dollars at the bottom of the screen. You can get a whip aerial, about the same cost. So that's the cost for the equipment. You then need a license. To obtain the license was another £500 plus, which needs what's called a Pacta modem. Pacta modem is £1,000. The other thing about SSB radios is that you need to go and get the license, and they are complicated. It's not like a VHF radio where, you know, you push a button and it works. There are different frequencies. The way that the radio signals are sent, they bounce off the ionosphere, and so they are very, very sensitive to the frequency that you're using, the time of day, the cloud coverage. As I said, as yet, we haven't seen the real benefit in it. When we go through Panama and into the Pacific, it should come into its own. However, my gut feeling here is that in 2017, they are a little bit kind of redundant. I would also say that for about £100, you can buy an SSB receiver, which just allows you to listen to SSB nets. Do you need one? Do you not need one? I don't know. The judgment is there. Given our time again, I probably wouldn't install one just because of the cost. But they're fun to play with, and you can get, you can get the BBC World Service in the middle of nowhere, which sometimes is really nice. I think they were brilliant. Not sure about it now. The next thing we have is our sat phone. Now, this is it. It's like a 1996 Nokia, but this is an Iridium satellite phone. It costs about £400. We bought this used. New ones are more expensive, up to about £1,000. They plug into your computer, or they plug in our case, to our red box, which is a router, and allow us to send and receive emails at sea, weather at sea. Now just bear in mind here, the data transmission rate here is about the same as a 1980s dial-up modem. They are super, super slow, and satellite airtime is expensive. So here's the pros and cons with these things. They're fairly cheap to acquire, as in £300-400. The airtime contract is expensive. So we looked to about, I think it's about £800 for a year's subscription to the satellite service and 500 minutes. But unless you renew the subscription, you lose all your minutes. So we got into a situation this year where we still had 400 satellite minutes, but had to renew the subscription for a year or risk losing all that. So just look into the total cost of this stuff. Now there are systems called Iridium Go. I've heard mixed reports about Iridium Go. We have people that absolutely love Iridium Go and have the sets. We also know people and suppliers that have stopped selling them because they are meant to be so unreliable. That's all I know. That's my informed decision on it. If the technology changes and becomes more stable, we would consider that system. Similarly, Iridium are launching, or have launched, another satellite which is meant to provide far more achievable broadband. There's a fleet broadband, which is kind of like almost a hardwired broadband system. Our friends have got those and swear by them. There is also And something I read in the yachting press about someone who did download a movie using the satellite airtime mid ocean, and had $100,000 bill. So whether that was important to them or they had more money than sense, these things rack up a lot of airtime bills. And once you get to the other side, are you going to use it? In 2 years in the Caribbean, we have not used our SSB more than a handful of times. The satellite phone we actually use a lot, because you can use it anywhere, and we've got a lot of minutes. So it's actually cheaper to use a sat phone than it is to use international roaming with a UK SIM card to phone from the Caribbean.
There's a satellite dish. Yeah, you can see satellite dish and that.
So caught him red-handed there. The satellite dish is pointed at the cell phone tower on the other side of the cell phone tower, one of the Great Lakes. Okay, so here, this was what I photographed right over a NASA facility. So it's a picture of a sundog, but it's just weird how it developed, as it were. Just odd stuff around the NASA facility. There's one located off of the Turnpike as you're going between Chicago and New York, right about in the middle. There's a NASA facility on the edge of Lake Erie. I think it's near Cleveland, and it's a huge amount of land. And what do they do there? That's where this big vacuum chamber is that Brian Cox, Cryan Box, went to. And
Preface from the narrator. The following audiobook is a compilation of several serial-style installments into the periodic publication called Florida Magazine, just after the turn of the century, actually in 1902. As an historical account, I find this interesting as the magazine itself was published in an era prior to the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, so I always find such documents very attractive, if for no other reason than to experience, even vicariously, the story of a people who were
What up, what up?
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Eric is the man behind AtlanteanConspiracy.com and the author of a big conspiracy encyclopedia by the same name, covering everything from Atlantis to Zion. He's also more recently finished a book and documentary pair, both entitled The Flat Earth Conspiracy. A guy that has definitely challenged my worldview, and that's not an easy thing these days, so let's dive into it. Eric, my man, welcome to THC.
Thanks for having me here. Appreciate it.
So happy to have you here, man, and I think a lot of people are going to be challenged with this one, and it is going to be tough to articulate some of these arguments without pictures and diagrams, but what I've seen has raised some serious red flags with a lot of things that we take as a given, everything from the existence of nuclear weapons in the International Space Station to the makeup of the Earth and the entire universe itself. So let's not beat around the bush, man. You know, to challenge the heliocentric model of the solar system is pretty blasphemous in today's world. So how do we start to unravel some of this stuff? What are some of the biggest red flags with our traditional understanding that should start putting those first cracks in the listener's preconceived notions?
Sure. Well, just our common sense everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, as far as 20 miles up and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball. So as you rose up, the horizon would stay where it was, and you'd have to look down if you're in a hot air balloon, down further and further as you rose up, and the horizon would be below you. But in fact, as high as any non-NASA, RASA, or other Freemasonic space agency has ever shown us, as far as any independent camera has ever gone up with an independent rocket or balloon, as far as 20 miles up, totally flat and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Of course, you can measure curvature if it actually existed. They say the ball Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, and using spherical trigonometry, it figures out to 8 inches of curvature per mile squared. The mile is squared, so for 2 miles, it would be 2 times 2, 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And for the third mile, it's 3 squared, which is 3 times 3, 9 times 8 is 72. So you're going 8, 32, 72, 128 inches, and so on. And this is the kind of curvature that would exist on a ball, and specifically on a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as they say it is. So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes, and the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit.
And that's it. It's just photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science, but real science has confirmed geocentricity in the flat Earth for thousands of years. The flat Earth was known to ancient cultures all over the world for thousands of years, and it's actually a relatively recent phenomenon that people have been believing we're on a big ball spinning around the sun. Pythagoras first came up with it about 2,500 years ago. He's also often considered the first Freemason, and it didn't go anywhere much from there until 2,000 years later. Copernicus picked up where he left off, another Jesuit Freemason, and he really picked things up, and Kepler and Galileo and Newton, and now Einstein and NASA, Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people, they're all part of this Freemasonic club that is building a pseudo-scientific worldview to indoctrinate the slave class so that we can be propagandized into doing anything. This is basically the biggest thing you could possibly lie about. So the psychopaths who control society are interested in world domination. The best way to brainwash the whole world is to lie to the whole world about what the world is. What is the Earth under your feet? What is the sky above your head? Where did we come from? You know, it's now, this lie has now evolved into a Big Bang evolution, heliocentric spinning ball cosmology, when in reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random. This is all just random. But people do.
Yeah, right. I think you make a lot of great points, man, and I think the curvature argument is pretty damn strong. And I pulled this off your website in the comments section because, to your credit, you spend a lot of time writing thorough answers to questions and responses to critics, and that's where a lot of my questions got answered. And so here's a little more detail about the curvature argument from your site. It seems like lighthouses are one great example. This first one you have is the Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England. It's 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. why can you still see it? And then you have several other good examples in the lighthouse department, but another one worth mentioning that people be familiar with is the Statue of Liberty. It stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe at the dimensions that they give us, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. These examples seem hard to rectify unless there's some obvious answer that I'm missing, but I would say this is a pretty compelling thread of evidence, my man.
Yeah, the distance at which the light from lighthouses can be seen at sea is just way too far for the Earth to be a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. Another great example is the Notre Dame Antwerp spire, standing 403 feet high from the foot of the tower, with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. And so with the aid of a telescope, ships can be seen on the horizon, and captains declare they can see the spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance, the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. So there's a lot of examples like this where you've got a whole mile, say, that the light should be below the horizon. You should not be able to see it. And even light refraction that the naysayers try to bring up can't account for it, as it can only account for 1/12 of whatever the original distance is. So, the light at which lighthouses can be seen at sea, as well as the fact that canals, tunnels, and railroads are never built with curvature in mind whatsoever. That's not necessary. And if there were, then their plans would be off. In fact, I've got quotes in my book from railroad engineers and canal builders saying how it's hard enough for railroads to make curves horizontally, let alone if we were on a ball and railroads would have to be curving up on the ball. And they give examples of different railroads over the Earth and how long they are and how much curvature they'd have to be ascending, and how it would be so impossible for the trains to be able to go up this curve, because trains are made to be on a level. They just can't operate that way. So there's a lot of proofs like that.
You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson, and one compelling thing you have in your documentary is Neil deGrasse Tyson is on TV and he's talking about the shape of the Earth, and he's talking about how they just discovered now that the Earth is more pear-shaped than it is round.
So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, we've been seeing pictures of the Earth from space, and it's a perfect circle. So either you don't know what you're talking about, or those pictures aren't real. This is a serious disconnect that's hard to rectify, Neil.
Absolutely, yeah. And they've said that it's a sphere, and then they've said that it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles, so it's kind of like smushed. And now more recently they're saying it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles with a bulge in the south, so it's kind of pear-shaped. So they keep changing it, but you're right, the pictures that they've given us, they show a perfect circle. They don't show any sort of bulge or oblateness as they claim exists. And people say, oh, well, it's just not enough to be seen. But they're claiming it's quite a bit. He said it's the amount of Everest above sea level is how much more oblate it is, supposedly.
Right, you would think that would show up in the pictures. Now, a lot of people's first question is going to be, well, where's the edge? And I was surprised to see how easy that is to rectify, but I'm sure you get that a lot. How do you tell people when they come at you with, well, where's the edge? Why aren't people sailing off the edge or whatever?
So in the flat Earth model, the North Pole is in the middle, and the Earth is a disk shape, and the Antarctica is all the way around, holding the oceans in. And so it's a fact, if you're at the North Pole and you go south, no matter which actually, it doesn't matter where you are. If you go south, eventually you're going to end up in Antarctica. But on the ball model, it's just a little ice continent underneath the ball. Yet in this model, it's all the way around you, holding the oceans in. As for whether there's an edge beyond the Antarctic ice plateau, this wall that holds everything in is about 100 to 200 feet tall, and once you climb up on the ice wall, it's a plateau of snow that just goes on and on and on. And the public and myself are ignorant at the moment as to whether there is an edge at some point, whether there'd be a barrier, a dome, as many ancient cultures have said there is, or whether it's an infinite flat plain and it's just snow, ice, wind, and darkness forever. So that's still a mystery, how the ice actually terminates. But it is a fact that if you travel south from anywhere on Earth, you will end up at the Antarctic ice wall. The lie is that there's a South Pole, and they've put a ceremonial red and white barbershop pole with a ball Earth on top of it at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice. And they even admit that it's not the actual South Pole, and they have this complex model how the North and South Poles on the ball Earth are constantly moving because of the nature of the molten magnetic core of the ball Earth they claim exists. But the real reason is they have guided tours there to the South Pole, and if you took a compass and you stood at their ceremonial pole, you should be able to walk in a circle and north would be in every direction. But of course that wouldn't happen, and so they'd have to answer to all these tourists every year as to why the South Pole clearly isn't the South Pole. And they even admit it, you can see on YouTube, and they give their complex answer as to why it's always moving and you can never really find it. Same with the North Pole. In fact, if you watch North Pole documentaries, they always claim they're at the North Pole, but they're only showing a Garmin with 90 degrees north latitude. They never pull out a compass to actually check if they're at the North Pole. They're just on some ice somewhere, could be anywhere on Earth, and then they're like 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 feet, we're at the North Pole. And
arriving destination 15 feet, 12, 10, 2. North Pole. Top of the world, guys. Top of the world. We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
It's just some random ice, nothingness. So yeah, it's easy to lie about these things. And these no man's lands, the North Pole and the Antarctica, they don't allow us to independently explore them. So people like Rodney Clough or Jarl Andahoy, independent explorers who've wanted to go to the North Pole and Antarctica without getting government pre-approval and only going with their escorts to the places they want you to go. They've actually been turned around at gunpoint by military vessels, not allowing them to go in. Jarl Andahoy's faced jail time and fines for it as well. So they definitely don't want us exploring what is in the middle of the flat Earth and on the edges. They keep us in the middle.
Yeah, I find it really interesting. And the first thing I had thought when I was getting into this is like, well, what about airplanes? People fly from North America to China to Europe, all around the globe, or, the proposed globe. And this is easy to rectify with the model you laid out with the North Pole in the center. When you fly, if you think about the rings on a bullseye, you can fly around it can make it seem like you're going around a ball, but you're really just going around in a circular pattern on a flat plane. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about it like that. And if you look at, well, of course, something we always talk about is hidden in plain sight, symbolisms and corporate logos that they use. And if you look at the UN flag, this is exactly the model you're proposing. And it even has an overlay of like a bullseye pattern that shows you the overlay is exactly how planes would fly around or how ships would navigate around. But it's really odd that the UN flag would take up the exact same composition or damn close to the flat Earth model.
Yeah, the UN flag is a flat Earth map. You can look at it. It is not a ball Earth. It's a flat Earth. And the bullseye you're talking about that's over it, if you count the number of holes they've got there in the bullseye, there's exactly 33. So what they've got is a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. And I'm sure you're aware that 33 is a significant occult number, especially among the Freemasons, who are the ones in charge of this whole deception, as I said, from all the way back to Pythagoras, the first Freemason who thought up this ball Earth theory, through Copernicus and Galileo and Newton, and right up to today, Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc. So the Freemasons in the UN, the Freemasons in NASA, these are the people who are doing this, and they put their symbology right out there by having the UN flag be a flat Earth divided into 33 sections right in our face, and meanwhile they laugh about the flat Earth. It's got to be the most ridiculed position ever. And you got to think there's a reason for that. Why is the concept of flat Earth or being a flat earther so ridiculed? I have a flat Earth comedy special I made, and you can see Obama saying over and over again the flat Earth, ridiculing them, making jokes about them in his speeches. And I mean, these aren't just off-the-cuff remarks. These are things that are being written into his speeches. So why are they doing this? Why are they making sure that people know that the flat Earth is something to be ridiculed?
I agree with you on that. I thought that was pretty hair-raising, because typical people have to assume that the model of the Earth is so rock solid, that the flat Earth idea is so far past that it isn't even on the radar. It shouldn't even be worth mentioning, considering conventional science. So it is rather odd that that is Obama's go-to. Like, he's talking about how he wants to create progress, and he's like, we can't have every debate. We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society. And everybody cheers like, yeah, we don't need to have that fundamental of a debate. And it just struck me as kind of spooky.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. But you might also want to report on a bunch of scientific evidence that seems to support the notion that the world is round.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round.
Yeah, definitely.
So you've mentioned these Masons, Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Newton, all the way up to Armstrong, Aldrin, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, I mean, if they're holding this secret, this would be the biggest secret possible. So are you putting Freemasons at the very top layer of this power pyramid?
No. The Freemasons seem to be the foot soldiers who do all the dirty work, but they're definitely part of a grander scheme involving the Vatican and Jesuits and world royalty and other secret societies. So there's definitely a big network. I don't know. I think people like to kind of debate semantics about the tippy top of the capstone of the pyramid, and I don't know that there even is such a thing, or if we would ever get to it from the outside. But I think it's definitely, world royalty, the Vatican, the Freemasons, and the whole secret society network of, Bohemian Grove and Skull and Bones and all these other organizations. They're all interlinked in some ways through the whole corporate, banking, military, industrial structure. The thing's pretty well interwoven. Every country is a tax farm. There's nowhere on earth you can go to get away from paying taxes and obeying government laws, right? So, they make it sound like America and Russia are sworn enemies, or North Korea or Iran or whatever. They're always giving us boogeymen, but the real boogeymen are all the governments and the people who work for governments. They're all mafia organizations in the sense that they couldn't exist and wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the violence and coercion they use to steal tax money from their populations. Whether it's a democracy, socialism, communism, fascism, every ism involves taxation, forced stealing money from the population to fund the bureaucracy that continues stealing money and writing laws and imprisoning the population, and then making more money off of imprisoning the population, as they do in America with the private prisons, and profiting off the inmates' labor and whatnot. So they've got a big profit margin going here for this scheme, and it's really well interconnected. And to debate about the tippy top all the time, as many conspiracists like to do, I think it's more important to just see that this is a huge network, and it encapsulates literally everything that the conspiracy encyclopedia, has.
Yeah. Great points, man. I don't think anyone would disagree with that here. You talked about, well, Antarctica, of course, being, and people going there and getting turned away at gunpoint. But what about, say, the early explorers? Do we get any indication that the composition is the way you've described from the early explorers who tried to get down there or tried to sail around Antarctica or anything like that?
Yeah, the early sailors that went to the Antarctic, like James Clark and Captain Cook, they spent years trying to find an inlet into the Antarctic ice. On the Ball model, it's supposed to be only about 12,000 miles around the Antarctic ice continent, but on the flat Earth map, it would be much bigger than that. And in reality, when you sail around it, as I said, it takes 3 or 4 years, and they weren't going in a straight line, but they were chartering 50 or 60,000 miles around as they were trying to find an inlet into the ice wall, never able to find one.
Yeah, and you also have, and this is another quote that I pulled off your site, a guy named William Carpenter. He says, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the South easily enough," is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region indirectly, to be sure, but she was 3 years about it and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times around the globular hypothesis. Which is interesting because you can then visualize someone trying to get around this island they have in their head, this big island of ice, this big continent of ice, this idea they have in their head, and they're trying to get around it by just going the same direction. And if you picture it in the flat Earth model, you can visualize how they would just be bumping into the edge all the way around until they got back to kind of their starting point, and then they'd go back up north and be like where they were. And to them, they think they went around a big continent, but they did exactly the opposite and went on the inside of a giant edge. And I thought that quote was pretty interesting.
Yeah, another thing those early explorers found is that they were always outside of their reckoning every day as far as how far they should have traveled on their maps. So they were an average of 12 to 16 miles, sometimes as much as 29 miles out of reckoning. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, commander of the United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic in 1838, spent almost 4 years going around, and he was writing in his journal how every day he was sometimes up to 20 miles in less than 18 hours out of reckoning. And so they always have to chalk it up to water currents or some sort of thing like this, but they're consistently out of their reckoning because the flat Earth, of course, is much bigger in the southern so-called hemisphere than the ball Earth would be. So the maps that they're using are all assuming the ball Earth. The flat maps, by the way, they use, it's called plain sailing, is the most common used navigation method, which is done assuming the water is a plane, as it actually is. The natural physics of water proves that all the surface of water on Earth is a plane, by the way, because, as you know, water will always find and maintain its own level. So if it's dammed up and then released, it will rapidly rush off in all directions until it remains level. Yet they say that we're on a big ball here, and the oceans are all convex, somehow, held on to the Earth through the magical force of gravity. Yet we can see with our eyes, and we know through physics, that water maintains and always is level.
Yeah, that's a compelling point. And you did bring up earlier that the horizon always looks flat, and I think most people would say, well, that's a perspective issue. That would be the argument, the typical argument. But if you haven't seen it, people should look at it. That you're right about the idea that there's people who have attached cameras to balloons, just independent people who've attached a high-def camera to a balloon, sent it up as high as they possibly could just to get that footage, because it is interesting to do. And you are right, as far high as it goes on any of these videos that I've seen, I'm a little surprised that you never see a curvature. Even thousands of feet up, you don't see that curvature. It's a little odd. You'd expect to see it.
Yeah, though sometimes you do see curvature, and it's because of using a wide-angle lens.
Right. For
instance, on the Red Bull dives that Felix Baumgartner did that everybody has seen, if you notice, the outside cameras are clearly wide-angle lens, and then there's an inside cockpit camera that isn't. And as you're watching it from the outside cameras, you'll notice that the supposed curvature of the ball Earth starts really early on, just as he's lifting off, and the exact same curvature stays exactly the same all the way up to the point where he's going to jump. So the curve is the same, but his altitude has risen by many, many miles. The reason the curve is the same, of course, is because it's a wide-angle lens effect. It's not actually the curve of the horizon. It just seems that way.
Right.
And that's proven by the inside camera, which, as the door opens, you can see the horizon out that inside camera. It has risen to the eye of the camera. As I said, on a ball Earth, you wouldn't open that camera and have the horizon right at eye level in front of you, no matter how big the ball was. That effect can only happen on a flat plane, and you can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside, and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat, and others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, but whenever it's still, it will level off at completely level, and you can see that the convex and concave the images are just a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat.
Yeah, I have a GoPro, so I'm very familiar with that fisheye lens, which, yeah, that's not going to be reliable for what we're trying to look at. And another thing about that guy who does the jump from the upper atmosphere, when he lands, he does a Masonic hand symbol. So he very well could just be another pawn in the game to create the illusion. I thought that was pretty interesting. Let's see. Another big issue that people are going to have is we're told we have tens of thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth for GPS systems, cell phones, military radar, navigational equipment. How do we rectify that?
Yeah. Well, and they also say that there's an International Space Station out there, and there's a Hubble telescope floating out there taking wonderful CGI Photoshop pictures that they send us back with their amazing 400-mile outer space internet connection to the Hubble Space Telescope. And now the internet space connection has gone to over 1 million miles with the new Rosetta mission. Have you seen that one? The CGI Photoshop pictures from that are just wonderful and well worth the billions of dollars we're spending to get them. Yeah, so the illusion is that there's a space station and satellites and telescopes just floating out there in infinite space. But you and I know that no matter how high you go, you come right back down. Whatever goes up must come down. The illusion is that at some point, if you go high enough, this gravity they claim exists that pulls you back down to the Earth, suddenly just you pop out of it and into the vacuum of space. Now, the vacuum of space can't exist because it's connected to the non-vacuum of the atmosphere in Earth and all the other supposed planets that exist. So a vacuum must be a closed system. But they claim space is a vacuum and space is an open system. So it's philosophically impossible for space to be a vacuum. And the way that they fool us into thinking that this actually is plausible is threefold. First way they do it is in zero-G planes, which are Boeing 737s that do parabolic maneuvers that have a free-fall illusion, a free-fall effect rather, that happens for about a minute, where you can be floating in these planes. And that's how they get this outer space look, like you're floating in outer space. The second way is through wires, harnesses, and green screen for the longer shots. In the ISS, for instance, they do that. And the third way, for like the outside shots they do, are in pools. They're actually underwater, and this is confirmed by the fact that there's bubbles rising in the pool in a lot of their shots. And people on YouTube have dissected a lot of the ISS and other supposed space footage and all the space bubbles that are coming out of their helmets. Some people are even wearing scuba gear. They found that as well. So that they fake these zero-G illusions by being in water, by being in zero-G planes, and by being in harnesses in front of a green screen. And that makes us think that it's possible that out there in space you could just be kind of floating around like they show us in the movies. But as far as we'll ever know, as far as you or I would ever know, we go as high as we can in a plane or a balloon or a rocket, and we come right back down. Even the rockets they send up, if you're honest about it, you'll notice that they don't go straight up. All their rockets start a parabolic curve, they start to arc over, and the ones they claim are successful are the ones that go out of view before they come all the way back down. And if anybody asks, why do they always curve over like that? They just say that they're going around the curvature of the ball Earth, and they'll reach escape velocity soon, and at some point they'll just pop right out of the gravity, and then they'll be floating, which is another problem, because if you were in a vacuum and you were using rocket thrusters or anything to thrust yourself forward, you wouldn't go forward or in any direction you wanted to. You just spin wildly out of control like a gyroscope in 360 degrees in 3 dimensions, spinning wildly. You don't go anywhere that way. So the whole idea of space travel is a big joke. It's all science fiction.
Yeah, the other thing I thought was really compelling about the satellites is you talk about just go on Google and do an image search for satellites. A lot of the stuff you see is going to look pretty archaic considering modern technology because they've been using the same model for so long. But almost everything, well, if this model is to be true, it'd have to be everything. But everything you see looks CGI, or it looks like a little computer graphic of a satellite. Where are the pictures of Earth with 20,000 satellites orbiting it? If we have an International Space Station, can't you get a photograph that has all these little dots that should look like lice all around the Earth's outer atmosphere? That's one issue, but also the temperature. They tell us the thermosphere is 2,000 degrees Celsius. Well, what metal is going to be able to withstand that kind of heat? What computer can survive in that environment?
Yeah, that's right. Those are 2 more good points for why satellites, well, we shouldn't just assume that these things exist just because people say they do. If you want to be scientific and you want to be a real skeptic, you want to be a critical thinker, then you should only accept things that you can verify with your senses and with evidence yourself. So, people think it's crazy to believe that satellites don't exist. But really, it's crazy to believe that satellites do exist when you have no evidence and can never verify it for yourself. Just like these space programs and space telescopes and all these other things that we will never confirm. As far as we know, if I go up on a plane and I jump out, I'm coming back to Earth. Doesn't matter how high I go, I'm not going to start floating at some point like they claim happens, and has to happen if there are satellites out there. But as you said, if you look at the pictures of satellites and the pictures that these satellites are supposedly taking, they're all CGI. The satellite itself is fake. The pictures of the Earth look like cartoons. They claim almost all of them are composites, which is their word. They say that they receive ribbons of imagery from satellites, which is their term they use to tell us, why we don't just get a friggin' photograph. So they say we get ribbons of imagery, and then they have to splice the ribbons of imagery together in Photoshop. So they even admit, NASA workers themselves have admitted that they have to use Photoshop on the satellite images. It's just how the data is received, and so, that's how it is, man. Yeah.
NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
What about, say, longitude and latitude navigation? How are we having whole industries of pilots flying around and no one's really catching on?
Yeah, I mean, here's a good question. Why don't pilots catch on to this fact? If the Earth was truly a sphere, 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot who wanted to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet over half a mile every minute. Otherwise, without this compensation, in an hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles higher than expected. You just end up flying off into outer space if you weren't constantly dipping your nose down to fly around the ball. And so, like I said, if at the typical cruising speed of most planes, you'd have to be descending a half a mile every single minute. And this never happens. I've talked to pilots. Once you get to your cruising altitude, the artificial horizon maintains level. It don't touch the controls, just keeps on going. And so, I mean, the reason pilots don't figure, I'm sure some pilots figure it out, and then who are they going to tell? But I mean, they're just like everyone else. Everyone else is so brainwashed that they don't think of it. And if they do, I've even heard some explanations. They claim that, they say the atmosphere, they say that Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour, and that the atmosphere is also dragged along with it. So then if some pilot says, hey, why don't I have to course correct downwards all the time? Their explanation is that this atmosphere that's being magically dragged with the spinning ball Earth also magically course corrects planes so that they stay at exactly the same altitude because they're in that atmosphere, that magical atmosphere that helps you curve around the ball Earth, man. They've got explanations for everything.
Mm-hmm. And we're told that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, which is awfully fast, but yet, let's say a helicopter cannot just hover in the air for 12 hours, start in St. Louis, Missouri, hover for 12 hours, and land in China with the Earth spinning below it. And that is what, I would first think would be the situation. But then we're told because we're in the sphere, it all moves relative to itself, and you don't notice those changes. And see, I'm not a physicist, I'm not a pilot, and so it's hard for me to really play devil's advocate for their position. But I think about if you're in a speeding car going 90 miles an hour down the highway, you can play catch with the passenger and it feels like you're stationary. Or like if an ant is crawling around on your dashboard, whether it's going with the grain of the car or against, it doesn't really notice that effect. So it's like, I guess I would think that the atmosphere would have the same effect as the encapsulation of that vehicle moving at a fast speed. To the people inside of it, they don't notice. And I guess that's the argument. But do you find flaws with that argument?
Yeah, because once again, it's explaining away your common sense and your experience, which is that you're not moving whatsoever. And so they say, yes, you are moving, silly, but you're just moving at such a constant velocity that you don't notice it whatsoever. Now, even if you're in the best Rolls Royce over the best tar, smoothly going, you close your eyes, I can still tell I'm moving, and that's not going 1,000 miles per hour, that's just going 50 or whatever we're talking about here.
Let's keep it at 20. Ready? Bear in mind we're 4 adults.
Even in an elevator, just an elevator going up, I can feel that. I have a really sensitive stomach, so I mean, I can tell, and I get sick if I'm doing some sort of motion that's anything on par with what the Earth is supposedly doing. And so isn't that weird that just because it's a perfect constant velocity that my stomach's able to handle that, but just a little bit of a elevator malfunction and then I'm ready to, So these things don't make any sense. They just want to explain away your common sense with these kind of arguments. And like you said, if you were in a helicopter, you should be able to just go up, wait for the ball Earth to spin underneath you and land at your destination. But of course, the atmosphere spins with the ball Earth, so that doesn't happen. But we can prove that that's not the case either, because now we have airplanes which you can go easterly or westerly, and if the Earth and the atmosphere are spinning 1,000 miles per hour east all the time, as they say, then a westbound plane should be, well, an eastbound plane should never reach its destination. If it was going 500 miles per hour and the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is spinning 1,000 miles, your destination should come up behind you before you ever reach it, right? And then destinations going the opposite way are going to take far, far longer than they do. You can check flight times, and they're always within a half hour, a couple hours, no matter what direction you're going to or from. But if the Earth was actually spinning at the rate that they say it was, flight times would be totally different.
It makes sense, but yet I've been taught from an early age not to trust myself because they've got it on lock, so I just assume that the physics all kind of works out. But I know there are people who go to school for physics. They study it for years and years, and it's just odd that none of them ever catch on to it. That I guess that guys like Newton created this entire fake science around a fake model, and yet all the math checks out. That's a little hard for me to rectify.
Well, they're counting on that. That's why they've got all these huge formulas and calculations for gravity and whatnot that are based on nothing. So, they've got to wait for the ball Earth, all based on their gravity calculations. And you can Wikipedia it, and you'll see pages of, mathematic language that makes no sense to 99.9% of the population. But apparently the math works out, so it's real, right? So it's just another way, just like the CGI images or whatever. Some people are fooled by the images. Some people are fooled by the math. Some people are fooled by, this or that. They've got many different ways to get us in their grips. Like you said, the whole education system is teaching us not to believe our senses. Like the model they show, the ball Earth model with a crust on the outside and the outer mantle and the inner mantle and the outer core and the inner core. Guess what? They've only ever dug 8 miles down into the crust, so they don't even know what's beneath that. It took them almost 30 years to get there, and they couldn't get any further in the Russian Kola Ultra Deep, it's called. So it's all speculation as to these layers of the ball Earth they claim exist, and it's the inner layer of molten magnetic core, whatever they claim, creates the magnetism of the Earth. And so this is another funny thing. They claim that the core that we've never gotten to, so that can't be confirmed existed, causes a magnetic effect on the ball Earth, so that at one point at the top of the ball is a pole, and at the exact opposite point on the ball is an opposite magnetic pole. But this doesn't exist anywhere in nature. You can't find a sphere, and at one point on the magnetic sphere, it will cause another magnetic sphere to stick to it in that little point, and then and then push away from the opposite point. It doesn't exist like that. Only bar magnets can do that. What do exist, however, are ring magnets, and those are shaped just like the flat Earth model, where the pole is in the middle, and then the opposite pole is actually every point along the circumference. So the magnetic explanation, which a lot of people will bring up, well, how does magnetism work if we're on a flat Earth? The accepted model is that it's this spinning molten magnet stuff in the core that creates this kind of north-south ball magnet, which doesn't actually exist anywhere in nature. Yet the ring magnet, which is it's in loudspeakers and other things, that's the flat Earth model, and that actually does exist. So that's an actual magnet instead of an imaginary magnet like they claim exists. And and we'll actually admit that I don't know what's under the flat Earth. We've only gone 8 miles down, and we haven't gotten to the bottom of the Pacific. All I know is, as far as we can tell, the water is completely flat, and the land is flat, other than hills, valleys, and mountains over a long period of space. There's no convex or concave curvature. It's totally flat.
Yeah, and I guess you could say science is designed exactly how economics and taxes are designed. The increasing complexity makes it so the average individual just has to trust the experts. You can follow it to a certain point, but then most people say, well, that's a little bit beyond me, but there's experts out there. They know what they're doing. I'm sure that this fractional reserve banking system, this debt-based system of rule is just fine. I'm sure the taxes I'm paying are totally fair. They've got the code. They got the big book. They wouldn't overcharge me. They wouldn't, pull any scams on me. And you could apply the same thing to, of course, science, but it's just to what degree? This is a really far out degree.
That's right, yeah. I mean, our eyes and experience tell us the Earth is flat and motionless, and everything in the sky revolves around us. But when we cease to believe our own eyes and experience, we have to prostrate ourselves at the feet of these very pseudo-scientists who are blinding us, treat them as experts, astronomical priests who have special knowledge only they can access, like the Hubble telescope. So by brainwashing us of something so gigantic and fundamental, it actually makes every other kind of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Earth being the flat, fixed center of the universe around which everything in the heavens revolves gives a special importance and significance not only to Earth, but to us humans, the most intelligent among the intelligent designers' designs. By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident of a blind, dumb universe. So it's like trauma-based mind control, beating the divinity out of us with their mental manipulations. People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars. So this modern atheist Big Bang heliocentric globe Earth chance evolution paradigm spiritually controls humanity by removing God or any sort of intelligent design and replaces purposeful divine creation with haphazard random cosmic coincidence. And so by removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these Masons have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world. Their rich, powerful corporations with their slick sun cult logos sell us idols to worship, slowly taking over the world while we tacitly believe their science, vote for their politicians, buy their products, listen to their music, watch their movies, all sacrificing our souls at the altar of materialism.
Touche, my man.
It's a big deception. I'd say it's the biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years. Not everybody, but nowadays it's pretty well advanced.
Yeah.
Most of the flat Earth material you'll find still in existence is from the 1800s, and there was debate going on then, so there's still quite a few people unconvinced of the spinning ball theory back then. But nowadays with NASA and all the photo and videos that they give us, people don't really look too much further for evidence, as they assume that that's all real.
Right, obviously it is a huge can of worms, and there's so many things, so many arguments. People say, well, what about, the planets? Are the planets are all fake? Yeah, there's a lot of things that our science has told us that are built off of the heliocentric model that they've given us. And I think that if there's any unanswered questions by the time we're done here, if people go online and take their question and they look it up on either the comment section of your website, or I was very surprised to see how many people really are questioning the heliocentric model online. I thought it would be far less, but if you take the question you may have and you ask it to the so-called experts on the idea, they will have an answer for you. And I guess I would say challenge yourself to try to stump one. Challenge yourself to try to come up with something that they can't explain, and then say it's bullshit. But until then, maybe you should keep an open mind. And before we do go too far into it, give us a clear mental picture, if you can, of what you consider the true model of the Earth and the cosmos and this whole thing to be, because obviously we're calling in the question that there are not billions of stars, there are not a bunch of planets in the solar system orbiting the sun. That's a huge ball of wax. So what is this reality? How is it structured?
So if you look up at the sky with your eyes or with a telescope, you can't tell the difference between a star and a planet. The planets were always known as wandering stars, and the regular stars as fixed stars for thousands of years. Nowadays, they claim that planets are Earth-like spherical terra firma that you can walk on up there in outer space. But as far as you can tell through any telescope that we have, it's just a round dot of light up there in the sky. All the planets and all the stars, none of them can be confirmed to be some sort of terra firma that you could land on, though in their pictures from their fake telescopes, they clearly look like big ball planets that you could definitely land on, as they show you with Mars and whatnot. But that can't be confirmed, again, with your own eyes or with a telescope that you could buy. With anything that we can see, the sun, moon, stars, and planets are all just lights in the sky revolving around us. They claim that we revolve around the sun, and the moon revolves around us, and the stars are actually distant suns trillions upon trillions of miles away. Now, this wasn't always that way. They've actually been reverse engineering these explanations as they go along, because geocentric flat earthers throughout the centuries have come up with good objections, such as Tycho Brahe's objection that if the Earth is a ball spinning around the sun, in 6 months' time we should be 200 million miles on the other side of the sun. So the parallax perspective, when you look through a telescope in your backyard, you can prove this, you should see some difference in the stars after 200 million miles of supposed orbit. But you can't see any whatsoever. So what heliocentrists have been saying since then is that the stars are actually, the nearest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years. They came up with a sci-fi term to make it seem plausible. It's light years away. It's so far away that even after 200 million miles, you can't see an inch of difference in your backyard through a telescope after 6 months of supposed orbital motion. The reason that they say the ball Earth is tilted on its vertical axis 23.5 degrees is because you can see Polaris, the North Pole star, all the way to 23.5 degrees south latitude. And if the Earth was a ball, you couldn't see that because you'd be staring through the ball to look up at that star. You can see it on because the Earth is flat, of course, but you can't see all the stars at any one place from the Earth because of the law of perspective. That's why the sun seems to rise and fall in the sky every day as well, but it's actually not rising or falling anywhere. The sun and the moon maintain their altitude, and they revolve circles around the flat Earth. So we're stationary. The sun and the moon are actually the same size, just as they appear. There's another lie. They claim that the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon, and that's why they just appear the same size from our perspective, but they're not. But I mean, again, with your own eyes, you can see when they eclipse they are the same size. And the fact that they do eclipse is not quite a coincidence to happen on a Big Bang accident universe, that everything is just spinning around in space randomly. How come there's these two brilliant lights in the sky that pass each other and they're perfectly opposite? Do you know the sun's light is very different than the moon's light too? They claim the moon's light comes from the sun, it's reflected off of the sun. But if you collect the moon's light, it's actually cold. Whereas if you collect sunlight, of course, it's hot and you can burn things. The sunlight will preserve certain things, dry out meats and things to eat. But if you leave meats out in the moonlight, they spoil. If you're in the shade in the sunlight, the shade is obviously the temperature is going to be less. But if you're in the shade in the moonlight, the temperature is more. The moonlight is cold.
I've never noticed that. I'm going to try that out.
Yeah. The combustion in a bonfire is increased by moonlight and it's decreased by sunlight. There's another one. So there's a lot of things that prove that the sun and the moon are actually their own lights. They're not, the moon is not a big ball up there in space that you can land masons on, as they claim. It's just a light, a flat round disk, and you can even see through the moon during waxing and waning cycles. The Royal Astronomical Society, even the people who are part of this manipulation, they've recorded several times that you can see stars and planets through the moon, and the astronomers that are seeing it, they're always flabbergasted about how this is possible. But it's because the moon is not physical, it's not densely physical in the way that they claim. It's just a light, so you can see through it. Just like the planets as well are just lights. That's why Pluto's not a planet anymore, because the light from it just rapidly diminished one day, and they couldn't continue fooling all the amateur astronomers that Pluto's a planet, because the starlight from it just diminished by 50%.
I think that moon thing is pretty compelling. I am going to tonight see if that's true. I've never noticed that effect. I've never looked for that effect. But to think that if I get into the shade of the moon and that the moon is giving off its own light, I mean, that is pretty radically different. And I like those kind of challenges. So I'm going to try to see how that works. But I'm surprised more people haven't stumbled upon that. If the moon is giving off a cold light, I guess we just assume it's the absence of sunlight, but to shade yourself from that and be warmer,
Interesting indeed, isn't it?
It is. I don't know, man. This is about as far out as it gets, and it's super awesome. So, thanks for being here. We covered so much ground. I think we made a pretty good, complete case for at least the proponents of the flat earth. I think they would be proud of the interview we did today. But, if there are still skeptics out there that are resistant to this idea, is there anything else before we wrap this up that we should mention as icing on the flat earth cake or anything?
Yeah, I recommend everybody look into it, do your own research, and check out my website, atlanticconspiracy.com. My book and documentary is free on YouTube, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and I've just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society. You can come see some of the message board stuff we're doing over there at ifers.boards.net.
Perfect, man. And I did want to mention also real quick, for people who are going to go look this stuff up, you might want to avoid the Flat Earth Society, because they seem to be controlled opposition. You have a post about that, how the Flat Earth Society, the official group, they purposely sound crazy. They purposely don't answer things correctly. And when you trace back some of the people who are involved, they are Masons as well. So it seems like they might have this group set up to look stupid. Maybe avoid that.
Exactly. The Flat Earth Society was set up after the International Flat Earth Research Society was set up as the controlled opposition to bring people away from that society. Charles K. Johnson, who ran that society, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth material was burned in the fire, and he claimed to his dying day that it was done by a NASA agent who also tried to murder him. And so, the Flat Earth Society, what they do is they mix a bunch of false flat earth arguments in so that people who are considering the flat Earth and trying to research it, they'll instantly come upon the Flat Earth Society material because it's at the top of all the search engines, and they'll have false arguments like instead of saying that gravity doesn't exist, as we got into a little bit, they'll say gravity exists, but it's explained by the flat Earth disk constantly rising up 9.8 meters per second, and so you can imagine instead of you falling, the flat Earth is rising up, and that's what happened.
Right.
But again, this is a silly argument. If that was the case, then sustained flight would be impossible, and the flat Earth would be rising up into planes and helicopters and stuff crashing into them. So they present an easily refutable argument like this, and then well-meaning researchers trying to look into the flat Earth find their frequently asked questions that has these bad answers, and then they just think, oh, well, this is ridiculous. And they also they make the whole thing into this big satire, and they address it cynically. So if you read some of their threads, they don't keep a serious research kind of attitude. They're always off the cuff, trying to be witty and funny all the time. So the whole thing is just made into a mockery.
Yeah.
They even made a mockumentary called In Search of the Edge, and they'd show it to people in public schools. They'd show it to kids, and then afterwards they'd ask them if they believed it. And then if the kids believed it, they'd then give these worksheets showing why it was wrong and that the Earth definitely isn't flat, and here's why, and then they'd start a big ball Earth unit based on it. So the Flat Earth Society has been involved in these kind of fake flat Earth arguments and documentaries and everything from the get-go up until today. So so steer clear of the Flat Earth Society and come on over to the International Flat Earth Research Society.
Yeah, just like Alex Jones makes conspiracy theorists seem crazy, they have an organization set up to make flat earthers seem crazy. So it's definitely worth a mention, because I didn't want people to go there and then get turned off. Like you said, it's usually the first thing they see. So Atlanteanconspiracy.com. Check out Eric's awesome YouTube page. It's got tons of this stuff that has made me question a lot of things I thought I knew. But thanks so much, man. You really have changed my impression of flat earthers, even if I might not have become one myself quite yet overnight. I love the fringe ideas like this. I just didn't think there was a real argument there, and now I think there could be. So keep doing what you do and take care of yourself out there, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. It was a good interview.
I was listening to a conversation on a YouTube thing, and somebody was talking about how they think it's actually possible that the world is flat. And if I were in conversation with that person, I hope I would say, well, how did you arrive at that? Tell me where'd you get that? Because there's something good about it, which is they're trying to figure out how nature works. Is the Earth round or flat? What is it? So underneath it is something useful that I can identify with. We don't have to yell at each other all the time.
No.
Even children, especially the children of soul. This is where the...
Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Go, go.
The Earth is flat.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station. Yeah, boy.
Nice.
Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Come on, man. My mother believed and my father believed that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed. I got to the Senate 180 years ago. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. Come on, man.
Houston, we have a problem.
$1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens? We choose truth over facts. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on space station.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, boy.
You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. Come on, man.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Come on, man.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is just crawling to bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and pause from the metaverse, Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. No, I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds' egg, be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
She just
get to talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat My name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
can be curving at 8 inches per mile squared and have lasers being shot over it at 25 miles and have it hit the target at the other side, 2 meters above sea level. That can't happen.
Okay.
That's the whole point. That's the crux of this whole thing. So if you do have that, I'd be interested to see it.
Well, like...
If you don't, that's fine, because no one else does. No one else has that. So, you wouldn't be the first. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, because, like... I don't know how to explain it to you, but, like...
Well, what? What
Like,
do you mean?
Okay, yeah, no, okay, you're right. You've done your own, and... Okay, so you're saying you've done the experiment.
No, I didn't personally do
not you. Yes, I know. People have done the experiment.
Yeah.
And they say, well, this happened, and so the Earth is not curved. But other people have done it, and it worked for them. So it's like...
Who did that? Where? Who? When?
Yeah, that's what we'd need to see. But you're right. If that were the case, then we would have to compare the two and say, right, which of these bodies of evidence is stacking up and is legit? Because both of them cannot be true. So if someone is doing the same thing that we're talking about, and it is actually showing 8 inches per mile squared, remember, it has to be a very specific rate based on the size of the ball they tell us, then please post it. It'd be very interesting. We're all waiting for this one.
Okay.
Because that would shut the whole server down, bro. Be careful. But let's see it.
You can go and get it.
Well, I don't have like I know people have done it, and they have videos on YouTube. No, they have videos on YouTube on both sides, whether it's flat, whether it's not.
So there's a couple on YouTube like Discovery Channel, National Geographic that claim to have done this, but when you examine the videos, you can see where they've misled. And also, the videos that you'll find on YouTube are like 5 to 10 minutes long. They're little reality show puff pieces. They're not scientific papers. They're not academic studies or well-documented experiments.
But look, not everything in theory works. You should know that, right?
No. But this is different because this isn't supposed to be a theory. This is supposed to be reality, remember?
Yeah,
in reality, it's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So, in reality, as you agreed, a laser would be able to evidence that. A high-powered laser, when referenced against the surface that it's being shot over, would demonstrate convexity of 8 inches per mile squared. That's very measurable.
Yeah, and you'd also have to tell the militaries of the world to use laser targeted devices from vessels at sea. I haven't finished.
Okay.
I'll start again. So you'd also have to talk to the militaries of the world who use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, using lasers to target ground-based targets at over 100 miles away. Now, the laser aiming device is only 40 to 60 foot above the surface of the water, shooting a beam at over 100 miles to target something that they can shoot the shit out of. So we can use lasers to hit targets at 25 miles, but practically in everyday use by the militaries of the world when they want to blow shit up, they use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, over 100 miles. This demonstrates the practical use of a flat surface. Otherwise, the militaries of the world wouldn't use this shit.
You know that they use satellites, right?
No, they... yes, right. You didn't listen to what I fucking said, so I'll restate it.
No, okay, I've listened.
Laser targeting devices, beam pencil lasers, RDF, requiring a direct line of sight from a targeting device from a vessel at sea. The targeting device is no higher than 40 to 60 foot over the surface of the ocean, hitting targets over 100 miles away that are ground-based. This requires a direct line of sight from the targeting device on the vessel. Nothing to do with satellites, mate.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're saying that people, cruise ships, and other military things are shooting weapons
Laser
from the ocean.
Targeting devices requiring a direct line of sight at over 100 miles from a vessel at sea, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the sea. It requires a direct line of sight. You're not going to get a direct line of sight over 100 miles from 60 foot above the surface of the ocean hitting the ground-based target because the curve of the Earth will get in the way.
What did you say at the end? You cut off.
The curve of the Earth will get in the way.
Okay.
This guy.
So this is what I understood from what you're saying. Tell me if I understood something wrong. So you're saying that military are like they're using lasers to aim from more than 100 miles away on a ground-based target. That is correct, right?
That is correct, yes. Laser targeting device.
Okay. And do you know what's the height that they're using?
The height, yes. For the fifth time, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the ocean.
No higher than 60.
Yeah, think how big a boat is. I mean, I could literally give you 200 foot above the surface of the ocean if you want. It's still not going to make a goddamn difference when you're aiming at targets 100 miles away, mate.
Okay. So I don't know how to reply to that. I'll be honest, okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. What I'm trying to demonstrate is the practical use of lasers by if they use them to blow shit up or help target things to blow shit up, then they wouldn't use this if the curve of the Earth was going to get in the way, would they? Wouldn't work. Because there'd be a finite limit to how far you...
Okay, I see your point. I see your point. It's impossible to use that type or to use it in that way unless it's a flat Earth, right?
Require a direct line of sight. You won't have a direct line of sight
if the Earth is curved. Okay.
No way.
So the military is not using the curvature of the Earth into calculations to make their laser work. So they're thinking in a level plane, in the level water.
What? What do you mean leveled water?
There should be a mile of curvature at 100 miles, over a mile of curvature.
It's like the guy's not listening.
It's not there.
Okay. I also don't know how to. I don't know how to respond to that. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. It's a difficult concept because this, if true, what we're telling you, and you should check this for yourself.
Yeah,
literally destroys the ball.
Definitely. I guess
they both can't be true. They both cannot be true. The surface cannot be being measured flat in the way that it is at the distances that it is if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is what they tell us it is and has to be if it's the ball that they tell us it is. Like I said, this is the crux.
And that was the crux.
I have another one of these little clips from India, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, do it.
Fine. I've got a question. I don't want to put in there, but like, I was just wondering the video that you did over 10 meters, and the book completely disappeared. Then you had Ranty, with your man over there on the racetrack. Over 100 meters, the whole egg didn't disappear at all. Can you explain that there?
Yeah, sure. So what we used to call the angular size limitation is more accurately described as the diffraction limit, and that is purely dictated by the size of the aperture. So had Ranty have done it, I moaned at him immediately as soon as he showed it me. I was like, at any point in the live stream, did you actually just put the camera phone down? He's like, no. I was like, well, it would have been 100 times easier to just do it with a camera phone. It's got a tiny little aperture. So, it's much more akin to your eyes and how they would see things disappear from the bottom up. And that is down to the size of the aperture. So Ranty made his life very difficult. But it was very analogous to the types of observations he's doing. And he's replicated that you can still have stuff disappear from the bottom up in small scale. So the bottom half of that ring has gone. You can't see the bottom section of it. And what you're left with is stretch, just like you see on the Sea-Truck. So absolutely demonstrates the same thing, just not as dramatic. He's got a massive aperture on the camera.
But your video had like what, 10 meters a book?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Something like that. I don't know. I've not measured it.
The whole book disappeared over 10 meters.
Yeah. Did you not just listen to what I just explained?
I don't think you explained it very well there,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the diffraction limit?
Well, it doesn't make sense.
Sorry.
It was a different kind of
Hold on.
camera.
You just said I didn't explain it very well. Do you know what a diffraction limit is?
I might do. Do you?
Of course I do. I'm explaining it. I'm asking you, considering you've just said I didn't explain it very well.
Well, what does the angle of attack mean then?
Oh, you're asking me a question now, so I haven't explained it very well. I'm asking you what the diffraction limit is, and you're asking me what the angle of attack is. I'll answer your question. The angle that you view something at.
I thought it was the angle between the line of the chord of the aerofoil and the relative airflow.
Right, the angle you view something at.
It's a aeronautical.
I couldn't give a crap. I will call it the angle of attack. The angle that you attack the thing you are looking at.
Right.
Right.
You
okay.
Aeronautical term.
I couldn't. Did you not hear me? Are you deaf?
I did hear you. I just wanted to clarify.
I don't care if it's an aeronautical term. I don't care what you think that term means in aeronautics. I mean the angle you attack the thing you are looking at. The target, the thing you are looking at. The angle that you attack it at.
Right, so when you put the camera on the floor in the hole that you did, and the whole book disappeared.
You've said that 3 times, and I've explained. The aperture is smaller on the camera phone. If you don't understand, fine.
Does anyone else think that's right?
I don't care what anybody else thinks. If you don't understand what a diffraction limit is, you can sod off and go and learn. Until then, you don't understand this. Your ignorance doesn't excuse the fact that the aperture size will affect your angular resolution limit. Okay?
Right, it just seems that you...
Yeah, right. It just seems like you're a moron. So shut your stupid mouth. You don't understand this.
So I got a question for him really quick. So this is about consensus because you asked what we think about it. If we all say no, we don't think about it, then you're going to say no because everybody say no? Or what is your point about asking us?
Well, I just think that Ranty, man, did like a live stream and he was clearly showing up Nathan's observation as incorrect.
Did you not just watch the first half of the show? We've just gone through it on the first half of the show. Did you not just watch what Ranty presented? Literally, did you not see it?
I missed the first show. I just think you're playing in shadows there, Nathan.
Don't just think, listen to the explanation. Close your mouth for a second and listen to the explanation that Nathan's giving you. It's very easy. If you want to know the nuances of the argument, listen to what Nathan's saying.
It's a waste of time. I'll explain again that the aperture size of the camera affects the diffraction limit, the angular size of things that you can see with your zoom length. Yeah, that's directly affected by the type of camera you use. Ranty used a P1000, the best zoom camera on the market. I used a camera phone. The diffraction limit is far smaller on the camera phone. Hence, I got the effect far easier. Okay? If you don't understand it still, don't just assert, well, you got the book to disappear. Yeah, I did. Because I had a small aperture. If you don't understand, sod off and go and learn about it.
You mean the aperture, the focal length?
The aperture.
Oh my
right. Right, okay, the aperture there.
Yeah, right, okay then. Okay, so you understand it now. So I hadn't explained it badly, you just didn't understand. You're just stupid. You didn't understand, you were stupid. So to assert that I didn't explain it well was just your ignorance, not my poor explanatory skills.
I still think you're not...
Oh, really? I'm still ignorant. I still don't fully understand it. I'm not going to go away and learn about it. I'll assert that you explained it badly.
You have to do it in the Irish accent that you know.
Yeah, I'll do it in an Irish accent. and say that you're asserting I didn't explain it well, when in fact I explained it perfectly well. Everybody else understood it. It's
That's
just
not
you.
nice.
Just you with your stupidity.
That's not nice there, Nathan.
Yeah, I don't care. You're stupid, so I'm just going to talk to you like I want. Don't care.
Move back to my biodome.
Seamus, you're suffering from severe cognitive dissonance, mate. The information you're given, you've just been given, doesn't jive with what you've got in your head, your presupposed ideas. If you listen to the explanation rationally, it logically all fits into place. But you just don't want to listen to it.
What do you mean by aperture? Do you mean that the hole that they have there?
Oh,
my goodness.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, potato.
What's the potato you're talking about? Aperture. Aperture. Amazing.
Think the eye works and why it's correct to use the circular arc, because our eye is globular and the back of the retina is a curved surface, so that what's happening at the back of my eye in my retina can be represented by an arc in front of my eye, which is why I've set up these geometric diagrams that way. And then there's basically, you know, the planar angle that you need, and there's basically only two theorems that you need to know to understand direct vision. And direct vision, the theory of direct vision, I think, is different from the theory of perspective. Perspective for me is representing 3D objects on a 2D planar surface by mathematical rules, Whereas the theory of direct vision is applied to how your eye works. It's, you know, geometrical optics rather than paintings or drawings, yeah, or technical drawings. And there's only two theorems that you really need to know, and that is that objects have that proportion respectively as the angles under which they are seen. And I've got geometrical proofs in here, right? So I went through all the diagrams, did all the proofs, and also show in here, you know, certain things that people take for granted, but they shouldn't take for granted. So things, it's not as simple as saying if something's twice as far away, then it's going to be half the size. You know, that's what ballers tell us, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually a lot more complicated than that, depending on the situation of your eye and how the object is, yeah? But when I measure visibles, then I'm always doing it with respect to the eye in a particular situation. The same way I asked you, Zach, what shape the table is. That depends on exactly the relationship between your eye and the table. And we can never forget that that's relative to exactly where you are and how you're looking at it. Also the inclination and the rake of your head and the way you look at things. And that stuff is a completely different way of measuring objects than tangible stuff is. Because one of the differences is, and this is why the geometry of vision is spherical, is that it's two-dimensional. You cannot possibly determine the distance of an object from your eye using geometry alone. You sometimes have depth cues. So, for example, you could see that something is further away because you know it's a horse and you know the size of a horse, and you know you can relate to things. Or grass that's further away will be lighter than grass that's closer to you. It'll be a darker green closer to you, so that you know that the grass, because it's the same color, if you were right up next to the far away grass, it would be the same color as the grass near to you. But you know that the grass is further away because the color is slightly, how should I say it, diffused or lesser, a lesser intensity of green. But from a purely geometric point of view, you cannot tell whether something is very close to you and very small, or very far away from you and very big. It's called the so-called size, distance, invariance problem. And it's the thing that astronomers have to contend with all the time. They have no way geometrically of knowing whether the star is massive, as they tell us the sun is, and it's 92 million miles away, or whether it's only 3,000 miles away and 32 miles in diameter, or in radius, diameter, or whether it really is the size of a 5-pence coin held at arm's length. You cannot tell the difference in those things from a geometric perspective. And that's why you cannot see the distance of things, but what you can do is see the position of things. And that is the big distinction that we have to make, that yes, with our eyes, we can see the position of certain things in relation to other things, but we cannot ever geometrically, with our eyes, see the true distance of something. Again, I'm ignoring depth cues, as they call them, of which there are a few, but when we look at the night sky, these depth cues are no longer available to us. So that when we look at the night sky, for example, we can't tell geometrically whether that star's far away or not. That's when they have to play with things like light intensity and luminosity and spectrography, spectrography to tell us all these fucking fairy stories, because they can't do it geometrically. One of them, the top one, is our 3D Euclidean world, and the bottom one here is a two-dimensional sphere, because the position of an object, if that's the only thing that you can find out, the position of the object, and you can't measure the distance from you, then everything appears to be the same distance, so everything appears to be on the inside surface of a sphere.
Yep.
At the same distance from the center point, your eye. Think of this as the geometrical space of visual perception with an eye at the center, looking out. So what you see is basically visible figure on the inside surface of this sphere, the inside concave surface. You're in the middle, you're looking out, and your whole world of visibles, everything you see, every visible object that you see is actually basically being registered as a figure on the inside concave surface of a sphere. So I've talked about this before. The eye is very obviously globular. A few of these things are now in that document, so I'm kind of skipping forward a little bit. Yeah. So I hope that I've justified to you guys that when I'm looking at how the eye behaves in situations like railway lines or lampposts or things going into the distance, that it is valid for me because the retina is curved and because geometrically speaking, the center of the eye is the place where the rays cross over, they get inverted. So this is where the inversion happens. That's why the object looks to be upside down on your retina, or in fact it is upside down on your retina. There is a material impression. But these angles here, so this pink angle to the green angle, the proportion of that pink to that green is the same as the proportion of that green to that pink. Nothing is changed. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that these arc segment lengths, because of what I said beforehand, this planar angle and the solid angle from the center of a sphere can be measured by the arc length of a great circle. If I was to continue this, it's a great circle of a sphere. Then we can basically, when we're looking at the phenomena of railway tracks, for example, then we are perfectly justified to use a circle of measure rather than a tangible straight. What a sphere looks like, but a visual aid does help. You can see that at the North Pole, these two lines converge, and at the so-called South Pole, they also converge. Right?
Yep.
In spherical geometry, these two lines are supposed to be parallel to each other, and they converge, right? That's in the definition of the spherical geometry.
Yep.
Now, if I'm on a railway track and I look forward, then I will see the railway tracks converge to a point. And this is the important part. If I now turn 180 degrees and look the other way down the railway track, they're also going to converge to a point.
Yeah, they don't go spread out the other way.
They don't spread out, right? So basically what I'm saying is that that's also a very clear indication that it's spherical geometry we're working with, because only spherical geometry can do that. Converge in front of you and converge behind of you like the North Pole and the South Pole do. So your vision, that's another example of, you know, or I'm not saying it's a proof, it's an observational experience that shows you that these axioms of visual geometry are spherical and that they are self-evident and that you can observe and experience them yourself.
Well, it's an evidence, I reckon it is a proof. It's an evidence that your vision is spherical.
For me, it is too.
Because you do know those lines are parallel.
Yes, I could walk down that railway track and I know they're not getting smaller. And the further I go, they're still going to converge. Yep. So it's, in that respect, it's just like spherical geometry is. Yeah.
Excellent explanation. Just had a good aha moment there.
Yeah.
Let me just skip through this document, because I think this basically takes us through the document of the theorems that we, you know, that are in that document. But I'm pretty sure I had some examples, yeah, to try and make this a little bit more, how should I say, easier for people to. So, you know, explaining why lampposts, I've just put lampposts in there, and, you know, I've tried to explain it a little bit more. It can be the same thing as a railway, you know, what I just talked about, yeah?
Yep.
It's the same reason buildings disappear from the bottom up. Same principle. Or the sunset, yeah? Or a brick wall, you know? If you look at a brick wall or a corridor.
Now, if I was thinking, if you had a long corridor like that and you put your head up against one wall all the way to one side and something down at the far end against the same wall, wouldn't that one side of it that's near the wall be cut off?
Like this picture here? A bit like this one? Like you will not see the pictures on the wall. These pictures that you have on the wall, you will lose sight of them quicker if you're closer to this side than you would of the pictures on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
You give them for everything. Yeah, great. Wow.
And I actually did a whole modeling of how a corridor looks, so that, you know, I can move the corridor wall backwards and forwards and show what's actually happening on the eye. And I hope you guys can see this a little bit, because this is where you can see that if you can now think of this as the eye, or you can think of it as your geometrical visual space, it doesn't really matter. Thinking of it as the eye is maybe easier for most people and not that abstract geometrical thing. But basically, as this wall moves further away from you, and when I say wall, I'm basically taking a snapshot of a corridor, let's say here, at where these two doors are, and I'm taking another snapshot further down the corridor, and another snapshot, another snapshot. This is what this plane represents here. And if I move that away, then what's happening on the eye, this red, what looks like a rectangle, is going to look more and more like a Euclidean rectangle. You will not be able to see that it's actually curved. You can see, because this is fairly close to you, that there is still a little curve on these lines, right?
Yeah, like
And
the
if it-
example you showed of putting something close to your eye and it looks spherical, and then
That's right. So if I was to move this very close to my eye, then this rectangle will blow up and fill basically all of my eye here, and it will be very obviously spherical. But as soon as things get further away from you, then there is hardly any difference between you seeing it Euclidean and it being Euclidean. You will not be able to tell the difference, at least not from your, your eyesight. And that's, when I said, when I say spherical and people say, but Gavin, I don't see a curve, then that's what I was trying to explain. You don't see the curve because it's a very good approximation to the Euclidean world at normal distances of sight. And especially far away, you can't tell the difference. You can only tell the difference when it's really up close.
Yeah, really up close. I
Well,
couldn't
actually,
believe how much it curves.
If you go back a bit, Gav,
Yep.
you can see there's that diagram in the bottom right compared to the one in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that
Much
is
more
it.
curved.
You can see it's curved, so that the plane's right up against to the eye, and you can see that what's being left on the eye, the material impression on the retina, is actually curved. Yeah, and it's only then that you could really see it. So I'm here only 1.5 away from the guy, and here I'm at 4.3. Yeah.
It's good to see this one. I've been lucky enough to see this one in animation.
I can do that right now. Hold on. I'll just open it up. So you can see I basically modeled a corridor here with roofs and stuff like that, I modeled a sphere for the eye. I modeled the horizon, the azimuthal, or what do we call them? The longitude circles and latitude circles. I made various lines and walls and planes and spheres. So, but basically, if I zoom out a little bit, hopefully you guys can see the overall picture.
Yeah.
So I can now move this closer to the eye, and if I now zoom in a little bit more, then you guys can see that the thing is curved. If I turn it around a bit, then that's the picture I was basically showing. Yeah. And if I zoom out a little bit more again, and move the wall or the placing plane away down the corridor, and now zoom into this part then you can see that it's, you know, indistinguishable from a rectangle now.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually a couple of experiments you can do that will show you that your vision is spherical. And again, I think we've got a couple of videos on that, Glenn, which we should really maybe just show. But if you have objects up very close to you, then you can actually see the spherical nature of your vision. But if things are kind of like 12 inches away, then the world starts to look very Euclidean again. When it's up close, you can see things appearing to be spherical in certain circumstances. So I think what I want to say there is that if people don't believe that vision is spherical, or that visual perception is spherical geometry, then there are experiments that you can do to prove it to yourself, which I think is highly important. Because me saying that we have a spherical geometry of vision, but you see things Euclidean, is a kind of, for a lot of people, maybe a kind of cop-out, right?
Yep.
So if I was, for example, to draw a spherical triangle in here, then and bring this up very close to your eye, so these are three walls that are perpendicular to each other, yeah. But if I bring these things closer to my eye, then the thing will actually start to look spherical. These lines will start to look curved, yeah.
Wow.
They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves on the way to the grave. The truth they don't believe, giving time vaccines a week. That's because they're weak. They don't want you to think, they don't want you to speak. They're controlled by the news. This life is a test and they don't see the twos. In the end they lose, cause it's the wrong path that they choose. They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They're just brainwashed zombies, sleeping all the time, not thinking, not sleeping, don't They're just brainwashed zombies, sleeping all the time, not thinking, not sleeping, You're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They just don't believe. Give them 10 vaccines a week. That's because they're weak. They don't want you to think, they don't want you to speak. They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They're just brainwashed slaves, lying to themselves all the way to the grave. They just don't believe. Give them 10 vaccines a week. That's because they're weak. They don't want you to think, they don't want you to speak. They're just brainwashed zombies, sleeping all the time, not thinking, not sleeping, They're just brainwashed zombies, sleeping all the time. They're just brainwashed zombies, sleeping all the time, don't lie.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour? Yes. This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him though. Because
he's talking about sex robots.
Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is being. No. That's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door.
Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbour, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just do it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
Target quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look, but when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I have no way this is different. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. and then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that, that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get
please, like, I can't convince the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
We can make a model for that.
Makes sense to you. I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree
that is true.
with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went.
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is the behavior fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit off.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There will be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then you have a new model.
Wait, no, this I need to get for Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell and well, actually, that's decided. So, yes. But
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need to be serious. Pagas, I need to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, oh, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor, and therefore I am the more can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait.
Well, we can because we verified it.
No, but the verifying, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
They can't see evil demons, right? Okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
And that Then we look, oh, this bottle, it's an explanation. It's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah, therefore we don't need to go ahead. Pagus, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really
KSG. Din, 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 din. What is Earth? Earth is Earth dictionary. Nice one. Mr. Earth Guy. Number 28.
Yo.
Hey, man. Never seen you before. New? No?
I come every now and then. I pop in and out.
All right, cool.
My 20. Only 28. Been here before.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you, Dave. What did you say?
Yeah, I heard from 28 a few days ago. He's so far from what you're saying, you seem sincere. You're here for the right reasons, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely believe in the flat Earth. I get why you'd ask that though, because there's a lot of just being here like a few times, like realizing how many ridiculous people come in here.
Well, just I would give you one word of warning since you said that. Some people you might think it's like splitting hairs, but don't really say you believe in flat Earth necessarily. I mean, you say whatever you want. I'm just giving you some friendly advice. See, we're trying to make distinctions between belief and knowledge and fact. So we're leaving the belief system behind. We're acknowledging what we can prove as facts. That makes sense. So be
Right,
careful.
but I haven't
Earth.
conducted any experiments or anything, so like what I have right now is a belief. It's not really like I have the facts on.
Well, that's fair enough. You plan on going outside and doing an experiment?
I would like to.
Do you
Do you
have
have any?
binoculars or anything like that?
Yeah, is there a specific because maybe I can do see how far I can see. Like there was one that I was thinking about where I live in Vancouver in Canada, and we have this port, but where this park that overstretches it, and I was looking at this one mountain that was I could see it really, really, really far away, but I'm standing at the ocean and over or sort of at the port, and I'm overlooking the port, which is level, but then I can also it goes past and it'll look at this mountain. I was anticipating how much I could see, but I needed a high powered camera or something to actually see how much of the mountain I could see. But maybe I should do something out more in the water, maybe.
Well, let me ask you first: Are you rather do it the cheapest way, or you actually want to do something like the P900 or something like that?
I don't have money for a P900.
Like, just for example, in 2015, I went out to a lake here in Kentucky, which is a landlocked state in the middle of the United States, right? but I went to a lake over like 8.5 mile stretch, and I did a sunlight flash, and the reflection of the sunlight across the water. And if you actually do any deep research on that, there's no way that refraction or anything like that is doing that to a flash off of a mirror from natural sunlight. But anyway, that's too deep to go into. That's just the cheapest way because I'm pretty broke. I don't have much money, so me and a buddy went out and flashed sunlight with a mirror, just like you use on the back of your bathroom door. A 3x5 mirror or whatever, and just flashed the sunlight across and recorded on camera. You can do that on your phone camera, but
And are you saying like you set
like
a mirror?
All you have to do is find something in the distance. You can verify that how far away it is. Make sure you got your observer height, your conditions of the day, and just see what you can see. If you can see an object 10 miles away that's less than 60 feet, for example, because at 10 miles you should have a 66-foot drop approximately. The Earth drop away from you. So if you can see something 10 miles away that's more than 60 foot, even if the bottom of it is obscured, if you can see any of it, the globe is done right there if people are honest. But anyway, I'll shut up. You want to talk to him, quit.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask a question. You answered my question. Just if I just shut up and would listen for a second.
I was gonna let you talk to somebody else. I gotta get ready for work here. You want to talk to him, quit?
Well, I had like one question. I don't know if many people know what I'm talking about, but like I quickly kind of looked over. I was going to look into it a little bit more today, and I came online and I asked about the whole like Netflix special, and then someone showed me a video of another person who was like a Glober, and he came on here. He's like, "Oh, we know that something about like 15 degrees like of movement an hour." So I can't really remember what it was, but like they said that they knew it because of Bob, and Bob was on the
Bob Nodal.
Yeah. And then I heard his explanation, and he was explaining like they cut out that video wrong and like all this stuff, and he was talking about how they also did that experiment with the oscillator, like no, it's not oscillator or whatever it is, the gyro one, the special gyro or whatever that he had, and he did it in one place on Earth, and then he did it in another place on Earth, but it was a different elevation. And he was saying that there was like a change, and he said like, oh, like that makes the Earth, that means that we're not realizing the rotation of the Earth, we're actually realizing the rotation of the ether. But like I couldn't wrap my mind around it, because I thought for a second that like he was talking about the spin of the Earth, and like he did it at different depths of altitude, he said. And he said like, but like the tilt would be the same on like a ball if it was spinning. But I was thinking like, wouldn't that kind of make sense though? Because like if you say you have a ball and it's like spinning, wouldn't the rotation be faster, like kind of like farther away from the center point of the ball rather than like a lower point of the center of the ball? So like I wasn't really like maybe someone can explain exactly what Bob meant. Like why did he say that he realized it was the ether and it wasn't the actual Earth that was rotating in that experiment? You know what I mean? But maybe no one knows what I'm talking about. I need to rewatch that video.
I'll give him a quick answer here. Like, you should really listen to what Bob's saying. He's not making excuses. He's telling you exactly what they did. And
right.
To understand this whole thing, you have to go back to Michelson Morley in the late 1800s.
Right.
They did all these experiments to see if they could detect the motion of the Earth. Now, you think about it, if the Earth is in motion, that would be a uniform motion that would be 15 degrees every hour, no matter where you were measuring it from, right? Even
right, but if you change your altitude, wouldn't that...
I'm getting to that, but you agree that if it's a solid, if it's a one object, a ball rotating every 15 degrees an hour. That should be consistent no matter where you're at, right?
Well, if you're at the same altitude, right? Because like think
Right.
of like a ball, right? And you're
That's
spinning, and
that's
you're like on,
that's
you
the
know.
gist of what
Okay.
Bob is saying. You change your elevation, and you get a different motion of, it's either one or two things. I don't know all the science on it, but this is the gist of it. It's either the Earth's in motion or the ether or whatever you want to call it, the atmosphere, whatever it is in motion. One of those things, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to say Bob detected Earth motion, and in no way did he. And there's previous experiments that back that up. We can all see the sun, the stars, and the moon moving. So they're the ones in motion. So that's basically what it's detecting. And no matter what they say about that Netflix bullshit, it's just bullshit. I'll shut up now.
Right, but in the video he states that they found like there was it was a degree off when he like was in a different, like he did the same experiment in a different I want to say latitude.
That's demonstrating a measurable difference in the motion at a different altitude. So that just debunks the fact that it could be one spinning globe in a consistent motion. Does that make sense?
But hear me out. So we got a ball, okay, and we're like spinning it. And if I have like bumps on this ball, and if I am on the top, like I'm at like a higher altitude on this ball and it's spinning, I'm going to be moving faster than I would be if I was near the center of the ball, would I not? I'd be moving more, and there would be a difference, would there not? Because he makes that statement in that video, and I'm like, but that's wrong though. In my mind,
Good question. I don't have enough information to answer that. I mean, that possibly could be the case. I don't know. All right. Does anybody else?
And I mean, you had like 1 degree difference, so like I don't know the altitude difference. Like that's where I'm confused.
Can I try from other angle about Bob's story?
Okay, yeah, please.
What he used? Do you know? Because I don't know what he used. Which apparatus?
You're real low, Sasha. Can you turn yourself up? Is it just me?
Everything is low also for me. I don't know why.
Hey, Bob, the experiment that they did, the FE Corps did, use ring laser gyros. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sasha. See if we can hear you now. You there, Sasha?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, that means that gyro, was invented when? Does we know that information?
Sometime in the last 30, 40 years, I would say.
That means that it's something, how to say, it's modern, it's not old gyroscopes.
No, it's pretty recent technology, correct. Go ahead.
Great. For me, now I asked that also on Jim Panda why they are referencing Bob Nodell, because for me, one guy who is flat earther will take the apparatus what was made, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago. He will go out and he will measure some kind of movement, and that we will to give to them, not we, but other, even people will they will make a movie on Netflix. My question will be, who is the first person who take that apparatus and measure that? Because that it cannot be that we invented something for something and that we didn't know that could be used for rotation of the Earth, and that Bob Nodell realized that gyroscope can be used for the rotation of the Earth.
Your mic is so low, Sasha. I barely can hear you. Anyone?
Yeah, you might have to turn him up on your end because I had to do that.
Yeah.
Y'all go ahead.
On my end, it's turned up all the way up.
Can you hear me now?
A little better, yes. Much
I need to
better.
scream then. Okay. I'm saying we are referencing to the experiment of the Bob Knodel, and we had that machine for the 40 years, and nobody realized that we can use that for rotation, and it was not made for the rotation.
Yeah.
And all that story is like a what the I want to know more about that apparatus, because that apparatus, it was made to do what, and why we didn't use that apparatus to, and why we don't have a name that somebody did it that before, and it's written in all scientific books and blah blah blah. We have reference to Bob Knodel proved the rotation of the Earth, and he even didn't. He is not in the books. We cannot. We can watch the movie on Netflix. That means that our kids now, if they want to learn how we prove the rotation of the Earth, they cannot find out in some educational stuff. They need to go to Netflix to watch the movie. That's
That's
modern
my
education.
Go ahead. But from my understanding, it's just an instrument that stays in its plane. Like, it doesn't shift, it doesn't move, and they use it so, like, like they can tell in a plane, like if they're like tilted or up or down, or like, so they're able to keep like like you would say, like a stationary kind of understanding of when they lift off, they know that the ground underneath them is the same plane. They know if the plane will like shift side to side so they can stabilize and make sure that they're upright. So like it's just a tool that is used to like make sure that you can kind of like keep it going in the same sort of like plane, if that makes sense. Like, so it's not shifting or anything.
It is not purpose for any kind of motion of the Earth.
But but you use it. I get that. Like, maybe it's not working properly. Is that sort of like
It's using airplanes, using for something, but they are not using because of rotation of the Earth.
Because like he would use the instrument, and then like apparently you have to wait like an hour, and then it would show you that like, oh, like we moved like 15 or something, moved 15 degrees in that hour or whatever. And what I didn't understand was he did the experiment at a different altitude, and it did change the degree just by like a little bit, but like I thought that's what you would expect on a ball, like, but he said that's not what you would expect on a ball, and I was like a little bit confused on that. I was like, well, like, can you go into further detail of why we wouldn't expect that on a ball? And like, because like when I'm thinking about it, it sort of makes sense that, like if you're at a different altitude and it's the Earth moving, you're not going to move as much with your
What we are
perspective.
measuring, what is rotating?
Yeah, you're trying to figure out what's rotating, the sky or the ether, which is like apparently what they believe is sort of like everything in the air or whatever.
Glauber's saying that Bob Knodel proved the rotation of the Earth. That means that the Earth is rotating. Okay, great. Let's see the
No,
correction.
he said that they cut the video in a way to make it look like he said that the Earth was rotating, but his claim was that it was actually the ether that was rotating.
Yeah, his claim, it's also like it could be true, but it could be also what is ether. You will have fight about that, because somebody will say they know what is ether, and many people will ask for the proof, and then they will find themselves in some explanations, and that's it.
Right. Okay.
And that
I don't
explanation,
know.
somebody believes so much.
I'm sorry.
So that ether stuff, somebody believes so much that thinks that it is provable, and because of magnetic electric fields and blah blah blah, and all that together, it's ether, and nobody can explain it even good, but that it's ether, and you cannot.
Right, you might as well start talking about dark matter.
Yeah, in the same. Yeah, I don't like to go. I don't know what is ether, and what is that true or it is not. Does that exist or blah blah blah.
It's much easier to predict where a thunder strikes than talking about dark matter or proving the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, it's just with this like gyro stuff it's a little bit complicated. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around like why would we get a couple degrees off if we're like in a different altitude?
But listen, this Earth rotating all the time. It didn't
Because
start it didn't
you
start
are
to rotate.
changing the position in a electric and magnetic field.
Okay, but like wouldn't you also get that on a ball? Like,
well, the ball
like
has
sorry,
ball has divergent down vectors. Yeah.
because like he measured 15 degrees an hour.
No, you will not. Because on the ball, you will be standing on the ball, and ball will move, and air will stay where it is, and you will move with the Earth.
Yeah.
Right. And if you're in a higher altitude, you would move more, and at a lower altitude, you would move less, which is what I thought he detected.
Look,
No,
when you take a
because
compass
he didn't detect that, because if you have then the balloon floating where he was, doing that experiment, that balloon will go away in 1 hour, 15 degrees.
Right.
Yeah, balloons don't deflect 15 degrees an hour.
But he is
If you
measuring,
fill a helium balloon inside a room,
for
and
example, sorry,
go ahead, Sasha. Okay, so
we
go
can
ahead,
go
Sasha.
only this sentence. We can go on some location, take that apparatus, take the drone, measure the whatever Bob Nadell measured, but put the drone up and wait. That drone it's going 15 degrees away from us, because that will
Sideways.
happen. Yeah, because that will happen in 1
Yeah.
hour, because that apparatus showing.
Yeah.
That's all.
We would be expecting to see that, but we don't see that actually happening. And that's what I wanted to point out also with a helium balloon inside a room where you have a controlled medium. Yeah, so the air inside is very, uniform and at rest. You don't have winds and weather inside. Yeah, you don't have high differences of temperature, so it's very calm in that room. And you fill this balloon with air and helium so that it will be floating in the middle of the room, and you leave it out there, and you can calculate how much helium is lost through the rubber in 1 week. Yeah, so this means that balloon will be slowly falling down as it's losing the helium inside. So but you will not, and after 1 week you will find that your balloon is much closer to the floor, but it won't be too close to the walls. It will be pretty much the same distance where you place it.
Okay. But what if like
But in 1 hour, in 1 hour, that balloon should be deflecting according to the 15 degrees deflection. Yeah, it should move from east to west. Yeah.
well, if you had like a
A
gyro
certain
on it,
distance.
then yeah.
Yeah. So, and we don't see this with helium balloons, but with the gyros, what we are doing, vast majority of gyros, they are made of brass. Brass is a very good electrical conductor. It is used in many electrical connectors, yeah, because it's a good conductor. And you can weld it, solder it to copper and other these electricity conductive wires. Now, when you are spinning brass, this disc is spinning inside a electric field and magnetic field, and you will be able to see in that gyro the presence of this magnetic and electric field and electrostatic that we live in.
Did you cut out, or was that the end of your? Okay, so the gyro doesn't move because of the electromagnetic field, and it's like reduce it. Oh, he's gone. I have no idea how gyro works, just to be completely honest. I just know that they use it in planes. Which is a little bit of a tell, like, to me, because like when I was first looking into flat Earth, that was a huge tell. I was like looking into like how gyros worked in planes, and like if they start their gyro before they take off, it's sort of establishing a flat plane. And if you go up into like the air and you've essentially established a flat plane below you, would you not then, if you flew across the planet, why would you be depending on a gyro that was depicting a flat plane that would have shifted below you with the curvature? So like that gyro would be useless to that plane then. It wouldn't be actually telling you like how flat the plane or the ground was. It would actually be telling you like how it was back way where you aren't actually located. You could be on the other side. You know, if you're following me, I'm just kind of brutal at explaining this, but like if you're following me, like that gyro would be useless to you if you flew from America to like Antarctica or whatever, because you'd be going down longitude and there'd be curvature anywhere on the Earth. Like,
okay,
how would
I'm back. So
anyway, okay.
Yeah, you're right. That's why they work when they use them in planes, is because they are flying over a flat plane. If it wasn't,
right,
gyro would tip and flip off its axis. Yeah,
it'd be useless to the plane.
Yeah, it would. That's a good point.
Look, when you take a compass, it will show you the north. Now, when you remove the covering glass, so you can get access to that needle, yeah, and you turn it with your hand towards the east or the west, and you release it. The moment you release it, that needle will start aligning himself back with the north, with the magnetic north. Now, this happens wherever you are in the world, and that speed which the compass needle aligns itself back with the magnetic north, you can measure it, how fast it's aligning himself back. And that is given by the strength of the magnetic field that it is in. So that's how you measure how much Tesla is required to actually move that needle that quick, you know. Now, there are some regions in the world where uh, compasses don't function properly. There are some magnetic anomalies. Either you have a very low magnetic field, either you have something like uh, spinning, rotating, some sort of electromagnetic induction phenomena around you. And you can see this also when you go in a factory where they have metal heating, melting using electromagnetic induction. Yeah. So when those coils are turning on, yeah, they switch poles north south so quickly and so strong that they will affect any nearby compass. You know, so your compass needle will start vibrating like crazy. You know, and you will see it spinning. You know. um,
What are you talking about, Kipiget?
yeah. So. No matter how far you go from the north, you know, away towards the south, when you release that needle, it will align itself back with the North Pole pretty much at the same speed. And these speeds have been measured. So this is how they measure the strength of the world's magnetic field. And they found it's very uniform. It's gigantic and uniform. So, like, no matter how far you are from the north, that needle will move with the same speed and force, will align itself back. And this is a very weird thing because we create magnets, but the closer you are to a magnet, the stronger it attracts you. If you have iron, ferromagnetic materials, you know, or magnetic materials, and for example, diamagnetic metals, they will be slightly repelled, yeah, up to a certain distance from a neodymium magnet. But any further than that, when you bring like a gold ring uh, from 1 meter away from a neodymium magnet, you will not see any diamagnetic repulsion or anything. It will not affect it. But once you bring it like 1 centimeter close to it, yeah, and you put it on a styrofoam on water, you will see that the gold ring is slightly repelled. And when it's 10, 15 centimeters far away from the magnet, then it stops. It doesn't push it any further because the magnetic field of that magnet is not strong enough, you know, to push it any further than that. But this is not the case when we talk about the world's magnetic field. It's very uniform in comparison with magnets or electromagnets that we create.
So, like with like a gyro, are you saying then it's like being moved in electromagnetic?
Yeah, so that's why they show this 15 degrees deflection and also the pendulum, you know.
So if that's true, then why would it always go the same direction from, I think, east to west and not move towards the north?
Yeah, because that's how is the spin, the ground negative, the sky positive. So you have particles, electrons, spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, according to which of the planes is attracted. So elements of positive charge are attracted to the negative plane, yeah, and let's say they will have like a clockwise spin, vast majority of them, and the ones attracted to the positive, let's say helium, yeah, they have counterclockwise, and they are attracted to the positive plane, and they will rise.
Right, sort of like, would that almost on a grander scale
And
be
you
why the
see,
sun and the moon do what they do in the sky?
for example, the radius of the electron spin at the ground, because most elements are at the ground, attracted to the negative plane, they have a certain radius, yeah? Now, if you want them to be able to hold them in this electric and magnetic field at a higher altitude, yeah, you need energy input, yeah. So when you are going in an airplane, that doesn't mean that the electrons that make up the atoms in your body, their diameter will be increasing. No, they will keep the same radius, because it's according to also the energy they have stored, and they coexist. But you need the airplane's engines, to keep you up there. So once you lose the airplane engines, then you start falling, because that's not your place to be. You need to be very charged energetically, like thermal and electrically.
Okay.
To stay there with, well, like floating, gases, we see this when you make a fire. The gases enter a plasma state, yeah, and they rise. And also solid matter enters plasma state, and it's rising as a gas, as plasma, and then turns into gas, but it's very hot, and the elements which are, metals or stones or whatever, minerals, they will lose that energy slowly in the air, and then they will come back down to the ground. We see, for example, ash rising when you make the fire. It's rising because it is hot enough, And it's very complex, it's dynamic, and when we're trying to explain how this world functions, is not easy, because it's a complex assembly of systems harmonically working together. So
when we spin the gyro and it's floating and it moves from east to west 15 degrees every hour, if I'm getting this right, it's actually because we're spinning it and it's sort of working like the sun and the moon, how it's moving around the electromagnetic field, and because it's spinning or something.
yeah.
And then like makes me think about like the moon, like is something spinning on the moon, or maybe the moon is I don't know, because we only do see one side of the moon, so maybe one side of the moon is more charged, and that's why it's like pulled towards.
Well, we don't see only one side of the moon.
Maybe it's light.
We only see its face, because it has only one face. I have not seen. I have no empirical proof for the existence of the other side of the moon. Yeah, that picture which NASA shows, that satellite which went 1 million miles away from the moon and took a picture from behind the moon. Yeah, that's a fake CGI. It's like 5 picture frames made into some sort of kinematic video. You know.
Right. They didn't even keep the right size of the Earth behind it.
Yeah. So I can see they put something gray, you know. It looks like they took the face of the moon and they grayed it out, you know. And I don't know, why does it looks gray when it should be in the dark, you know?
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just. Does anyone like more understand that experiment that Bob did though on?
Why are you so fixated on that experiment? I want to know.
Well,
because you kind of late into that. It's like a really old topic.
I know it's old, but like everyone.
Globals don't even use it anymore. It's been debunked times.
But like that's the thing is like I don't know how
he didn't measure the Earth's rotation. It's
That's
been
a good
debunked.
drive home.
He debunked it himself when he explained the situation behind the gyroscope, the fiber up.
The
fiber laser optic. Yeah. So even the globals don't use it anymore. It's debunked from the guy himself. He explained exactly what happened.
I know.
So it's pointless going through that.
But I want to like understand. I only want to understand like why that doesn't work on a ball.
They say the Earth rotation is constant, isn't it? Isn't that what the globe model?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if it starts to decelerate. What happens?
But like,
what do you think would happen?
But how did it show that it was decelerating? Because like he said that he took it at different elevations and he found out like a different amount of degrees per hour, but he did it at different elevations. And on a ball, just hear me out, at a different elevation, and you're using a gyroscope, that amount of ground and shifting would essentially be different at different elevations, because like the higher you are on a ball, the more ground you're going to cover when you turn. And if you're closer to the center of the ball and it's spinning at the same speed, you're not going to cover as much ground. And that's what they were.
How are you closer to the center? What do you mean, the center?
Like say like you're on a mountain. You're on a mountain.
Globe, is it?
Well, I mean, it's a ball, right? There has to be a center to the ball, and that's where
we don't live in the center of the ball, do we?
No, but when we're talking about a ball turning, and I'm using the reference of the center of the ball, and you are measuring how much ground you're covering over an hour with something that's stationary and non-moving, which would be the gyro, and they're measuring how much it's moved over an hour, and it was 15 degrees. If you then are higher from the center point of the ball, you're going to cover more ground. But if you're closer to the center of the ball and it's moving, rotating at the same speed, you're not covering as much ground. Are you following?
Yeah, but they were
That's
way
where
above
I'm
sea
confused.
level. They weren't on the ground.
Right. They were above sea level at one part of the experiment, but then another part of the experiment, they were at a higher elevation. That's what he claimed. And I was wondering, why would it be, like, wouldn't you expect that on a ball? Like, that's where I'm confused. Like, I believe in the flat earth, but like, I don't understand his answer to the claim, like saying you wouldn't find that on a ball. But as I'm like thinking about it, like, you would, though, with that experiment specifically, you would.
How will you prove it?
How? Okay.
On a ball.
Well, if I did the same experiment, okay, so if I have a ball in my hand and I'm turning it like one speed, like obviously you can't turn a ball in two different speeds at the same time. It's like a ball, it's all connected. So
Yeah, the
ball
ball
has
is the
to be
ball.
moving.
It's rotating at a certain velocity or
Right.
whatever the speed. That's it. It's not going to be changing. You can't be having
Right.
changes. That doesn't mean the ball is therefore the ball is not rotating. That's not the Earth rotating. That's the sky at different elevation.
But if the way
it's
I'm
pretty logical when you
measuring,
think about it. I don't know what
hear
else
me
is
out.
there.
The way I'm measuring it is the distance it takes for one point to move in an hour. If I'm measuring it at a higher point on a ball, so this ball is bumpy ball and it's moving the same speed, that something that's farther away from the center point of that ball is going to travel more distance with that speed rather than something closer to the center of that ball. This is like pretty common sense, isn't it? Like,
I understand, but where were they pointing the lasers towards to? The sky, right? How else would they measure the rotation?
well, they were seeing, like, weren't they also seeing like the ground, like how much it moved and like the direction of it off the ground, like.
Oh, you saying they witnessed the Earth rotate like on the ground themselves?
Well, at first it could, like, the first experiment they did, they said it either could be the Earth or it could be the ether.
They thought that
And
initially,
then-
yes, because of the
Right.
15-hour degree. Yeah, and then they changed
Right.
the place. They went from
They changed the place,
from the
yeah.
Colorado Pikes Peaks and down to eastern Colorado, completely different place of that side, the east side
And
of it.
different altitude.
And then they changed the altitude. Yeah, that's the z-axis, and they measured the drift, the difference in drift as well.
They measured a
how can
difference.
how can the Earth be slowing down? It doesn't make any sense. You know, if you think about it, you're measuring.
Oh, okay.
You understand what they're measuring, though, and it's not a. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I don't know. I have to like relook at it. Maybe I'm like understanding the experiment wrong or something. Because like I'm thinking, I gotta watch it again. So, and
No,
then
it's
I'll come
cool. I
back.
mean, I'm just saying from my point of view, like how I understand it. But maybe I'm wrong too. I don't know. That'd be a fun way to see how you can prove it was the globe rotating. I would love to see and hear that.
No, because I think you just mentioned something that sort of like you're right though. Like the way that it was. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong, actually.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
it was really confusing me. I'm just like, I really want to know, because like if I can understand this, then it's like clear, like it's completely clear that it's the ether that we're measuring there. Like,
yeah, it had to be. Yeah, it had to be because of the differences in the the rotation register. They were on the same line of the latitude. That was the only difference in elevation. Was between the 14,000 feet and the 4,000 feet, but they were in the same line of latitude. So it wouldn't it wouldn't have mattered. Like that's not going to tell you, oh, the Earth suddenly slows down because I'm in a lower elevation, but in the same latitude. Like, what is that about? Looking at the same sky. That doesn't make any sense.
I gotta watch it.
But yeah, rewatch. I mean, we can maybe play it if you wanna. There's a clip of him explaining if you want to listen to it. You can play it here in Discord.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Like if like there's an because I only watched it just to, like a Discord channel. It didn't actually like show the experiment with it. But like I don't know if there's a video like that. That'd be crazy. Earth is
Yeah. There's a video of himself in the Discord talking and explaining this, you know, the deception behind the Netflix documentary.
Right, and I watched that.
Yeah, you watched that. So I mean,
I only watched it once though. I gotta watch it.
Yeah. I mean, what else is there to explain? I don't know, unless you have any interesting points to add to it, I would say. He pretty much covered it, so yeah. But you know, Netflix is, you know, when the mainstream wants to push a narrative, they're gonna do it in their way, cut out the scenes and, you know, twist the things he said. Yeah. So I mean, if he came out clean, I mean, he came out to Discord and explained to us. I mean, he wasn't in the. I think he's still in this Discord, is he? Yeah. He's in this Discord as well. I'm not sure how active he is nowadays, though. His name is Glowbusters in this Discord. Bob Nodell.
Is he? He's the one that actually like is the Globebuster channel, right? Like.
Yeah. That's his. Yeah, that's him exactly. That's Bob Nodell. But yeah, I mean, I can play the video. It's like 13 minutes if you want to listen to him go through the explanation of the gyroscope, what actually happened, and why that happened as well.
Yeah. Oh, if there's another video that a 13-minute video, because I got one that's like 31 minutes. So.
I posted it in the Livestream voice text.
Because apparently he's explained this like thousands of times, and like I'm just learning this now, forgive me.
So like, in the beginning, people came in here in this Discord, new people, you know, Globers, whatever, trolls, whatever, and they had a copy paste text of his documentary, basically. You know, he supposedly bought the gyroscope for $20,000, which he didn't. He was using one for free, but it broke. Then they had to get another one. But he got credited, but he wasn't the one doing that actual. He was together with someone else, but he got credit because he was with the guy doing it. He wasn't alone doing it. So yeah, but he understood the whole thing, what was really going on. So, and he gave us an explanation as well. But yeah, we had people coming in just saying, "Oh, Bob Nodell proved the Earth rotation," but they didn't listen to this part of him explaining at all, of course. So, what actually happened?
Okay.
You have that.
I'll give that a watch.
Sasha, can you repeat your voice coming in low?
Do you have that one when he was here?
Yeah, from the Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah. Because
I kind of realize now how I sound. I almost sound like one of them now.
No. I mean, that's fine. You're questioning, like, maybe you thought something was off. But again, even if he proved the Earth rotation, supposedly the globe, we still don't have the curvature. Where's the curve? You know? I mean, we have other ways to debunk the globe model. So I think this is just a misinterpretation of the experiment itself. They were trying to figure out what was really going on. Was it the Earth rotation they first registered at the first time, and then they did it multiple times at different elevations, and they got different degree variance per hour of the rotation. So clearly, it's not the Earth rotating, because the Earth rotation wouldn't fluctuate like that. It's a constant speed.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah.
like, so
Okay.
the
Like,
rotation is like 1,000 miles per hour. Like, you know, what they say, if you're at the equator. Sorry. You know.
so that's interesting. Then, if he was measuring the ether, then the ether is like kind of like a fluid almost. It kind of like shifts in different phases. Or although Sasha was talking, or someone else was talking about the
That was
electromagnetic.
He was talking about electromagnetic. Was it
Right.
electromagnetic static charges or field? I wasn't there listening to him that part. But I heard something about something about that electromagnetic fields with the north. You were talking about the North Pole, or
Right, and he was talking about the North Pole, and
yeah.
And that sort of like, going into that kind of makes me think of like the sun and the moon and like what they're doing up there and like how they're continually working as like a clock. And in the same way, it's like that's just beyond, I think, anyone. It's just like at what point does speculation just become like speculation? Like,
Yeah, I mean, you also, like, if you look at the jet streams, when you have that, the reading, like the visual part of it, like on a flat Earth, it is perfectly synchronized. Like makes more sense on a flat Earth, basically. The path of the jet streams. But on a globe, what the hell is that even? It looks way out of order. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The jet streams on the globe. It's all over the place. It's not even constant in the rotation, I mean. So, but yeah, I don't know.
I think the most important part when it comes to the atmosphere is that you have to examine how gas behaviors, in any and all other environments. Gas travels at high speed. It bounces off whatever it hits, bounces back and forth, bounces off of other gas molecules. It's in constant motion in whatever direction it gets deflected in from where it bounces. And so what they're trying to say is it's all traveling in one direction is because it's somehow attached to the Earth. And that's completely opposite as to what the textbooks say gas do. They say they bond to absolutely nothing. They take the shape of a container when it's in it. And so, in other words, if it's not in a container, it has no inherent shape. It's just going all over the place. And this is all textbook stuff. So, how they can say it's attached to the globe when it says just the opposite, when anytime you study what gas behavior is.
Yeah, I think you had a good point there. That they claim that the sky is attached to the Earth, and then when you measure the differences in the of the rotation, it shouldn't be like that, basically. So yeah, it goes against their own model, I would say.
Yeah, but when they are speaking,
well, it just goes against all of their observations of gas. When you put it in a container, when you release it from a tank, when you just whatever you do, it just of what it's doing, and there's no observation that can show that gas it bonds to a spinning object or follows it along, or there's just no observation of that ever happening. I mean, there's been people actually try to do this in a lab, or put a ball and some gas in a vacuum and spin it. It's just not what happens.
Yeah. So I mean, when they talk about the ether, they're probably talking about what Gitpiger was getting into the part of the electromagnetic field, like the what's it called? The magnetic toroidal field. Sorry for the the wording there. How it behaves like a toroidal coil, like when that's the pattern it goes, like the rotation of it. That's one way of seeing it, understanding the ether field, basically, if you want to say it that way.
Not only that, a toroidal field accounts for all that we see and all that, like you said, the rotation of the ether and whatever else. It also accounts for a flat plane down through the center. When a toroidal field wraps around, like comes up and around to create this field, it also goes down through the center, and there's a flat plane in the center of it, of all toroidal fields. That would be the flat plane of the Earth. And so it just matches the flat Earth perfectly, the shape of a toroidal field.
Yeah. Do you know how it looks like, a toroidal field 28? You know what we're talking about, the shape of it, how it behaves in that type of coil, I would say.
I'll look for one and see if I can post it.
Yeah. That'd be good. I'm looking for one as well. I see so many different types now. It's kind of weird. Yeah, if you look at that type of picture of what's been explained, you probably get a better idea of how the magnetic fields moves and behaves, basically, like what that type of rotation it does.
Sort of like a Tesla coil, or different.
Do you know a coil, like what do you call that? Sorry, English is not my native language.
Because I kind of understand how electricity works because I work with electricity. So
yeah, yes, yeah, like an induction coil, maybe. I don't know. What's it called? You know, like the Tesla coil in a way. Like maybe that's the one. It looks like in a way. Yeah, how it operates. Yeah. But more of a circle around it, with a hole in the middle, like a donut, I would say, basically. But
yeah, I was about to say like a donut, donut shape,
like a donut. Yeah,
and they point to like the or Mount Moriah or something is super magnetic, and it's like in the center and at the North Pole, and like that's positive charge, I guess, and negative charge.
Yeah, so I guess in the middle
there's a picture in VC chat, so like just the first one, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just put the Earth in the middle instead of a human body.
Yeah, North Pole in the middle. But yeah, I mean, North Pole is very interesting to to say the least. Since you're not even allowed to independently explore like the very, very center of North Pole, like you can only go to a certain part up there, but then to that place, but beyond, like to the actual point of it, they won't allow you. It's like the same with Antarctica. So obviously something is there that we're not allowed to see or go to. Yeah.
Right.
But they actually also try to apply this to the globe model with the toroidal field and energy.
Yeah.
There is, for example, this one. I've read about this before, but they are trying to explain a lot of the things with the globe and the toroidal field and the globe and the poles and stuff like that. So I guess that is damage control, because 20 years ago this was not a thought. I think. Don't hang me up on this. But wouldn't that some kind of indicate that if you have a North Pole up here, there must also be some South Pole somewhere, like underneath what we don't know?
They have a ceremonial.
No, not. I'm not talking about a South Pole in Antarctica. I'm talking about now we are living on this flat plane. We have a point that is the North Pole, where with our knowledge about electricity and magnetism and stuff like that, there must also be a South Pole conductor somewhere,
I honestly don't know.
I don't know either. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just thinking out here what we know about magnets and stuff like that, how they work. There must also be an opposite,
Well, there would be like one positively charged, and then there's like electrons which are negatively charged that are trying to come to a balance. They're always trying to balance, because like certain atoms, right? If you know atoms, they're always trying to like balance themselves out. And because like if you ever like kind of study electrons or whatever in electricity, you look at certain materials and how each one will like has a certain, I think it's like valence electrons like limit. It's been so long since I looked at it in school, but certain materials will like bond to other things because they can take on certain amount of electrons, and other materials will have like certain amount of electrons that they can give off. So some will be positively charged to be able to give off electrons, and some are negatively charged because they're ready to receive electrons. And so it's really just like a negative, positive kind of thing. So if one thing's positive, other things that are negative are going to want to like kind of attract to it. So you wouldn't really need a south side. Everything's sort of just trying to balance itself out and trying. So if one side's like, yeah.
I was just thinking loud, pretty much. But I have also heard about things that people claim that the Earth, the ground itself, should be this negative conductor, and the available space, the ether or whatever, should be like whatever the positive. Right. It's so deep. I'm definitely not the one to ask for these things. It's
Yeah, because like with the ground, you like ground all your.
That's why it lies in the theory, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Or the thought process.
Make a lot of sense.
But that is way beyond my capabilities, to be honest. I don't understand that way good enough at all.
Another interesting thing with like the sun and the moon, like, have you guys ever seen like quantum locking? Like, you guys ever seen like the experiment where like they do
getting things to float with magnets and stuff like that?
Right, and then they're able to spin it around like a circle table or whatever, and it like doesn't really have any friction, and you can kind of just keep going.
Yeah. Reminds me of how that could explain the behavior of the sun and moon in a way, theoretically, through the ether.
Awesome.
Yeah. But it's an interesting theory, I would say. Yeah, none least. It kind of explains it in a way, but it's really hard to verify anything up there if you can't even get to it.
But now we're just playing with this thought. Let's say that the sun is positive, the moon is negative. But what about the times where we actually see them up in the sky at the same time? They must be relatively close. Wouldn't that mean if they are magnetic, that the moon kind of presses so the sun would move faster? Like the same way as magnets is getting what is the name for it? So you can't have plus against plus, for example. I don't know. I can't find the word right now. I know there is a right word to explain exactly what I mean.
Yeah, it's very mysterious. The lights in the sky, as we say.
Yeah, I
What
can't
does the
find the word
fish
right
say?
now. My bad.
What does the fish say when it looks up at the bottom of the waves?
Doesn't say anything.
Well, obviously.
It
But
just waves back.
like it's looking up at the lights in the sky. What's a fish know beyond what he can see? Does he know that there's like air above the water?
Can you see that?
I mean, you can't know what you can't know. You can't know what you don't know either.
Right.
So if you're like a fish and you look up and all you see are distorted shapes and images, you don't know what you're looking at. I believe the word I'm looking for is incomprehensible.
Yeah. I think we got you at the fish analogy.
Yeah. Like, obviously, fish has no frame of reference to even imagine what's beyond like the water. Like when he looks up and he sees like the top of the water, he has no frame of reference to think, what's beyond that? Or what is that? Is that the end? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about the magnetic field a little bit. Because I was getting into it as well about North Pole. Then discussed the so-called ether, the magnetic toroidal field. It's rotating at a certain rate. The Bob Nodell experiment.
No, well,
yeah, went to that a little bit.
There's some problems with that.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah,
it's hardly even a test. For one, he didn't operate the ring gyroscope.
Credited.
Yeah,
he got credit. So
yes, and it also had different readings. So if they're reading some eccentricity in the equipment, like once you create a piece of equipment, and then you look at the piece of the equipment, what are you testing? So it's kind of like you make the black box and then study the black box instead of the thing you made the black box for. So
yeah,
that's why even though those line up with my personal like beliefs about the nature of reality, that's why I never talk about the ether. Because ultimately, until there's some solid falsifiable way of like testing it. I'm not comfortable talking about it. That's just me, though.
Well, I mean, in this case, they were able to falsify since they did multiple different readings, rotation registering and such. So that's
I would say
in a way of falsifying it. But what exactly they falsified? It's
that's
definitely not the Earth rotation, though, because it wasn't constant.
Yeah, it wasn't constant. I think that's a fair point. I know it didn't falsify. It wasn't strong enough for me because, like I said, it's a piece of equipment, and so who knows what's affecting it.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of like the atomic clock, and you'll never hear about the Stark and Z-Man effects, which is why atomic clocks are not in sync sometimes, even though they're at the same pressure and the same elevation. And it's because there's unknown electromagnetic interference. That's how they put it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, wait a minute. So if your atomic clocks don't match up, how are you using them as proof of something? So even their atomic clocks aren't spot on. And the variance that they measure is like within the margin of error. So it's like they're not really reading a difference. I don't think you can actually practically read a millisecond. It's a theoretical passage of time. Because what piece of equipment can actually read 12 billionths of a wavelength? Or 12 out of a billion wavelengths that happen in a second. Right? So there's a billion wavelengths in a second. And they're saying that, the difference of 12, they can read the difference of 12. No, they can't. It's all theoretical.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how short of a time span that billions of seconds are, or whatever you want to call them. I mean, that's such a astronomical small.
Right. A millisecond,
like you said, it has to be theoretical because there's no way to actually take that small of a segment out of anything. I mean, really, time or I guess.
Right. How do you read a millisecond? A millisecond is 1 billionth of a second. And they're saying that's just one wavelength. It's like, well, wait a minute now. The wavelength itself is... Light causes a wavelength, but light is not the wavelength. So wavelength is a mathematical construct.
Yeah. That in itself is not something it's not reality.
Yeah. See, the problem is that how they purported to design the atomic clocks is no longer in favor scientifically with light being a wave, because they were like, oh, light's definitely a wave back then. And now they're like, we don't know what light is. It's like, well, how do you know your atomic clocks work? So their so-called practical proofs have not caught up to their current theory, hypothesis, supposition.